What's going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English, where we are getting into our winners side semi-finals. Quarterfinals are done for. JD Gaming taking on Anyone's Legend for a spot in those winners side finals for a lock-in top 3 for the first split of the competitive season and for an incredibly and ever closer shot at making first stand. My name's Gordo. I am joined by Alk Battery on the cast tonight. Alk, how's it going, my friend?
I'm so happy we're in actual best of fives. I was done with the best of threes towards the end of the season. I was ready to keep it moving. I was honestly ready to stop watching Ultra Prime games, and it has delivered, at least for now. So I'm glad that we're getting not only two teams that were slated to potentially be top 2 or top 3, but we're already getting a best of 5 between two teams that have a little bit of history from last year and have already performed in at least an entertaining fashion on both sides.
Yeah, definitely the case here as we get on into taking a look at the bracket and seeing how we've gotten to where we are. It has been a double elim bracket, of course. Haven't gotten over to the lower side yet. That's going to come in a couple of days, but we are going to cover the upper half for now. AL, of course, taking a clean 3-0 over WE just a couple days ago. JDG having a much closer series up against Top Esports. Went to the absolute distance. Felt like it could have been a 3-0 for JDG for a little bit there, but did not end up playing out that way. Some big comebacks from Top Esports. Still JDG winning out at the end of the day in that Game 5 to bring them to tonight's semifinal.
I'm honestly more impressed that Top Esports could have potentially won that series. I mean, you and I were talking about it. We saw Cubby and Grapes on the actual cast talk about it. It was very close to just being a 4-0 series there for JDG with all of the games. And we'll talk a little bit more about that series later, but I'm not all that surprised we've gone so many 3-0s. We had a lot of lopsided matchups from Group Ascend coming on through, so this is where I think the real part of the playoff bracket actually starts. This is when it feels like playoffs really begins for me.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. And this is where we're going to start to find out who the top teams in the LPL really are. Definitely feels like AL stand out as clear favorites based on their regular season, based on what they were able to show in that dominant quarterfinal up against WE, but it's not even really an Ascend team, Alk, so definitely plenty of arguments to be made that there's still room for them to be knocked down a peg or two, perhaps against JDG tonight. Let's start things off with JDG, as they will be having first pick, if I'm not mistaken. And
Correct.
Let's take a look at our lineup here. It is indeed going to be Xiaoshu, Junja, Hongqiu, Gala, and Vampire.
I've been really, I don't want to say disappointed, Gordo. We're in playoffs, I want to get the excitement ready for these guys, but they have been all over the place. Like, even the fact that they finished as the 4th seed from the regular season was shocking enough. Weibo taking 3rd at the very end because they had the head-to-head matchup versus his team. Incredible. And then we see this series versus Top Esports, which again should have been a massive win for this team, but multiple times in later game scenarios, whether it's miracle team fights being found by Top Esports or just plain old mistakes from individuals on JDG, it feels like the regular season woes have really started to amplify in these much bigger series.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to feel like the story of the series here. It feels bad when you're talking about the team that won, especially in such a close fashion, that you got to highlight the errors, but that's kind of the position JDG forces you into here, right? They lose games 2 and 3 despite having some really solid advantages. They have to kind of come back in a series where they've been winning the entire time, and for brief glimpses there, it feels like it's just slipping away from them and that they aren't going to be able to close it out. They do end up doing it at the end of the day, but that's the narrative you're left with, and you have to wonder if they perform like that against AL, it's just not going to end as well for them.
Even for everybody's small woes, we'll see in a clip coming up here, the legendary Gala dash forward on his Lucian, but if there was one player, if there was only one person where we needed to see them step up, it is Junja in the jungle. This guy, I don't know whether or not it was, Nayo who had a really breakout series even though he lost, or if it was just a on-the-day performance thing. He was absolutely missing in this series up until Game 5, and that's not where you want to be as JDG, especially not as Tabe.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And yeah, it's as you brought up here, it is the Tabe Bowl, of course. It is going to be Tabe facing off against his former roster. AL running back all 5 players. The big change of 2026 is their new coach. Tabe leaving the team, going over to this new JDG lineup, who, hey, he successfully brought them to the same stage as his old team. The question is going to be, can he take them over the finish line, especially when they're on fraud watch after their first series of the playoffs?
It is so disgusting that they lose Game 1 and Game 3 in the ways that they did. Like, the Game 3 draft, you can see on the very left of this graphic here, they are 6,500 gold up, and they're at the enemy nexus, and they lose this game. This is despicable. If I'm a coach, it doesn't even matter what my nameplate says. I'm just saying, guys, I'm giving you winning drafts, we're doing good in the early game, and we're just fumbling at the finish line. That feels not super coachable in a very tangible way, but I will take good early games versus horrible early games. You will just get stomped otherwise. So I need to see them clean it up. It was a little bit of a softball series versus Top Esports. If they can do that, I think this team is super dangerous. Gala has been performing for the most part. I think that when Hongq is on, this guy looks legendary. And there's one player that's missing from this graphic. We've got jungle, we've got mid, we've got the bot lane duos, but the one person from JDG is missing, and that is Xiaoshu. Man in top lane has been really holding it down. He gets 3rd team All-Pro on the official LPL broadcast, and I've been really, really excited about his rise so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for our own personal voting, I know I put him at least 2nd. There's a chance I put him 1st. Don't call me out on this right now live, Ulk.
I might do it right now. Hold up. I totally forgot to have this up on the other screen.
Well, you know, I like to think that being live will save me, and I may be right, I may be wrong. Either way, I'm a big fan of Xiaoshu this split, especially for a guy that's historically been on some relatively non-competitive teams. Joining JDG mid-2025, replacing Ale, immediately feeling like he could fill the shoes quite effectively, and now leveling up to being a top 3 top laner at minimum in this league. I think a lot of us would argue top 2. Has been playing so well over the course of this split. You saw that awesome Renekton clip from him earlier from the last series, and I think that's going to be one of his big highlights from this playoff run, regardless of how the rest of it goes for him. Big impact individually up against 369. Did such a good job, and comes on in now facing off against Flandra, who had himself a bit of a series himself. He was crushing Cube in that series.
I just saw the gold difference at 15 be over 1,000 gold for a top laner, especially in this meta right now. I think that's next level stuff, and that's something we necessarily expect from Flandra. I mean, he's known for some of his more unique champions, some of the tanks that are going to be up there, but I mean, that series almost entirely redeemed the Nefuri performance I had to watch from him during the regular season. So I'm glad that we got that from this guy.
Yeah, absolutely here. So top lane matchup, definitely going to be an exciting one to keep an eye on here. We'll find out exactly who's going to be able to take the lead in that lane, because that's going to be one of those edges that it feels like if Xiaoshu could do it for JDG, could potentially give them an avenue into being able to take an advantage in this game, in this series. But with that said, we got to talk about the other side of the rift a little bit here, Ulk. Anyone's legend coming in as the top seed from the regular season. It's Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kyle.
8-2 in the regular season. The only 2 teams that they lost to, BLG and JDG. If they win this series, they'll play against either Weibo or BLG. They look like the team to beat coming into playoffs. Like, I was a little bit worried considering what we saw at the end of the regular season. We saw a lot of question marks, especially around Hope, but this team seems like they got their act together. Maybe you can say that WE was a bit of a softer opponent, but any kind of layup you'll take. And with Tarzan winning the MVP for the season, we got to see in that best of 5. It is the 2nd fastest ever in domestic history for the LPL. Just nuts numbers going on.
And it felt like it too, especially for a series being played on the same night as that 5-game back and forth between JDG and Top. This series just flew right by, and it felt like it was never in question who was going to be walking away with it. Again, it's an easier matchup, right? WE don't come in as an Ascend team. They don't come in as one of those top seeds. Very good season for them in one of the lower groups, and we'll get to see how they look competing in Ascend next split. But they get thrown right into the deep end here up against AL, and it's sink or swim, and they sink in their first opportunity here. AL look a cut above, and they're able to just run away with this series.
And like we said for our top matchup in the head-to-head, Flandra had his way with Cube. I mean, not just in this Scion game, but then the Ambessa game. We had one of the most legendary flubs from one of our beloved casters in Rafa when we were talking about that matchup. So I've loved so far what we've got in playoffs, but I don't want to read too much into it, right? You said it there. They're a group perseverance team. This is expected results coming in from AL. Anything less than that, then we start to really get into an anybody can win the playoffs style of conversation. So my eyes for this series, I want to see AL hold on to that first place title from the regular season, and it's kind of going to be on JDG to prove that otherwise to me.
Yeah, certainly what we're going to be looking for here to see if they can manage to pull off that kind of upset that they're going to be looking for over on the JDG side, because AL are poised to be able to repeat what they showed us in 2025, even without Tabe. And they're looking poised to be able to take down their former coach here that's gotten so much credit for the success that they've been able to find for themselves thus far. If they're able to do it, I think they're going to kind of, it'll go a long way towards shedding that label of being just another Tabe team and, you know, starting to stand out a little bit more on their own. Obviously, you know, everybody knows how good Tarzan is. Kyle's started to stand out on his own a little bit more, but still feels like this team, you know, it gets sold short on the star power a little bit, especially in some of those carry positions, especially for Shanks, for Hope, despite coming away with second and third All-Pro respectively. It's still not feeling like they get the respect globally that some of those other top teams do, but I mean, AL look like the best team in the LPL, and they're looking like they very well might be able to get themselves a spot in first stand to challenge the best in the world once again.
That feeling you're describing, I think, always applies to the region in particular that comes second, internationally speaking. LPL in recent times has definitely fallen in terms of being able to be more competitive on a consistent basis with LCK, especially with T1 and Gen G kind of running the gauntlet every single tournament most of the time versus us. So I think we kind of get swept to the wayside, and especially for, like you're mentioning, the name brand power isn't there. Like, fans internationally, they're always going to know, okay, we're familiar with Knight. This guy goes to Worlds every single year. We now know Bin. We've been really kind of tapped in on that roster for a while, but outside of that, like, Tarzan internationally had not done very well up until last year. That was his one final breakout year of actually being able to perform internationally. And then that's kind of it. Like, Hope has made a World semifinals, but since then has been under a lot of scrutiny, and especially last year was potentially a reason why we didn't see this team go much further at Worlds and at MSI.
Yeah, absolutely here. And, you know, like, you kind of already said it for me, but BLG is a team that I don't feel that way about, right? I think a lot of people give the flowers over to the Vipers, the Bins, the Knights of the world that they maybe are a little less willing to give to anyone's legend. Let's see if that narrative can take another step towards changing tonight. Walkouts coming in just about a second. JD Gaming, of course, with first pick to start things off. Anyone's legend going to be kicking things off on the blue side with first selection. We'll find out what the priority is going to be on. We were talking a little bit before the series started, Alk, that this Varus pick, Varus top especially, has been really embraced by the LPL this year, and especially these last couple weeks as we've gotten into playoffs. It might be the top pick coming into game number 1.
Yeah, Varus has been so... it just globally has been incredibly powerful. I can't believe we're on, like, year 3 now of talking about Varus still being played in professional play. Riot, thanks to Fearless, has refused to remove this champion from the meta forcibly. Freak, please. And then Dusk and Dawn got added, so we started having, like, the shenanigans of, like, a weird AP on-hit Varus. And I can't believe it was actually Hoya who was the first one to bring it out in top lane, at least here in domestically. So when I look at this patch, though, I mean, he is currently 0-8 this champion. So despite all of the priority, especially from the regular season, this champion has really started to fall on hard times, and especially top lane, we're starting to see just, even though he is super abusive in lanes, junglers know, okay, if I just gank him within the first 5 minutes of the game, more times than not, I'm going to equalize the matchup, and we're still going to be fine.
Easier said than done, though. I mean, we saw Xiaoshu, a recent picker-up of the Varus top, able to find a lot of success on it. We've seen attempts to counter it out from Flandra as well, the infamous Fury top game, where he does come away with a win. I still
That
don't think
doesn't
I'm
count.
sold on that as a counter pick. That's results-based analysis. Let's talk about how the lane actually went a little bit. Not in Flandra's favor, not a repeat of what we later get to see in his matchup up against WE. I think a little bit more lacking than that. So we'll find out. Maybe he's cooked up a little something else. Maybe the Nefiri can work a little differently if he does decide to return to it. Maybe we just see Varus bans the whole series and it feels like we've just wasted our breath here for the last couple of minutes. I think all of these very much going to be on the potential list here for tonight's matchup.
No, Gordo, you don't get to fence sit here. You don't get to say all of the possible scenarios so that you get to be right because one of them's going to come true anyway.
What is my job then, Alk? What is
your job? Is to get the clips. You know, get nice and shouty and loud, and then when LPL or when LoL Esports post us, you can be like, look at me, I'm on the big screen. That's what your job is.
Listen, brother, we're not getting warnings about Rafa in pregame. All right, you got to give it a little time. All right, let it cook. We'll get there eventually before you know it. Lots of top matchups to keep an eye on, though, while we're talking about top lane. I think Flandra's got a lot of unique picks that are not going to be matched by Xiaoshu, at least from what we've seen so far. No. He's the only one of these two playing Rek'Sai top. That's his second most played this split. I wonder if we're going to get to see that because we didn't get to see it up against WE. He's also the only one of the two playing Aurora top. That started to raise in priority across the rest of the regions as well. We've seen a lot of it in LCK, seen a lot of it in the playoffs. We've seen a lot of it over in NA. It's just getting picked across the board. It's another pick that we haven't really seen out of Xiaoshu. He hasn't been quite as much of a mage guy, despite him being sort of the higher econ top laner. So I wonder if that's going to be an opportunity to kind of flex some muscle here, especially in a matchup where we do expect a lot of bans going Tarzan's way. That's usually how matches against AL go, and based on Junja's recent performance, I think it would be a wise place to go for JDG in this game number one. As I say that, Poppy, Jarvan, both bans directed towards Tarzan. The Azir going to join it, though, for Hongq.
Yeah, two of his most played champions, Poppy and Jarvan, getting rid of a lot of the mids. I was surprised to see Orianna here for AL, but again, they're not first picking, so kind of going to see big questions for me is going to be whether or not we see Varus first pick here for JDG, or if we're going to be going for maybe a Bard angle. Both of these players have been, I think, the best Bard in LPL so far this year. So a champion that I'm really excited to see who gets it and if they can really show off their stuff, because it is definitely a champion that has a lot of a pretty high skill ceiling. We're getting a Pantheon, so that focus onto Tarzan, not only in the bans, but then also taking that away from him for the rest of the series. We'll see if Junja can actually properly perform on this.
Yeah, I think Tarzan's got a legitimate claim to best Pantheon in the world, but here's that Varus we were talking about. You know, if you're not going to let my man get onto his Pantheon, then you will be punished with the Varus top. You will be taking your licks somewhere else. Xiaoshu going to have to lane up against this one, as it does appear to be locked in. I mean, it could be for Hope, too. Hope's played Varus more than anything else this split. A lot of those games kind of before the Varus top really broke out as the main pick du jour for the current meta. So I think a real open question here as to whether Flandra's kind of embraced this along with every other top laner, or if this is just going to be going towards Hope, and he's going to keep that flex alive for himself. He does have last pick, so they can keep this flex going for a long time in this draft if they want.
They're going to just slam the Rumble now. They have to do something. I think this is a smart gamble from JDG, saying, look, Rumble is a champion that usually you want to kind of keep him on the carry side, but because of his ultimate, he is very safe as soon as he hits level 6 and has some range to be able to deal with Varus early on. So hopefully this is the matchup that they're okay with. You know, you're always going to have to take the possibility of playing against this champion, but I really think this is going to be a Varus for Hope. It has been by far his best champion for someone who has a little bit of a smaller pool when it comes to high efficacy rate we've gotten from them.
Yeah, and I mean, what's the worst thing you could pick for the Rumble anyway? Like, it's gonna be Galio, and they flex the Varus top. It's not.
That's scary, man. Don't make me have to watch that. That's gonna be terrifying.
Your entertainment aside, like, Xiaoshu will be fine. He can play the Rumble, regardless of what gets picked into it. Plenty of folks are willing to blind pick the Rumble. So it's either a blind or it's a pick into Varus. Either one going to be fine. Shank's going to grab the Rise. That's another Hongq favorite. Hongq getting attacked quite a bit in his early Fearless, it feels like, as he will lose some of his most played right off the bat. Not that Shanks has too different of a pool, but
Yeah.
has certainly busted out quite a few of these champions as well so far. The Talia going to be well favored alongside the Pantheon, though. That's a nice little 1-2 combo JDG get for themselves here. A lot of roaming power with that rise from AL as we get to the second phase of bans. We believe we have top laners, junglers, and mid laners for both teams, but remember that flex is still available for Hope and Flandre.
I like the Yunara. I think that because you know there's a Xin Zhao on the opposite side, there's always a possibility of going for a Lulu for either of our supports. Varus still allows you to go for that if you really want to go for on-hit, but globally speaking, we've just seen poke for forever now, so I'm not really expecting that. I'm glad to see the Yunara taken away. Looking at Gala's champions, we still have Sivir, which I think is really, really dangerous, so I wonder if AL are going to continue to focus on that, or if they're maybe going to look to take away one of the more unstable matchups for Vampire, maybe getting rid of one of his engaged champions who he's been a little bit more prioritizing, especially in the Nautilus in comparison.
Yeah, I've been real impressed with Vampire in recent series. I think his Thresh, which he busted out for the first time with that Aphelios, was absolutely insane in the previous series. Real great highlights for him there. He's playing up against one of the best supports in the league. I think probably the two best bards in the league, as you've been calling out, all because Bard does hit the ban list. Still something to keep an eye on later in the series. Would be awesome to get to see one of them. The Nico banned away early as well, but the rest of the pool still ready and available. Probably going to be some of these engagers. It's an Ambessa ban late. So trying to kind of hedge a little bit against a potential Varus flex towards bot lane. And the Varus might be going bot lane. We're going to handshake into this Rumble, or we're going to try to play the Aurora into it. This is a pick that Flandre plays.
This is a big investment. I think that this is going to be a draft that if we talk about it in terms of a full Fearless series, something that usually goes a little bit under discussed in my opinion is talking about like champion economy. So if you get rid of Aurora, mid lane suddenly becomes a little bit more destabilized. We're going to go for the Rek'Sai. So automatically AL I think are going to try to match some of the side lane prowess from this team. When you look at JDG, Talia Pantheon was a super popular combo at the start of 2025, fell off a little bit, and now you have Rumble as well. If we can attack side lanes as AL and very quickly move in with Rek'Sai's movements and Rise, I think that AL have a really, really sturdy composition, and not only fighting, but also cutting away at some of the strengths of this composition from JDG.
I was at risk of crashing out of the Scion there, I'm not going to lie. I don't understand
Really?
how we're... Why are we keeping this flex alive into phase 2 of the draft just to pick Scion into Rumble, brother? The Rek'Sai, I think, kind of rides the line a little bit. I would have liked to see the Aurora potentially get a little kill pressure, potentially get a chance to take a lane advantage while Flandre is riding high off of some insane lanes from the last series. But the Rek'Sai got to ride that line. Can at least go in, can play a little bit more aggressively, can sustain up against the Rumble, still going to be able to be that frontliner that AL wanted their team comp coming in later on. Gala and Vampire are going to snap up the Jhin Nautilus. I don't know why I'm forgetting what Nautilus is called. And Kyle with a chance to counter with the Alistair. I think that's especially good up against the likes of this Pantheon, who will be diving into the backline with pretty big frequency. Kyle going to snap that one on up. Some great disengage tools here. Some additional front line to go alongside the Xin Zhao and the Rek'Sai here. But you're definitely going to need that front line when you've got a short-range burster like Rise, and it's probably going to be poke Varus as well. So
Yeah.
once that engage does break out, you're going to want to make sure you can keep that Rise safe.
I just am a little perplexed by JDG here in this draft. Like, you couldn't have known there's going to be a Rek'Sai coming in later, right? Like, it's always going to be something you have to keep abreast in your mind. But I just think that if this team falls behind, you're going to be really low damage. You don't have very many ways. I think that Rek'Sai eats Talia and Jhin alive in fights. You always have to be worried if we don't have Flash, and you're still playing against Varus, right? Maximum amount of range, a lot of great skirmishing potential with Xin Zhao and Alistar, and at least in this first game, I really need to see a player like Vampire stand out because Kyle is the support to beat currently in the league, and from what I have seen, some of Vampire's highs may be able to reach that, but it's that median level. Kyle always plays, I think, a little bit of a better game on par on average.
Very possible here as we are getting ready to get into game number 1. The drafts are locked. Nothing too spicy here. The Varus top does not rear its ugly head. Tarzan is denied his Pantheon, and the Tabe Bowl kicks off here. All It's Tabe with JD Gaming facing off against his old team, all 5 members of his old roster, and anyone's legend in a best-of-5 to guarantee top 3 and make the winner's side finals.
Where is the fan
JDG
chan
fans-
leader for JDG? Where is he? He's
I know,
missing.
JDG fans quiet today. That's a little bit of a surprise. AL winning hearts and minds over the course of 2025.
I can't believe. Look, guys, everybody, when we looked at the Group Nirvana All-Pro, we were really excited about LNG maybe making it into the playoffs. They did. They just happened to be in the Skybox and the arena that we're playing in for most of playoffs. So getting an early trade onto Kyle there. Doesn't seem like it's going to be under too much threat. Also, this is Varus with teleport, so not going to have more of the ability to kind of stand up in lanes or stand up in trades. Can be a little bit more soft to engage as both junglers are starting to path down towards this side of the map. Maybe we see something, especially with the damage they got down onto this Alistar.
For sure. So now, laning phase breaks out. Gala and Vampire are going to take up that level 2 first, taking full advantage of the power the Jhin offers. We will get topside starts for both junglers, so potentially a little bit of brawling to be had over that bottom side scuttler. Feels better to be JDG in that situation. Gala and Vampire taking the early control of the bottom side. Do love this Xin Zhao pick, though. I mean, obviously it gets seen every series. It's not that crazy news, but
Yeah.
it just gets buffed every patch for no reason, and you know, they love it over here in the LPL. It's been so good for them, and every time I see it play, it wins. I don't know what to say.
It's win now. You know, that's just with the champion. It's Xin Zhao win now. I'm looking at the top 10 champions on the patch, or at least in this, and Xin Zhao very much high priority in the jungle. He's currently 5-4. This is including the play-ins as well, so a little bit of a mixed record, but still winning, and rightfully so. Riot put him in a cinematic, so we have to give him more power. I'm still waiting on the Garen buffs and the Quinn buffs, and Shyvana's getting a rework, so I guess that counts.
Sona's seeing play somehow. I mean, the items changes this split were sort of in her interest, so can at least vouch for that, if nothing else. As Junja will successfully secure the first crab. Was kind of a foregone conclusion. Tarzan already making his way up for the top one, and it's a little bit of a shadow from Shanks, but no risk of this one going anywhere else. Hongq and Junja, in fact, just going to take recalls themselves here. Using that opportunity, Shanks going to join him.
Oh, right. Okay. So I was just going to see whether or not Hongq would have gotten like a superb back, but it's just a Dark Seal and a tier. Same thing here for Shanks, but he gets boots instead, which I think is perfectly fine. Now, Phase Rush is nerfed on this patch a little bit, for ranged especially, so hopefully we'll kind of see a little bit more of how strong this Ryze champion can be here in this game. And talking about item spikes, I do think that AL on 2 items is really powerful. Shanks is going to kind of be that overburdening mid laner that on 3 is going to be a nightmare to deal with in this game. So I want to see how JDG are going to break this, because unless they're hoping for Gala to get 6 items and win them the game, I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find consistent enough damage to break them early on.
Yeah, definitely agree with that one. A little bit of vision, though, placed down on Junja as he goes towards his clear on the second spawn of his camps. So they are successfully tracking that Pantheon. Mirrored Ward over on the other side, going to spot Tarzan, moving over to the birds. Both these junglers keeping good tabs on each other. Tabai taught both of these teams well. Doing a good job of covering their early vision, making sure that nothing going to be too surprising earlier on. Laning phases going about as expected thus far. Xiao Shu finding a nice little trade into Flandre here. The regen of the Rek'Sai should keep him in this lane for the foreseeable future, as long as he doesn't take anything too stupid in regards to fights here. He's doing just fine for the time being.
Do it now.
Regen right back up. Yeah, don't dash forward or anything, and as long as you do that, you're basically unkillable as the Rek'Sai. Pretty near immovable. You know, you nerf Happy Hour from Gragas, and a new Gragas arises from the ashes in the form of Rek'Sai.
And we still nerfed her, by the way. Like, they gave her all this regen on her Fury, And then they're like, okay, actually we can't do that because then we just have, like you said, Gragas 2.0, but this one has a dash and a knockup. So we're like,
Gragas
okay.
has a dash and a knockup.
But it's different, you know? Like,
it is.
Gragas has to go over...
Whoa, shakes!
Honkyu?
Yeah, Honkyu just forgetting that there's a champion with targeted abilities right next to him. He tanks a full combo, is forced to ghost and flash, and bye-bye Honkyu. He's going to have to take a recall here, and now his jungler's outnumbered. Junja going to dash forward, looking to be able to take down Shanks. Shanks flashes over the wall. Up comes the shield to keep Junja standing. Tarzan takes him for half of what he's worth. And JDG just put on the back foot.
Yeah, they knew Tarzan was there, by the way. Honkyu's using his ult to get right back into the lane, but, like, what is the thought process? I love the timing there from Tarzan. Walks into mid, screens Junja away from this. Now, Junja has Comet Spear and has his top laner move here, but this might just be a solo.
What is going on from JDG? Huh? They just forget that the other champions have abilities. Junja follows in Honkyu's feet, goes right after, takes a ton of damage, goes down for first blood. Here's Flandra to collapse onto Honkyu. That's a double kill going over to AL. Knockups onto Xiaoshu, double to Flandra, 3-0 AL.
Why did my top laner flash there? Why did my Rumble just flash there? Oh, the game's over. I mean, that's a 1,500 gold lead at 7 minutes. You've already given all of these resources over to win now in the jungle, and I mean, Shanks got to push in another wave underneath this turret, so that's more gold, more experience, and an even bigger deficit grown here, almost to no real reason from JDG. Like, what's going on here? So he has his smite, he's trying to get the Comet Spear, but he just doesn't get in range. There's no equalizer. Tarzan still gets the scuttle. I think that's the worst part, and he gets level 6 off of it. So you completely turn this play, and even in the picture
bot lane! Oh no, JDG! AL come up with a 2v2 kill. That's the Varus power, baby. If you can't get it in top lane, can still perform with it down bot. Hope on the board.
I like to imagine that Tabe is sitting in the back right now with like the speed, like try not to laugh face on, and he's just like, my boy still got it, you know. Like the old guys that over at AL, they still have it. All right, this is gonna be that kind of series for me. I got my work cut out for me if I'm Tabe, but a tremendous early game advantage now here after what was a good top lane bout between him and Xiaoshu. Flandra now gets 2 free kills, your bottom lane's winning, and you're set up with, I mean, very little missing from AL. They're going to have both of their ultimates and their mid-jungle available, and as long as Dragon isn't started within the next 30 to 45 seconds, Hope's going to have that Chains of Corruption ready to go. And we got to go to another replay. I love being in replays, guys. We don't want to see live ever. This is a fantastic hook from Vampire, but, I mean...
Listen, it was hard to see this play in the picture-in-picture. It's real tiny. Nice double knockup found by Kyle, though. Locks him down. It's a guaranteed Chains of Corruption spread. And hey, look, we're going to be owed another replay here because we missed this play, but Shanks and Flandra collapse onto Xiaoshu in the top side. Realm Warp gets the job done. And I don't know what mystical being Flandra has impressed as of late, but yet another game where my man starts 3-0 without having to really do much.
All right. This is going to be my first piece of controversial comparisons here.
All right, I'm ready for it.
Do we consider Rek'Sai to be horse-like?
Sure, I can give you horse-like.
Okay.
I think you could ride Rek'Sai if that's the question.
I'm always down. We're going to leave that at that. Rek'Sai being, I mean, yeah, 1,500 gold. I want to get on that carnival ride every time. So... Titanic Hydra, is he going to be able to finish it? No, but still, that's pretty disgusting. And, I mean, look at the inventories for JDG. They are in super poverty low right now. Like, yes, Flandra has a lot of healing, but you do not want to be Rumble with Oblivion Orb this early on in the game. And just an Oblivion Orb in comparison.
Yeah, you may be reducing the healing, but I don't know if you're doing enough damage to have that healing reduction matter. So... I am not going to be crazy about that one to start on off. Xiaoshu, a little bit in the hole here. Tarzan having himself a nice start to the game as well. Shanks already getting more involved than Talia. Post level 6, and he doesn't even have the ranks up on Realm Warp yet. Feels a very, very strong positioning-wise for AL early on in this game. Gold leads pretty much across the board. Hope doing a good job of keeping himself even in that bottom lane thanks to that 2v2 kill. Support starting to roam up towards mid here. It's going to be a 3 versus 2. Flash away from Shanks. Really good position for him there as he locks down Vampire. Tarzan going to be able to fend them off on the opposite side, and that's a Pantheon ult used for nothing. Yet another absorption of pressure from Shanks in the mid lane, and another win for AL.
They say nothing. Look, Shanks loses his flash. That's something that hopefully they can try to punish with Jinja having his, but because of the way that AL then shift their pressure, they continue to move into the bottom side. It's another wave that Gala's not going to have access to while the wave is going to crash. So we're getting turret plates, we're getting pressure, and now Rise can try to pay back the rest of his team. Thank you guys for protecting me. Now we can play on the bottom side of the map and either continue to shove Gala off of these waves or just get vision, try to get the timers on these bot side camps so either we can revisit or at the very least, we will have forward knowledge like Junja has to be on his bot side to clear these camps. Maybe we can make something happen. And because of how this game is kind of shaping out so early on, a lot of the side lane pressure that JDG were going to have with having Talia go even in this matchup and then roam and maybe even having Pantheon screen her a little bit, that has no legs to stand on here. So I think JDG need to be really creative with how they find angles, and they still have a lot of burst, but that window is closing very, very quickly.
Yeah, I really need to start making this Pantheon Talia combo work, need to start getting onto some of these more immobile carries, need to make sure that you get some of that gold so that you have the money to make that combo work later into the game. Otherwise, you're just going to start getting outpaced, and Flandra, Tarzan, they're not going to be any pushovers either. They're going to be able to fight through what is a relatively squishy front line brought to the table by JDG. Even if you are able to get onto these squishies later on, you're not going to be able to one-shot them. You're not going to be able to win the fights afterwards. You just need to be able to get yourself in the game as JDG. A 3K gold deficit at 12 minutes, not what you drew up when you drafted this if you're Tabe. And they're going to need to be able to turn their fortunes around real fast.
What is Jinja going to do this game? Because I have seen very little of this Pantheon here in this one. And aside from the ultimate that we just saw in mid lane, he has mostly been there to protect his team. Thankfully for JDG, they got the first dragon, but I really want to see more because this is just not giving me much hope. It's not giving confidence to me for how this game is looking. I mean, just look at the items, again, in bottom lane, and especially for mid. Shanks has already completed his Rod of Ages. He's getting closer to that Seraphs. He's essentially unkillable at this state, especially after he finishes his boots. But Hope's already finished with his Yomus. He's way ahead of Gala and barely has a kill at this point.
Yeah, it's been a tough start, but let's see if they're going to be able to try to hold on here just a little bit longer and even do more than hold on.
Oh, goodbye.
Vampire taking an engage, but it's a 2 versus 3, 3 versus 3 with Gala, 4 versus 3 with Junja. In comes the Grand Starfall, but Junja isolated, and yes, and you will receive. Oh, there's Pantheon doing something. He goes down to 1 versus 4. JDG already down a man in the fight. Shanks and Flandra just starting to clear the waves as they know this fight is done, and Dusted and AL go up to 6-0.
I'm sure that pick looked really good for Vampire up until the other 2 members of AL showed up right behind him. He's like, oh, I really wish I didn't land that Q all of a sudden. So it's going to be bot pressure, it's going to be a turret, and now Gala loses his flash. They're going to try to turn.
All right, there's going to be curtain call opened up onto Kyle. Kyle getting locked onto by Gala, but will not fall down. Finally able to block away the last shot is Tarzan. Shanks getting a little chunked out here as well. Hongkyu and he are in a bit of a 1 versus 1. Flash forward from Hongkyu, desperate to get into this game, but he gets locked down. He takes a little bit of a spell flux to the face, and he'll have to back away. Flash down on the mid laner.
And desperate is the word I'm going to be feeling right now for this game. That is what it looks like here for JDG. As AL now, they get the dragon, so we're not really looking at any dragon stacking. We're not winning the side lanes, and this is what I was talking about from draft. This composition from JDG is good if you can get some early game shenanigans to start going your way. If you can win some of those early contests with Pantheon, Comet, Spear, Smite. But aside from that, we haven't seen any of that. We took really puzzling trades in mid-jungle around the lane, and now we're going to get constantly out-rotated.
All right? There's a lockdown come through onto Hongq. The dive comes
Stay
through.
free.
3v1, nice and easy. Kyle doesn't even get his name on that one. Here comes the Rumble ultimate. There's going to be a lockdown from Vampire. Gala here to start firing off shots. Kyle with the Unbreakable Will, holding on as long as he can. Max distance. Chains are corrupted, going to lock down Gala. Vampire looking for a little bit more, but it's Tarzan. He is strong enough to withstand the pressure. Hope still threatening from the side, and that's going to be it for the play. It's just Hongq falling down, no trade found. Flandre gets some alone time at the top lane. I think he's going to take first turret here before too long. He's even going to lie in wait for a few seconds, just make sure that Xiaohu doesn't have a nice and easy path in.
Yeah, Xiaohu just misses out on more waves. Good job from Flandre. Show some respect, and more importantly, if the turret's going to die anyway, you might as well make him lose some more CS. You're already up 30 here in this matchup. Flandre, big revitalization. I mean, he wins All-Pro top laner, but at ports during the regular season, I thought that Flandre had really taken a step back after what was an incredible World Championship, an incredible split from him domestically speaking, and maybe coming back into form a little bit as we get closer to those internationals, as we get into the competitive calendar. Hongq has no damage at this point. It is a completed Seraph's Embrace versus a 1.5 item Shanks. I mean, 4 stacks already on the Roa. We talked about him being unkillable, and we got to see it in that mid play. Thankfully for JDG, Dragon was not taken, but we are at 16 minutes here, Gordo. 6,500 gold here for AL.
It's looking like the first series. It's looking like the quarterfinals against WE. AL locked in, firing on all cylinders. You called the game over when it was 3-0, and this is why, right? They've been able to very effectively leverage that advantage into a bigger one, and now they're threatening on towards the bottom side, just taking full control, choking JDG out of their own jungle. It's going to make it easier to get onto this second dragon and just continue to eliminate options from this team. Flandre over the wall, going to get the knockup on Hongq, interrupts his ultimate. Rift Herald spawned in mid, lockdown coming through in the mid lane onto Hope. He's going to flash into the enemy jungle. Things getting a little chaotic here, but Tarzan here to bail out his marksman. Hope gets good damage onto Gala. Kyle here for the backup. Hope jumps into the Rift Herald, takes it right to the wall, just trying to get a couple of minutes of alone time. Flandre finds the assassination. Vampire chasing him down to the opposite side. Equalizer goes nowhere. Xiaohu cuts off an escape route, but Flandre doesn't even take that one. Now moves forward onto Junja. He's going to fall down, but he's got a pretty good fight set up for Tarzan. Kyle throws himself into the fray. Hope is back after his little foray with the Rift Herald, but I think that's it for the team fight. AL going to be able to retreat back out through the jungle, and all in all, I think that was a 2-for-1.
I really feel like a part of like a government official. I would like to reclaim my time after this. I would like to have the last 18 minutes of my life back from JDG, please. Like, the fights are puzzling, the looks are questionable, and especially with where we're at in this game, it's looking over for game number 1 immediately. This was another amazing stoppage of play from Flandre. Last time that Hongq tried to get an ult off around here, it was Shanks who stopped them from riding the wall. Now it's Flandre. We don't even get the kill onto Hope. He's by himself. Gala's setting up curtain call, and the entire time, this feels like the play we just saw in mid where Kyle got away and Hope lived. I mean, again, Flandre is smurfing on this Rek'Sai, but it just feels like JDG have fallen way too behind here in this game, and that is going to continue to be the case until I see something else, until we get some kind of mid-jungle synergy in this game.
This guy's in world champion form right now. 2 really sick reactions in that team fight. Gets the ulti to dodge out on Hongq's combo, gets the flash to dodge out on Vampire, and to finish off that kill underneath the turret. And AL, yeah, I mean, even when things get messy, they are looking a cut above. Really good fight for them there, built from the pieces of a little bit of chaos. Shanks has a depth charge on top of him. He's going to flash to get a little more distance, and now they're out of tools. Bye-bye. Shanks is going to head out through the bottom lane, and nothing JDG can do about it.
If Junja had ultimate, he would have spent it, but doesn't have it for that play. Shanks does lose both of his summoner spells, but that almost feels like the best kind of reward we're going to get as JDG. Okay, we got his summoner spells, but can we actually, like, you know, maybe take all of his HP bar? Maybe we can get the shutdown that's attached to his head. That's 600 gold for us if we can accomplish that. You've got a minute and a half before that is essentially never going to come true, though, because he's almost done with his Rod of Ages. He's going to be level 14, level 15. He's going to be absolutely nuts in this game. And now we've got a Baron on the cards with a 2-item Varus with Edge of Night as well. This is going to be looking like a nigh impossible task here for JDG to break. And for AL, if you throw this game, then there is no hope in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like a learning game #1, right? So see what lessons you can take for yourself here and see what you can do to set yourself up better for game #2. But yeah, trying to find a way to get some of these juicy shutdowns definitely could be first step. There's 3 of them on the board. Tarzan, Shanks, and Hope. All valid options. Hope perhaps the easiest if you are able to catch him alone in a dark space, but so far has done a good job being able to keep himself safe. His Flash is still down for the time being. Same is true for Shanks. The Baron has been the focus for now. AL taking control of the top side. Tarzan just throws himself into a 1-versus-4.
Yeah,
the rest
brother.
of the team's here to back him up, though. Kyle in there with the Unbreakable Will. Hongq's forced back, but health bars for JDG are not getting much lower. Curtain Call opened up. I don't think Kyle's getting out of this one. That's some gold into Gala's pocket. Shanks, meanwhile, caught in a 1-versus-2 on the other side. Hongq and Xiaoshu with enough damage to take him down. There's one of those shutdowns we were just talking about. Xiaoshu cashes out with the gold, and JDG get themselves a couple for free.
It's looking slightly throwable, but not entirely. It's a small wiffle ball that we're throwing out there. Just take a little bit of pit and scold. Here's a shutdown onto Shanks. We knew he doesn't have Ghost or Flash from that last play, so a good line there from JDG, but I need to see a lot more if we're going to have any kind of room for us to come back here in this one. A topic that I was talking about during draft, this is a very expensive draft from both teams, right? A lot of really key champions we were talking about in pre-show, and just in general, very high priority going in. So especially if you're JDG, if you somehow find a way to win this game 1, you've gotten rid of Varus, Xin Zhao, and Alistar from the pool. I think those are all really, really high priority right now.
This is, yeah, I mean, Tarzan just doesn't expect 4 people to be in that bush, right? They have a control ward down.
He has to be punished one of these times. You can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice for AL if they had either their Ryze or their Rek'Sai in a position to actually pressure side lane for 4 people being in that bush, but not in the cards this time. They only lose a couple hundred of what is already a substantial gold lead. Not too much more than a bump in the road for AL at this stage, but you've got to show at least a little bit of respect here. JDG is capable of going for these kind of bush setups. They will just continue to try to clear out vision, continue to try to wrest control of the Baron. There is a control ward in there for JDG, keeping an eye on things for the time being. At side lane, though, still looking very Flandra favored as he is 2 items deep, as is Xiaoshu, but feels very good on this Rek'Sai, being able to kind of play assassin style up against that Rumble. Going to be able to keep this wave shoved in. Already has 3 plates on the inner turret.
Gordo, we can't be calling it quote-unquote assassin style. He has a Titanic and a Spear of Shojin. I refuse
I'm talking
to
about the
believe
kid,
this.
baby. I'm talking about the kid, all right?
No.
He's got an execute, man.
You know what? Fair. That's fair play. Fair play. Something that I will say to AL's detriment is they are a little bit short range, right? Like, it's not like JDG are going to be able to outhands them or potentially go a little bit further than them when it comes to engagements, but they are very reliant on this Xin Zhao walking forward, on Alistar being able to do so as well. So, in the meantime, still down 5,000 gold. There is a lot of gold in this season, just across objective bounties, turret plates being on everything. So, there are ways for JDG to get back into this, and they are starting to kind of crest some of those mounds, right? 2 items on almost every single one of their carries, and we are getting to a point in the game where, because there's not a large amount of dragon stacking, JDG can kind of coast for a little bit. It's kind of on AL to find things on the map, whether that be objectives or side plays, to generate a lead and get an advantage somewhere.
Absolutely. This is still 3rd Dragon, despite it being 25 minutes. It's not really been a Dragon-focused game thus far, but it's looking like it should go over to AL. Flandra gets the jump onto Xiaoshu here. Takes a little bit of damage for his troubles, but parties will just be backing away from each other for the time being. And I mean, that's a free Dragon to AL. JDG not really taking anything in trade. Instead, 5 members show up to the bottom side. They wave goodbye to their friend the Dragon, and they are done for. They return to whence they came.
Do you think Dragon has a memory?
I think each dragon is independent of every other dragon. I don't think it's the same dragon over and over again.
I like the idea that they kind of show up for their shift. You know, they clock in, they show up to whatever local studio that they're playing in or remote broadcast center, and they just kind of say, all right, I'm here to die on third spawn, fourth spawn. Especially if you're the dragon, if you're Hextech Dragon, you get, or if you're the soul for that game, you get more airtime.
Yeah, that checks out to me.
The epic monsters would probably stand to gain a lot if they unionized.
Yeah, I mean, if they could get themselves, like benefits, like if they could get a little bit of insurance if they get taken down.
I think Nasher needs some dental. So that totally.
He's got 3 mouths, dude. It's expensive. Anyway, somebody's going to be taking those 3 mouths at some point here before too long. Is Shanks starting off?
Oh, another thing. I miss the 3 different Barons we used to have. Even though you could not tell which one you were going to get in the game. They were all a little bit different, and I love that part. But we can go back to the game. I know there might be some people who are a little bit angry.
Listen, I don't mean to expose myself here, but
what's up?
I literally did not even realize they took it out. I just thought we were getting a hunting Baron every game. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm pretty sure it's still in the game because it's still in the game. It's still in the game, but I think they removed one of them because it was just not good. I don't remember.
Okay, wait, maybe I'm not cooked then. Maybe
you're not
maybe
cooked. Not yet, Unk.
Maybe there's hope for me yet. I was gonna say I thought that was still in the game. I still know the names of them. This is hunting Baron, I believe.
Correct. It's the one with the unicorn horn.
Yeah, it's the traditional Baron is hunting. The one with the wall is territorial, and the one with the cavern is all-seeing.
I think they did take all-seeing out of it. I can't remember the last time I saw. Oh, gets the cleanse. Not bad. We don't have any objectives to play for, and despite everything, despite all of the winning that AL did in the early game, despite all of the losing that JDG did for the last 27 minutes, they have stood resilient on their tier 2 turrets, and they have kept the gold lead stagnant. That means the game is not getting worse. It also means the game is not getting much better. But, you know, the game is relative. Gold tends to have more value later on in the game, but, you know, people get tankier as the game goes on as well. And we're starting to hit some decent breakpoints here, especially if Gala can get this Infinity Edge done in time.
Yeah, I mean, just looking for some item spikes on both sides, I think, before they try to pull too large of a trigger here. The scaling items fully online for Shanks at this stage. Tarzan just picked himself up a Guardian Angel. I think AL, they're confident in their ability to be winning as this game goes later and later, but I think they're going to try to pull the trigger on this Baron sooner or later as they find themselves in such a dominant position. Want to be able to close this one out before start to introduce a little bit more entropy into the game than they would like to by extending those death timers, especially when we know they haven't played exactly perfect this game. They have given up a couple of goofy things here and there. Let's see if this hunting Baron gets targeted at some point here. Well, these are the same control wards, I'm pretty sure, that have been here for like 10 minutes. So far, neither
they deserve
team
the
really
buff, the little twinkle that they get.
Yeah, the everlasting ward of something or other, some kind of adjective. But fight starting off. Here goes Tarzan jumping forward, gets a little bit of damage on Junja and Hongqiu, but no further engage to be found. AL back away, but they did win the Vision War. JDG losing sight of most of their topside jungle.
Yeah, but AL, that was fairly expensive, right? Like, that's a summoner spell out of Kyle, Shanks, and Flandra. I think most importantly, it sucks that Junja doesn't have his flash, but there's no teleport from Flandra anymore. So he not only misses out on what is a really big tank summoner spell. What's up?
Ward dead. Ward dead. It's gone.
Ah! Goodbye. Goodbye. You are no longer part of the everlasting club of wards. You've left the union, as we like to say. So, Flandra's not going to be able to match on sides, and he also doesn't have access to that big HP shield that you get this season. So, that is a pretty good trade from JDG, I will say. And again, gold is staying relatively the same, 6,000.
Taking out here, it is going to be Junja, not Roshan up. They throw down the equalizer. They have successfully cut off Hope, but he just fires a piercing arrow right through and finds its way onto Junja. Vampire isolated to take it down by Shanks. Tarzan got to get onto Gala, and it's a clean wipe for AL. 5-0 ace. They buy their time. They hold a 6K gold lead for 10 minutes, and now the game is over. Baron cashing out on any benefits he can get from his union this game, because he is not going down one time. AL close out the game without him. They're going to win game number 1.
Hey, Shanks hit 3 items. He activated the actualizer, and it turns out the game just ends. I didn't know they added that, but look, we're on 26-3, so it makes sense that they changed the item on this patch. But an amazing win here from AL. Strong early game, decent mid game. They didn't really stumble as many times as we saw them, and I mean, there was not to discredit JDG. They were definitely hunting for a few of those kills, but so many scenarios where members of AL walk away with blinking health bars.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, well-played game from AL, all said and done. It stalls out for a while there in the middle, but they're in control the whole way through. They're continuing to just suffocate JDG more and more and more. They do a good job of, stopping the bleeding. They stop giving up a greater and greater lead, but 6K is 6K. Even it's still going to be a pretty meaningful lead, even at 30 minutes, and eventually they're able to take their team fight. They win it out clean. Very, very well done by AL, and that's 4 games in a row where they have looked pretty much dominant from start to finish. Still looking like the best team in the LPL for right now.
Yeah, that is the bar we have to clear at this point for JDG is, can we actually beat them? And who is going to be the team that takes AL or pushes them the furthest? Because they are the team to beat here. It's AL versus everybody else. I think if you were to take odds on that, pretty good odds that AL would be winning the entire thing.
Yeah, and you got to look back to the early game. I know it feels like forever ago. That was a game that felt long because of how long we went with nothing going on. It wasn't exactly the LPL that was promised, but Hongkyu and Junja, just some baffling stuff around that second scuttle crab, right? Especially in a meta where that second scuttle has been such a point of emphasis for so many teams around the world. Hongkyu takes a baffling trade in mid, steps way too close to the rise. Junja kind of blabbers out a little bit, goes in to contest that crab a little too hard, and ends up going down 1v1 to Tarzan, and the game falls apart from there. I mean, maybe you get away with that stuff in the LCP, but not here in LPL playoffs, baby. AL take full advantage, and they find themselves the game win basically off that play.
Yeah, that was kind of the most egregious part of this game. It's like, oh, okay, well now our side lane doesn't really work. The Rek'Sai was already picked into the Rumble, so you got rid of all of the legs. And honestly, I could very easily see Flandre winning an MVP for this game. He did so much for this. I kind of hope they show the item builds, by the way, because I didn't see this during the game, but I got to catch it afterwards. Vampire had an Oblivion Orb as Nautilus. So just more things to stack on top of questions. If I'm top A, I'm going to be like, look, we're not going to worry about builds, guys, because you guys could have built anything that would not have solved our early game in this one.
Yeah, very likely true. Yeah, that is an Oblivion Orb. I see it. I don't know when he bought it, but it's in there.
Because Xiaoshu sold his.
Yeah.
Xiaoshu sold his Oblivion Orb, and they're like, guys, we need heal cut. It's like,
he gave it to Vampire. All right, he said, here, hold this. I need to finish my Bloodletter's curse.
He tossed it over. He's like, look, I'm a top laner. I don't care. You can have this, brother.
Yeah, you see what you can do with Riptide. All right, get that across the entire team.
Why is my Nautilus applying Grievous? Okay. All right. Yeah.
Well, this is the play in question, by the way. This is where Flandre just gets 2 kills for free. He gets a third a couple minutes later. It looks like we're not even going to show that one. And yeah, just at this point, at the time that this fight is taking place, they're already like 3K gold up, and then after this fight, they're like 6K gold up, and that's the game.
Just a solid game from AL. I think very few notes that I would give them. To just say, like, hey, like, we can change a couple of things. A lot of it was kind of micro, like, or just, hey, enemy team just happened to be in a position where we're there, but we're strong enough. They probably are feeling themselves when it comes to the gold lead there. So I'm really happy with what we got from AL. And again, Flandre is my running for MVP for this game at least.
I'm on board.
Really, really good play just individually. He was a little bit soft in what was the early game. Obviously, versus the Rumble, we didn't see too much get done. But that top fight and then the rest of the game, we saw exactly what we prescribed from draft, which was if you don't have flash, and even if you do, you always have to be worried about this Rek'Sai coming from an off angle and just completely mangling you with the, as we quoted, assassin champion Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna let that one go. All right, I'm
Nope,
pretty sure that's in the Riot tags somewhere, so I'm gonna stand by it. But Flandre, by the way, one of the premier Rek'Sai top laners that we have here in the LPL. This was his 7th game on it this season. And that's going to make it tied for his most played alongside the Scion. He loves this champion, and it's something that it was never at risk of going over to Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu doesn't really play it, and really great performance on it here in this game number 1. And now he still has access to stuff like his Scion coming into game number 2 if he wants to go for it. And that's another champion that he somehow had a dominant laning phase on against Cube in just the last series. So Flandre riding high in this playoff so far, and not slowing down.
I love our casters. Please give me my MVP. Please give us our MVP. And Coach Tabe, let's get a draft that's play. I don't even want to say the draft that's unplayable, but it's like obviously this team is something's going wrong. And I described it on the LPL English podcast, which you can catch on our YouTube channel. Is up from last week. We talked about that the magic of Hongq and Jinja was really the 5 players on CFO last year. And we can even see it over reflected in the LCP. That team is also still not doing well. It's going to be Tarzan. You can do very little wrong on the Win Now champion, so not all too shocking, but I do feel like our boy in the top lane was robbed. Anyway, yeah, Hongq and Jinja have not been the best duo so far, and they were ones that were supposed to come in as a duo that hadn't changed. They'd already played for an entire year. They should be one of the standout 2v2s. That really hasn't come to fruition even here in the playoffs.
Well, say what you will about those two in game number 1. They were on the same page. It was a bad page to be on, but they were
terrible.
They were linked up, baby. They were doing the same thing. So you got the synergy. Now maybe you just got to catch up to exactly what you want to see out of the performance here. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it in game number 2. It is a best of 5, so going to have at least 2 more chances. We'll see if JDG going to be able to fight their way back in here and keep this series competitive. We're going to throw it to a quick break here, but first things first, if you'd like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go towards upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee, link to the chat to unlock perks like early access to content like that LPL podcast, and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Thank you very much for everybody who supports us. And if you don't, consider visiting the coffee and dropping a little something. We'll see everybody after the break for game number 2 between Anyone's Legend and JD Gaming. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of LPL here on LPL English, where anyone's legend are up 1-0 over JD Gaming. Looking like they are still the top seed in the LPL playoffs, and they are still the team to beat here in the first split of the year. Like, they might be going to first stand. I know we're getting a little ahead of ourselves there, Ulk, but nobody able to challenge AL in these playoffs so far. They had a clean 3-0 in the quarterfinals and a clean game number 1 here in the semis.
And it was also like they had the clean stuff and their opponents made mistakes. So it's kind of just putting all the weight on one side of the scale. I have yet to see so far tonight a JDG that is going to give me very much confidence, but that is why we play a best of 5. That is why we're going to have hopefully a bit of a longer series here. And that is just my hope. I really am looking forward to a JDG that's going to be competitive, especially, again, we keep talking about it, I'm sure everybody at home is as well, the Tabe Bowl needs to continue. It is a long-standing tradition. You got to beat up on some of your former teammates if you can.
Yeah, I definitely want a little bit more of a series here tonight. If it's going to be the Tabe Bowl, you got to feed into our narrative a little bit here. I want to see Tabe able to challenge his old team. Yeah, like, help us help you, brother. I want him to be able to show back up here, take some licks, go back and forth with his former team, show that, both parties were contributing back and forth. He got so much credit for this team last year, kind of rising above what a lot of folks' expectations were for them. And AL, an org that has just historically not been able to find that kind of competitive success, to elevate them to the level that they're at now was such a big deal. And the fact, it's great for them that they're able to continue the success post-Tabe, but come on, man, keep it competitive. You can't just blow right past them and leave them in the dust. It's not nearly as fun.
It's not fun for us, but I'm sure for them, they're like, hey, you just got 3-0'd. Congrats, brother. We'll see you in the playoffs. Maybe if you're AL and you can completely knock them out of the entirety of these playoff brackets, you're just like, oh well, maybe you can try it at MSI, JDG. Maybe I'm able to see you there. But until then, yeah, I need to see some kind of step up from this mid jungle. Obviously, Vampire also a little bit more missing here in this game than we would have liked, but from the angles that we saw, it really was kind of hard for him to not only get involved, but to make a meaningful amount of difference, even with the Oblivion Orb in his back pocket. So maybe a bot lane duo that's going to give them some more agency, because one of the things that I will say for AL is that they do tend to have Kyle move around the map, fixing side lanes, fixing vision for them, and from what I have seen anyway from Gala and Vampire, they like to play more of the 2v2s where support is attached to your AD carry, where you are shadowing him on mid waves and protecting him more often.
Definitely agree. Yeah, you've seen them play a lot more of the real lane-dominant duos. They've played, like, the Lucian Nami a little bit more. You got to see them play stuff like the Ashe Seraphine, which is starting to rise up in priority a little bit more. I got to see Kalista Renata from them in just the last series. That came out pretty early. And then as they get deep into Fearless and have to start kind of scraping at some of the less popular duos in the current meta, they're going back to stuff like Zyra Khan, the old reliables. So I completely agree with you there, and I want to see more of that out of Gala and Vampire. Handshaking, maybe not necessarily handshaking, but going for the Jhin Nautilus in game number 1. Maybe a little bit off theme for them, at least from what they were able to find success with in their previous match. Would like to see them move away from that, and lucky for us, they have no choice but to move away from that. Thank you, Fearless Draft. So let's see what the plan is for this game number 2. Is old traditional picks, Azir and Orianna, going to be the first 2 bans. It does look like it is going to be JDG with first pick this game and AL on the blue side.
So what is our priority here for JDG? Because last game, he was getting the Pantheon. We banned a lot of those champions. Remember, we were talking about the Jarvan and the Poppy being taken away by JDG early. They're going to go for the Vi. I do think it's a little bit of more of a mistake. We've only seen Tarzan play a single game of Vi all split long, and that was in their Game 3 versus WE. And I think this is a champion that, especially for Jinja, it's his most played across the entire split so far. So kind of, again, focusing a lot on the pools of our 2 junglers, and I think this is to the detriment of JDG.
Definitely do agree with you there. We do have the Vi ban coming on through, continuing to try to limit some of Tarzan's options. I wonder if we're going to see that Poppy ban come through again. It's a little bit of a unique pick, maybe more unique for the jungle for Tarzan than it is for many teams. A lot of teams putting that in support these days, but Tarzan's still big fan of what he can get done in the early games here, and there goes that ban. It will continue to take that option away from him. Do still think there's plenty of great options available, though. The Jarvan in particular, one that I'm keeping my eyes on, could be first pickable, and AL recognizes that, and they're going to ban it away.
So what are we looking for here? There's no Rumble, there's no Varus anymore. We're taking Aurora, which is notably a flex between these two laners, but we haven't seen Xiaoshu play it so far this split. So imagine this is going to be going over to Hongqiu. Aurora has definitely changed her identity, as we've seen first. She went from this massively big burst mage in 2025 to some of her damage being taken away, especially in her passive. So she is much more passive reliant than she used to be. And we're immediately getting a response of the Yunara Lulu, which there's not too many fighter junglers left to pair up with the Lulu. So I wonder what the options are here for Tarzan.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, a lot of the fighters taken off the board. The Trundle falling down people's priorities list. There's not really any kind of tanks to try to abuse with it. I mean, I wonder if you just snap up Flandra's Scion here. It's not the best matchup up against the Aurora, assuming that Xiaoshu is willing to play that. Could also go for something like the Ambessa. I mean, that could be for Tarzan in the jungle. It could be flexed. You get the opportunity to keep that alive. Could also just snap up Victor here, perhaps assuming that it's going to be Hongqiu on the Aurora. Feels good about that matchup, but the flex is still alive and well.
That's a dangerous pick. I think that's AL showing a little bit of confidence here. Me personally, yeah, the lane might be good for Victor, but you're going into a late game, you're going to be playing against Ashe Seraphine. We need to see frontline, and this is where I think JDG can be really smart in their bans. You know that there's not going to be a tank engage from bottom lane, at least from the support position, so Scion has to be at the front of your mind. You also have to start thinking about other champions, kind of like the Cassante or even the Renekton later on. Yes, they both are a little bit weaker to, again, this bottom lane duo, but who's blocking for these champions? Mikhail's is going to be really big value here for Kyle later on, but I think that JDG yet again have a draft where they have options, and especially early on, they have plenty of tools to be able to work through.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Shank's comfortable on the Victor for certain, but yeah, it feels like there's about as many opportunities to punish it as there's ever going to be, and definitely wants to just snap up these control mages while they're up and available, though. Doesn't want to risk them getting pinched further. Guess likes what they offer alongside the Yunara Lulu, and likes what they offer into a squishy trio already coming through here for JDG. The Scion for Flandre going to get banned away. There goes the Nocturne. There goes the Gnar as additional potential options. And AL clearly not buying the potential for this Yunara to be, this Aurora to be flexed up towards the top lane, thinking that it's going to be for Hongqiu and continuing to ban options away from Xiaoshu.
This looks like we're trying to prep for Renekton. I mean, Gnar ban. Now there's a Yorick on as well. Kind of feels like that's the angle that we're shooting for here from AL. Again, versus Ashe, she can try to keep you strung along with her slows. All right, so still, I think that this Seraphine-Ashe combo, which we've been seeing rise up in priority, really has a ton of value. Now we need the front line and the engage to be able to follow behind it. I think Wukong actually gets so much value here in this game for JDG, especially from a 2v2 perspective, but even from a team fight. And then top lane, you really have your pick of the litter. You're going into Renekton. You can just go ahead and slam something like the Jax we've seen from Xiaoshu. Always up and available for them. We are going for a Yone top into Renekton. This is tough.
I mean, I wonder if this is just Yone mid with the Aurora top. I think a lot
of
folks
that's probably more
are
true.
willing to play the Aurora into the Renekton. I think you're just capitalizing on the flex. And then here's this Maokai. Maokai buffed on the latest patch that we aren't playing on, correct?
Yes, but it is buffed on 26.3. This is the...
Okay.
If I remember correctly, 26.3 is the patch that they gave him overall Q damage, and then this patch on 26.4 is the monster damage. So he's not as broken as he could be.
He's got the Q damage, not the monster damage.
Yeah,
all well and
you
good.
know. Yeah.
Junja, but still, it's the old classic. The good counter to this, though, is the Silas, and that's going to get snapped on up for Tarzan in the jungle, baby. I love to see it. Tarzan busting out something a little bit spicy. You save him R5 jungle, not R5 jungle, B5 jungle, sucking pick 5 jungle. We got to change that terminology around. We got to refine that. It's already been almost a whole split. Tarzan makes it work with last pick jungle, grabs the Sylas. This is going to be so good with everything here, honestly. You're up against Seraphine Maokai. The fact that you're willing to that you get the opportunity to lock in Sylas here, absolutely nuts. You gotta believe that Tabe wasn't ready for this one.
You're saying Seraphine, I'm saying Ashe. Like I get to take the Ashe ultimate at any
sure.
time. Yeah.
I'll say Aurora too. These are all good ultimates.
Hell yeah, I'll take all of these. This is going to be a really interesting game. Again, the early I am expecting for JDG to be able to take control of these lanes, the 2v2 in bottom lane. Seraphine isn't as dominant as other ranged carries, so I'm actually imagining that Yunara and Lulu should be able to get priority early on, but after we get a couple of recalls in, JDG need to play fast and they need to be really aggressive because they don't have the same front line that their opponents do, and Seraphine's healing doesn't really kick on until 2 and 3 items and once she gets a few levels.
Yeah, definitely. I think those new Enchanter items, really beneficial to Seraphine as well as the Lulu. Really gives them very strong scaling options. But like you said, the Lulu in those early laning phases is going to feel really, really good. And just the synergy that it provided with the Yunara does give you these really quick burst angles despite the reliable lockdown that you can get from an Ashe-Seraphine duo. So this is going to be an interesting lane to keep an eye on. Gala and Vampire do get one of their
Is he here? Maybe he knew. Maybe the JDG fan chant leader knew this is a scheduled loss. He just had a feeling. Maybe he was just not excited about the team. He's like, we'll get him later. I'll come for one of our elimination games in the lower bracket.
Potentially. It's yeah, I mean it's been a tough game #1 for them. Crazy to hear how much support AL's gotten for themselves here. They're definitely the fan favorite in the arena right now, at least from what's coming through on our end of the audio. Fandom getting behind this AL team and what they've been able to show so far this season, and there's a lot to like. 8-2, best record in the LPL.
I mean, you've got one of the most legendary players in Flandra, right? Like, this guy, massively beloved, playing for an incredibly long time, super storied individually, so it's not all too surprising to see him, garner a fandom and grab at least some fan chants for the Orc, who has really started to rise up ever since they brought Tabe in all the way back in 2024, 2025, obviously. They then have a massive resurgence as one of the best teams from this region. Junglers already, I mean, Tarzan goes for 3 camps. He gets spotted by the Hawk Shot and takes an immediate recall so he can get himself a Dark Seal. That's some pretty interesting tech, even though he is about a camp behind from Jinja. It's not going to be too impactful for now anyway.
Definitely. Now, just going to be catching this wave as it comes on into him. The man himself, making sure that he's going to try to not fall too far behind to the range versus melee matchup and look to secure his moments on this Renekton. Opposite side starts for the junglers, means that they will successfully exchange scuttlers. Tarzan been married to his topside scuttler for the series so far. Looks like he's going to secure himself another one. Jinja a little bit faster on the clear for the Maokai, going to be able to secure a little bit of deep vision, make sure that keeps his tabs on where Tarzan is clearing towards. Let's see how this early pick Victor pays off for Shanks, because we had a lot of doubts about it.
I was very worried when you kind of see an Aurora, an Ashe, and especially with a Maokai in the game. So it's going to be worrisome as Victor. You don't have a ton of frontline either. It's really just Flandra who's there to tank it for you. But if Shanks goes the build that I think he's going to go, which is probably going to be like Rod of Ages, Seraphs, he's going to be very tanky, and that means that he usually won't get dealt with very early on. So if that's not the build, then I'm kind of interested to see what Shanks is going to do to maybe fix some of his later game queries that we have about his survivability going into this champion. But already has a small advantage for himself. He's already done some pretty decent damage onto Honkyu early on. Now with this first back coming on through, I wonder if that changes the matchup in any meaningful way here for the Yone.
Find out. So far been pretty nice for Shanks, and Honkyu getting a little bit set behind on his timer as well, taking a little bit of a tempo hit as Tarzan did interrupt that recall, hunt him down a little bit. Just had a few free moments to be able to roam around and be a thorn in the side of this Yone, and you know what? It's still paying off for this Victor here. These pre-level 6 doing a good job of being able to find successful trades and being able to control the status of the wave just a little bit more, thanks to his additional time in lane. Of course, Vampire and Gala going to be able to find the push in this bottom lane pretty consistently on that Ashe Seraphine duo. Double high notes will do that for you.
How is he supposed to play this lane, man? Like, just Shanks is kind of walking him here. Like the Q shield that he gets. Also, he's using Summon Airy to be a little bit more aggressive. The matchup that I'm really focused on, aside from these guys, is top lane. We did highlight this as our head-to-head going in, and not really to shout, like, it wasn't Xiaoshu who got bodied in the matchup in game number 1, but I'm really worried about Aurora here in this draft. I don't think that she usually, because of the changes to her kit, she's not as burst heavy, and Renekton is super, super tanky early on. I mean, he already has no Magic Mantle and D-Shield, and he's not really that far behind. He's probably like 3 minions behind this Aurora right now. So he's going to have access to Dominus. I don't think there's a solo kill ever happening in this lane for the rest of the game now.
Shanks did just drop Ultimate in mid, I think, just to clear out the wave a little bit faster.
Yeah.
He's really tempo concerned in this matchup. Just wants to get that lost chapter, get back to lane, not miss out on any minions. Junja is already 6 before the second scuttle, so good stuff by Junja. Must have sapped a little bit of lane XP there, and I do think that's going to give him the power to just kind of control this second scuttle and secure himself for it. Usually you're fighting for the second scuttle to get level 6, but I guess if you get level 6 first, you just get the scuttle for free.
May I point to you that they did get the first dragon, so that would have given him experience to be able to grab
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
the level 12, so Tarzan's going to get level 6 now. He can steal the Nature's Grasp if he really wants it, but Shanks is a bit trapped. Like, Honkyu has him stuck on this side.
Yeah, they just can't do the damage, so just kind of flexing on each other a little bit here. Nice dash from Honkyu. Will guarantee him a solid little trade. But yeah, I mean, like you said, it's tough when he just keeps siphoning power on you. Meanwhile, looks towards the bottom lane for both junglers. Tarzan wants a brawl with Junja's Maokai. Vampire going to be the first one on in here. Kael trying to find a little bit of harassment. They're going to exchange Nature's Grasp. Tarzan falling lower and lower, though. Can he use the Kingslayer to get a little bit health back? Both AD carries fighting back and forth. Hope wins the one-on-one. Tarzan dives in and cleans house. 3-0 AL. They do it again.
It's just like last game, but at least this time, AO got their bottom lane involved. Split up Seraphine early is extremely useless. And look, versus the Lulu, you're going to have your work cut out for you if you are Vampire. He had very little to offer that. I kind of want to see what happens between our 280 carries, because while this is all going on, Tarzan and Junja are kind of fighting 1v1. Vampire uses his W, he uses his heal. Look at Gala. Gala's not able to walk up anywhere near, and this is also in the middle of minions.
Yeah, the Nature's Grasp from Tarzan finds its way onto him for that little bit of extra damage, that little bit of extra edge. And Tarzan just cleans up. Let's go. Helper pretty happy about that one. We'll walk away with that win.
Helper's like, we won a 3v3 like that. Okay, sure.
We did it again.
Yeah. Hey, who said it was just the grubs that was ruining the game? No, we just do it ourselves here in the bot lane.
That's what I'm telling them in scrims every week, man. Just win all of your fights, start the game 3-0, and it's a lot easier from there.
What was the point of even playing the scrimmages, guys? I get it. I'm surprised that JDG are not willing to trade for what is the grubs on top side. We're seeing a picture-in-picture replay. There's that Dominus. Does mean that Flandre does lose his flash, but Xiaoshu has to do the same. But Sylas can't hijack the Nature's Grasp again, at least for a while here. So surprised that we're not going to try to fight this.
Ooh, there's going to be a combo coming through onto Oak. He is going to be chunked down. He advances forward, gets the growth on top of Kael, and Gala forced to flash defensively, but here comes Junja with the Nature's Grasp, blocked away by Kael, but Hope's got nowhere left to go. He's going to fall on down.
Let's go, Kael.
Down to the turret, though. Nice dodge with a twisting advance. Junja stays alive, and Kael is not able to get anything back for his marksman.
look at what AL are getting across the map. I will take that as AL. You got the flash out from Gala, so that will be something that happens when we talk about the Dragon in minute and a half. And while they'll get plates for this bottom side, you just gave over a lot of gold, not only to this Victor, but now Silas, who picks up all 3 grubs here in this fight. So as long as we can get someone else on a turret, if we can maybe usher Shanks later in the game to pick up one of these outer turrets, suddenly AL are going to springboard themselves pretty nicely, and they have a lot of good tools to be able to play with for this next objective.
Ooh, there's the Chaos Storm coming on through, on towards Hongq, and AL continue to find themselves advantages in this early game, and I mean, they've been advantaged against JDG each time they've encountered each other in a best-of-5 all time, as we were talking about a little bit pre-game here. As we have a little bit of peace in this top lane. I don't think Xiaoshu's going to chase Blanca all the way down. Hongq takes a big chunk. He is all good. Now we can talk about AL versus JDG in best-of-5s.
Yeah, they've only played twice, mostly because AL before 2024 was kind of a nothing burger org. Obviously, they did take over the slot from Rogue Warriors originally, but last year they played in 2 best-of-5s, and one of them was a 3-0. So not all that surprising to see that AL, at least in recent history in best-of-5s, we've never seen JDG beat this team in these kinds of series. So it'll be a really big surprise if JDG can actually do it, especially with the form that we've not only seen from them this year, but even just tonight by itself. It is already looking like AL are still keeping it pushing when it comes to their level of play. They're setting up a bot lane dive here. This is the encore here for Tarzan. No flash.
Nice connect onto Gala. They are going to start off the dive onto him. Nobody in a great position to be able to tank, though. Doesn't seem to matter. Gala falls down, stunned up by the gravity well, but now Tarzan caught up inside the enemy jungle. He will lose his life for that. It is a 1-for-1 thus far as AL try to retreat. Kyle already a little bit low, though, going to get blown up by one of those saplings, and a flash encore from Vampire will lock down 2. Hope falls down as well. Junja forces the flash out of Shanks, and JDG even up the kills, close to even up the gold. They're alive in this game, Alk.
Wow, Gala dies. I was positing that because Ashe lost flash on that trade, that would have been good for them, but AL spend way too much time. A great defense from JDG. They don't even lose any plates. They'll get all of these flash, the flash from Shanks, and now they get the dragon. They get at least 2 dragons here. JDG are feeling good as AL essentially spent their entire advantage there trying to kill this Ashe.
Yeah, and you know what? Junja's shown this game the tree's still got legs, right? Having real good success in those bot lane dives earlier on. Maybe not looking the best in the one-on-one up against Tarzan Silas for that first fight, but since then, he's had great impact and really good positioning on the saplings there. Really good job in that team fight to be able to just utilize the kit of the champion to be able to find yourself some success, find those powerful punishes on towards AL, and that's always been where this champion has excelled as a jungler.
Gordon, I don't know how you feel about the Maokai champion, but I'm not excited for this champion to come back in competitive. I was really happy with where the meta is. Like, we got to see Kiana, and then, you know, like, there was the threat of Jace, there was Poppy and everything, but Maokai is incredibly boring. Here we go.
Uh-oh. Here he goes again. Nature's Grasp finds its way on towards 1, but Tarzan returns fire. Here comes the Fate sealed over the wall. Hongq getting himself involved. Down goes Tarzan. Gala gets himself a double kill. Hope forced off of the play, and JDG, for the first time this series, will take the lead.
The only reason this play isn't massively going in favor of JDG in terms of gold is because they had already set up squeezing Gala and Vampire off of the minion wave. That's why they were playing in between the turrets there, not only to try to screen them, but maybe get a little bit more turret plates because of their 3 grubs. But now with multiple kills going over to Gala, them having time to the wave, Gala's already completed his lane quest. Hope hasn't, and you're playing this Yunar Lulu, you want to be on top of that quest. You can get so much gold and play this really strong style with a 2 and 3 item AD carry. 2 dragon stacking as well. JDG are, after a bit of a slower early game, picking it up. They're getting warmed up on the stage.
Indeed they are. And Hongq with a nice play over the wall there, gets into the play, gets himself on the board, starting to scale up on this Yone. That's what they need. They need Junja and Hongq awake and alive in this game. Don't do it to him again. Don't do it to him again. Oh my god.
That's beautiful. That's
Gala's
just
gonna rage quit on stage, bro.
Knowing how muscular he is, he might just like stand up and walk over to Flandre. He's gonna be like, I see you have K-tape, brother. Don't mess with me, okay?
Oh,
Honk you. He's got the mini wave, should be fine.
I don't know about that. Does get himself taken down. Nature's Grasp, a hell of a drug, holds him still for long enough. They guarantee the gravity well off of that one, and down goes Honkyu for the first time this game. Shanks up 2-0 now, well on his way towards getting his upgrades. You'll love those early kills on the Victor just to get yourself fully decked out with all of the features Victor has to offer.
I love Victor Bucks. I don't know what Riot was doing when they were on their kick of just having every champion have its own internal currency. They like rework Syndra to have her Syndra Bucks.
They've all got
Victor,
their own wingdings.
Yeah, so we're going to maybe see if we can make a play. It looks like for Honkyu, this is just to try to hopefully equalize the lane matchup. Shanks still has no flash, and yeah, for now, they're just going to grab themselves some more turret plates. I think that's an okay trade, even with Honkyu dying previously.
Yeah. Now Honkyu going to get himself some additional turret plates, too. He's looking just fine as he tries to scale into this game. Despite how rough some of that early laning was looking, he's not really at much of a deficit at all. Couple hundred gold here, pretty much even in CS. He's able to get himself another kill that'll disappear before long. It's just 1 or 2 waves separating him, and he's already got the Blade of the Ruined King. So pretty nice stuff for him, given how impactful he should be able to be in this later game. This is basically a dream team comp for the Yone. So much lockdown available from the rest of the crew, the Seraphine ultimate, the Maokai ultimate. Really, really do so much to be able to set up for huge fate seals. Is what you're hoping for here, to really be able to flex the muscle that the Yone affords you and make up for some of the DPS loss you suffer with a little bit of a more utility-focused marksman like the Ashe.
I feel bad for Flandre because historically the Renekton matchup into Yone should be fine, but because he was playing into Aurora, he opted in for Merc Treads. And so Yone actually just kind of eats him alive in side lanes now for a little bit. This is supposed to help Flandre this is supposed to help Shanks as he's laning into the Aurora. He can deal with some of her poke and her damage early on with his shield. So it's bad for the Renekton, but right now for AL, their focus is just get Shanks and Hope to 2 and 3 items, and I think we're going to be fine. A bit of a ticking time bomb as we get ready for this dragon here. Vampire is going to have the Diadem of Souls soon, and once that comes online, Seraphine is going to have infinite healing in long fights, which that alongside a Maokai and this Yone is going to be a pretty big nightmare to deal with.
Uh-oh, Junja just caught a little bit with his pants down here. Doesn't have the rest of the squad there to back him up. Quick on his feet to dodge the abduct. If Tarzan hits that E, it very well might be a dead Junja. He dodges that one from Fog pretty quick, does the back step. You gotta give him credit there, but it's not going to do much to save this dragon. Does go over to AL, stops the stacking, and Junja already threw out the Nature's Grasp. They're looking for a little bit of violence here. They do find Shanks. He has to cleanse, dodges away from 2 ultimates in 1. Now here comes the ultimate from Tarzan, gets to the Encore. Return Encore from Vampire, lands onto more people, but doesn't do more to win the fight as Tarzan's still brawling right in his front line. Flash in from Flandre, finds one execute, dives through on towards Vampire, chucking away at his health bar with the Dominus, and Junja and Vampire on slivers of HP, getting circled by Shanks and Flandre. Will they be able to close this out? Kael's en route. They don't want to let these fish go, and I don't think they're going to be able to get away.
Yeah, Junja has no HP. Kael's here, and they're still pushing on top side. Let's just get our 2v2. Let's go ahead and take our turret as well. Let's all wave and smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Yeah, Vampire getting lower and lower. Flandre falling low. They do clean up the kills. It is at the cost of Flandre's life.
Oh, wait a minute.
It might be at the cost of Shanks, too. They took a little too long. Gala came back, and Gala gets some revenge. It's a 2 for 2 in the bottom.
That's not that bad. AL did still grab the dragon at the end of that, and they're still getting Herald. So while this game is a bit more back and forth, I would say that I'm still in favor of AL. It feels like they're the ones that are making the right decisions at the right time, and JDG are more often than not having to pick off stragglers and picking off AL when they decide they want to go for an extra play after they've already committed so much.
Whoa, Tarzan with the stolen away Fate Seal, looking to keep the fight going out of Honkyu. Honkyu wants this 1 versus 2, and he's going to regret it very quickly. Hope melts him with the full Yunara combo, and there goes Hongq. AL, another +1 on the play.
That was JDG. That was Hongq saying, hey, I could, like you mentioned, I want to go for a +1. I want to go, hey, let's try to find a skirmish between you in the 1v2. As soon as the Shanks flash is here, this should have been all out, but Tarzan tries to make do, gets a massive last-second encore onto Gala, who, by the way, had flash this entire time. Loses it and still loses his life for this play. Wild Growth ends up being massive for this team, and, I mean, honestly, the flanking Renekton got more done than Xiaoshu did on this play. And we'll keep going through the... Oh, we're not going to go through the replay. Thank you. The observers are doing better. We're not having 6 replays in a row. We're not going for a mega extended one. Just get right back to live. I love it.
I mean, you can't blame Xiaoshu for that fight, right? I think that was about as good of a between worlds as he could get. His Ashe was already down. Gala needed to flash that flash encore, I'm just saying. I mean, maybe didn't expect the range to reach quite that far. Doesn't extend through anybody, so maybe you're thinking it's about the fizzle. It's, yeah, I mean, it was right on the edge. That ability, if you don't extend it through a champion, it's not that long range. Everybody thinks Encore has a billion range because it's usually passing through some champions en route to its final destination. Didn't happen there, but still does find its way on towards Gala. And he's going to need to stop that. You need to not see these carries.
Legendary take from Gordo.
Anytime,
do not get hit by spells.
I got a million of them, all right? I could coach AL if I keep calling out right there. Win the fights, 3v3 at level 3. Don't get picked off.
Okay.
I got a million of these.
Gordo, how come Heartstuck Casterlo has never won? I mean, with knowledge
we've won
like this,
plenty of individual games.
I don't see
also,
any
Quax's coach,
see no
all right? I have to play, all right? It's not my fault. It's Quax's coach, okay?
All right. Look, he's almost masters, so you guys have very little excuse. Anyway, we don't have to talk about the escapades of you guys going on. We have a dragon spawning in a minute here. We did see a play while we were going through that of Gala trying to send an Ashe arrow onto Shanks on the side lane, but we're going to be walking into an objective here, Gordo, where almost all of the flashes for AL are going to be up. JDG might be in that same boat, so it's going to have to be as good as possible. We still don't have the diadem, and he actually went for the Mikhails that I was talking about earlier. And I think that this fight comes down to the solo laners here for JDG. If they're going to have any chances of winning, I need to see Hongq on this almost two items, Yone, to make something happen. Otherwise, it feels like the pick has not really gone our way, and JDG really do need a soul stacking objective to try to get them this game.
Ooh, Tarzan, nice positioning on the Nature's Grasp there, but Xiaoshu, he's got enough mobility in his kit. His champion came out in the last couple of years, so he's able to get his way out of the Nature's Grasp in time. Does cost him everything in the champion kit. Doesn't have to blow the flash, though, crucially. Little rocket belt into between worlds will make his way out to safety, and the Dragon going to start off by JDG at the same moment. I like this. They should be able to get themselves a soul point.
They'll finish it, but do they even get it? I mean, they're losing so much in mid right now. They're losing the Herald. The Herald just took down mid-tier 1. AL have complete control of the lane, and then they're going to take a second turret here. So it comes down to this objective in 5 minutes. It's a 1,500 gold lead here for Hope. You've got minor leads in all the other lanes, except for bottom lane, especially in the support position, as Vampire is really turboed in terms of the income. But JDG, they lose a lot. Now it's kind of an all-or-nothing gamble on what is going to be a dragon spawning in 4 minutes. Definitely.
Chemtech Soul give them a little bit of help, especially on some of these champions like the Maokai. Does in the Yone serves them well because they want to continue brawling to the last breath. But yeah, I mean, that's a lot of gold off that inner turret as well. AL take themselves back up to a 2.5K gold lead. JDG looking to continue their objective dominance, though. They want to be able to try to pressure up towards this top side. They want to be able to secure some vision in the river. They did get themselves that Scuttler. AL taking their turn here, moving up through mid lane. They're going to try to wrest some vision control back for themselves, see if they can take control of the JDG jungle, stop their approach into Baron, maybe even force a blind face check at some point in the near future. Landra, 2-level advantage over Hongq. It's a nice little trade.
Landra, dude, he's so young. Let him play the game. brother. You have like 3x the career this kid has. You don't have to do it to him like that. It's playoffs, I guess. Man, I'm just stuck because we talked about some of the scaling elements of this JDG draft, and AL will always be incredible, especially now Infinity Edge done here for Hope. But this is why I hate Maokai in competitive. He has the most turbo broken kit when it comes to pro play. He has free ward coverage, free objective control when it comes to his E and his ultimate. It's non-committal, so if you miss everything like this, you can go for it.
Double Fate sealed found here by Honkyu, and he's
dead.
gonna lose his life for it. Down he goes to Hope's damage, chasing him down through the Soul Unbounded. Tarzan looking for some more. Locks down Junja, forces the flash over the wall, and no Yone means map control to AL.
Now they can just take whichever side lane they want. It looks like right now it's going to be them focusing on this bot lane tier 2. More gold. They're going to open up a 4,000 gold lead after they grab this turret. Xiaoshu's walking. He's level 16 on this Aurora, but there is so little for JDG to do. This last pick of the Sylas is getting so much value. And unfortunately there for Gala, the Enchanted Crusader is not going to be able to land on anyone either. It is now getting to that point in the game where we talked about them last game, the desperation starting to kick in. We're 2 minutes before Dragon, and we just lost Flash on our jungler. It's getting less and less likely that we see JDG pick up the second game.
Yeah, Honkyu, again, just kind of looks for an aggressive angle there. His second item, QSS, does not save him in that particular case. He gets chased down through the Soul Unbound, and now going to find himself at 1-4, not having the kind of performance you dream of here, and he needs to be able to be a major damage source here. Gala's 2k gold behind, even if he wasn't. 3 items on the Ashe is not quite comparable to 3 items on the Yunara in regards to raw DPS. And the Maokai damage is going to start to fall off as time goes on. He's going to build more tanky. He's going to try to play frontline for the rest of the squad. Aurora going to help you out a little bit in that department, but I mean, AL just finding really, really great fight angles, and Tarzan with, again, just a full Swiss Army knife of ultimates available to him. There's always good options in pretty much every engagement, and he's done a great job of finding good fights with them so far.
All right, second item here for Honkyu. Let's see if you've got it, brother. You're level 15 on the Yone. It's looking grim, but if you're AL, you're looking. This is great. This is sunny days, good futures, bright skies. Looking out for you guys. I have seen very few big mistakes, and a lot of them have been, again, AL going for a +1 on a play. We just won a big team fight. Let's go for some more. Junja, no flash here. He has 2 levels down in jungle.
And he's just up million miles in the river. Will get picked off. Tarzan finds him. Tarzan takes him down. It's a 4v5 with Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. AL, blood in the water, wants some more. Flandra flashes forward, thinks he can take on the bot lane single-handedly, and he might just be able to do so. Honkyu gets the knockback onto 2, but Shanks flashes over the wall. It's frontline Victor looking to tear through JDG, and they will do so. Double kill to Shanks, 4 members down. AL about to secure themselves the Dragon, and they take themselves a 6k gold lead.
AL just completely stomped this game out. I mean, they lost some of those Dragons early. It was a quieter early game, but JDG just fall apart at the seams in these big moments here. Honkyu had a lot of pressure on him. You are a mid lane import. You are coming into the LPL, especially as an LCP import. A lot of eyes and a lot of scrutiny are going to be on you. And him and Junja have just not looked good so far. This is an amazing combo from Tarzan, showing off not only why he was the MVP, but last year why he was the most impressive jungler in the entire region. This guy was turning heads. He was one of the best carries. He had the most versatile pool. They can't even stop the Baron at this point. AL is looking unstoppable here in this best of 5.
It was a closer early game, but the mid game goes AL's way yet again, as they find punish after punish onto the LCP duo from JDG. It's just positioning error after positioning error, and don't think I forgot about you, Gala. He's got one in his boat as well this game. It's just JDG with sloppy play around the mid game, not finding themselves in safe positions, not finding themselves with the necessary backup, not observing the buddy system and letting themselves get isolated and picked on off by a team comp that's got plenty of ways to do that to them.
And let's not only give criticism to JDG and the play that's going on in the Rift, but also, I think eyes and some of the blame does fall onto Tabe, right? Like, you're supposed to be this legendary coach, one of the best the LPL has ever produced, and so far with a team that I wouldn't say is packed with superstars, but definitely has a lot of potential and should be top of the region. They have a lot of mid-game scenarios that are, frankly, quite disturbing. So, yeah. I don't know what's going on backstage. You also have Coach Zoom, formerly a top laner in the league, helping out with Xiaoshu, but we need to figure out something that's going to be helping us. Maybe just draft more early game, but like, we do nothing here.
Yeah, that's 3 ultimates used to get Tarzan to a 3rd HP, and he's just going to walk away. So they hold for now. They stop their top lane inhibitor turret from falling down. They break the siege for the time being, but they don't do anything to meaningfully claw themselves back to the game either. JDG, no objectives for a while. They get a little bit of time just to farm on up, but yeah, they're kind of hoping and praying at this stage, Alec. The gold lead's a bit out of control.
Am I ever... Oh, I'm going to see Diadem of Souls. Okay, I've been waiting for this one. I'm so obsessed with items, mostly just because we have so many cool interactions in the game, especially with items, but the Enchanter items this season are really broken, but I just don't think it's going to really matter, at least in this scenario, right? Like, we have 3-item Seraphine. It's going to have to be something, but when you're an Enchanter and you're enchanting your carries who are either behind or just not able to find those kills, it kind of falls upon deaf ears. So Flandra's pushing in mid. They still have this Baron for another 15 seconds, and if JDG get nothing here, they're going to keep getting squeezed across the map.
That's exactly what's happening here. Flandra gets more and more plates, more and more gold. My man's level 19. And Xiaoshu 17, and here comes an encore. They think they've got themselves a little bit of a pick here. Chain CC comes through onto Hope. He face tanks it for a while, but will eventually drop down to Gala. And now it's 5 versus 4 in JDG's favor. Can they push for more? Just one pick. Again, they break the siege, but they lost the mid lane inhibitor turret. They haven't really slingshotted themselves back in the game in any meaningful way, but they cannot find a follow-up team fight. Too much disengage from the rest of AL. They get themselves out.
And there was another 3 ultimates used to just finally get one pick. And that was through Kyle giving him his ultimate, Kyle also healing him up and using his Mikhail. So a lot burned from JDG to just get a single one. The shutdown's nice, but I need to see more. Every dragon for the last 5 minutes for the last 10 minutes has been soul point here for JDG. And now this is where it needs to materialize into something. I gotta say, Gordo, even with it being a Chemtech Dragon, this isn't necessarily the big spike in power. Even if you grab this objective that's going to make or break this game, you still have a lot of work to do here. So I like the control. Let's get Maokai set up in place, throw some saplings so we can control the area, and more importantly, stall AL so we can get these big team fighting ultimates back unavailable.
Absolutely.
Oh, massive flank TP.
Here. Yeah, coming on behind. It is looking like it's going to be Flandra trying to get the fight started. Loses a lot of health, but pops the dominance, dumps on in, and is looking to push them out of this bottom side. Nice set of ultimates, though, come on through. Xiaoshu gets big between worlds on through, and down goes one. Health bar's falling lower and lower. Xiaoshu popping off the backside. Hongq staying alive, and JDG find the team fight they were looking for. It's a double kill to Hongq. Everybody managed to stay alive. A clean ace for JDG at 33 minutes into the game, and they're running down the bottom side. They might be able to end the game. Oh,
30-second death timers. We have no grubs here. How can they do that? I mean, they have got 2 cannon minions. I think this might be it, like you were just saying. Somehow, Flandra just goes way too deep. AL,
I don't think they can do it.
I can't believe it.
It's 15 seconds to go on Hope and Kyle. They're
gonna
still working through these turrets. They're going to full send it. Tarzan's up in 8. Hope is up in 10. Can they get back here to stop it? The Victor would be the best
That's
member.
it.
Kyle's here, trying to slow him up. Tarzan arrives, doesn't have the ultimate available, will steal away between worlds, trying his best to clear out this
my
team.
God.
Poke shows up, starts pumping out the damage, but it's too little and it's too late. JDG find one decisive team fight and end the game. Series is tied up at 1-1.
By any means necessary, we are going to win this game. JDG said, look, we are not going to win a game that goes any later than this. We need to pounce on the opportunity. And that is a great find, but you are never going to win a best of 5 consistently enough by just preying on a 30-second death timer and ending like that. I need to see much stronger play, but good for them to keeping them alive in this series. They at least get 2 more games here.
Also, I'm going to bring back an old favorite here. Flandre, that TP sucked, man. That was not good.
Oh, no.
For your chance to win that game. They're in such a dominant position. Obviously, you don't want to give up the soul, but that's just a bridge too far. He loses so much so fast. He doesn't have the damage to be able to threaten anybody. Seraphine's shielding pretty much stops him from doing much of anything before he drops on down, and the full suite of ultimates available for them, they keep Hongq alive long enough to dish out the damage. They finally have one good team fight with Xiaoshu getting a really good between worlds across the team, dancing through the team fight, getting out of the carries. He was 0-0-0 coming into that team fight, and that's the one fight that it takes to end the game.
That was a really, really good stuff from JDG. I don't want to take anything away from them. That was a clean enough team fight from them. Gala flashes away, still gets stunned by the Renekton, but now he's out of effective range of this champion, and AL were not in any kind of area to really respond or help out their top laner. So I really want to applaud JDG for not only finding the one play in the game, the 1% chance you actually come back from a 7,000 gold deficit, but everything leading up to that point was super sketchy. And my worry here for JDG is that so far, the way that they've played their first 8 minutes of the game has set them up for failure. We talk about game number 1, they lose that 3v3 on the topside scuttle around Grubs, the game's over. We see them play around 8-minute timer in bottom lane. We lose a large portion of the game from there. Our Ashe Seraphine is cut off at the legs, and we never really get to scale into this game until the very last moment where both Xiaoshu and Hongq get really big ultimates going into that fight.
Yeah, I mean, just a huge, huge turnaround there. Found camera can't even handle it. As we see, I felt like was the team. This is the kind of play that we saw from JDG, right? A lot over their last series. They were the ones who were able to take leads and then would be throwing the leads back. I'm very surprised to see it happen to anyone's legend here. I suppose it can happen to anyone at any time, but I mean, just one massive error cost them the game at 30 minutes. It's hard to walk away with much other than criticisms for JDG because of the way that entire game was played out. Obviously, you know, AL come back in, happy with how they played their early and mid-game, happy with the fact that they were able to build themselves up a 7K gold lead, and you know, the message to walk away with is, hey, let's not get 5 for 0 aced at 30+ minutes.
This is a play that did cost AL a lot, and this is where I was kind of going back and forth about, hey, yes, this is where AL kind of feels like they're going for another play because they had just gotten the Dragon and they had just won a minor team fight, but like, what exactly are we looking for afterwards, right? Like, cool, we landed 2-man ultimate. We then punish them for trying to dive our tower, but I mean, so many of these setups were really, really good for AL. So it's more of, again, I really enjoyed your description of Flandre. That TP sucked, man. Like, you're way too far up. Team wasn't there.
You're against Maokai.
Part of that is
like,
Flandre's
you're just never going to
fault.
be able to get in. Your teammates can't follow up.
I just want to see, again, I want us to take a look at, like, where exactly was the play, because
I want to watch the fight again, yeah. Which
this
is going to be
good.
the last replay in the whole montage, so we're going to be sitting here for a tight minute.
Yep. And then Shanks, like, stays for the minion wave because he doesn't have a way to get back under the turret. This was fun. AL did give them a lot of breathing room here in this game. That is something that we can agree on, is AL just kind of because of the way their composition really works. They're very explosive, but still, again, very short range. They don't have a ton of engagement. And that's been quite interesting to note so far. They've been playing these compositions so far in the playoffs, at least in this series, where very little engage, but a lot of strong team fighting. And maybe just recognizing that not only is the game always going to come down to these big dragon fights and these 5-on-5s, but they're at least playing, I think, with a lot of gusto, especially now with the support pools essentially moving into enchanters only.
Yeah, I think this
Yeah,
is
look at his team! How are we ever getting here?
Yeah, and I mean, it's a million miles away, right? Flandre finally shows up. Tarzan steals away Encore, lands it onto only Junja, and now he's dead. Flandre's in GA. It's a 5v3.
Looks free. Looks free to me.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's not really an individually clutch mechanical play. Yeah, I mean, you can tell Tabe's not happy with this game, nor should he be.
I mean, he's like, look, we got to win. We're not getting 2-0'd. Okay, we're not looking at it potentially having to reverse sweep this series, at the very least, for now. So, like I said, a win's a win. It might not be as good, but all you can do, and something we saw a lot from Tabe at Worlds this last year was, look, let's just keep it pushing. Like, there's no reason for us to, like, kind of ruin the mood. We gotta keep going. We can get the harsh review after the series, but while we're in, we gotta stay focused. We have to. The objective is to win the series. All that matters is we get a 3 on our side.
Now, here's a big question for you all. Are you bold enough? Are you brave enough to give Xiaoshu the MVP for this game?
I think we should give Flandre the MVP. We should give him the MVP from game number 1 to this one. He was the most pivotal member to the success of JDG's win here.
I agree. I don't think the main broadcast will feel the same. I think we're about to see perhaps I feel like if it's not a Xiaoshu MVP, then you're giving it to somebody who was an active participant in losing this game.
They're gonna give it to They're gonna say it was either Vampire because he landed some good encores, or they're gonna give it to Han Q because they're like, oh, well, yeah, we gotta give it to someone, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he did some damage in that last fight. I don't know, man. Give my man Xiaoshu his flowers, all right? Please. He's had such a good season. He's been so good. Off of such a mid-career up to this point. It's so good for him. I want to see some more respect put on this guy's name. We'll find out if we get it here. Oh,
ooh.
Let's go! Let's go!
Beautiful, beautiful.
He's also the MVP in that last fight, assuming you're not giving it to somebody on AL. It's the last. I told you it was 0-0-0 coming into the last team fight.
What are the highlights going to be? We usually don't look at the player highlights after the play of the game, but I actually do want to see what they're going to choose for these because
it's going to be the last team fight, and it's going to be him wave clearing top. There was a moment where they were sieging on the inhibitor tower top lane, and he ulted basically to clear the wave. And I think that's highlight number 2. Highlight number 1. Game-ending team fight. Highlight number 2.
I think they might not do it because they're like, there's
respect.
No. Oh, okay. They're gonna show us the votes. They're gonna show us the votes. So there's some Gala voters here.
That's crazy. It's crazy. No Honky voters.
No Honky voters. Honestly, fair. No Jinja voters either. I'm also okay with that.
We never hang out on main broadcast this long. Are the highlights coming? When do we give up?
I'll give it another like 30 seconds here, and then
we can do that. We can vamp until
I just want to see if they're gonna decide to do this or not, or if they're just gonna immediately.
I don't know. It's a tough.
Listen,
they're being put in they're having their broadcast format challenged, and in a way, so are we. So we're gonna get through this together. LPL broadcast.
All right, they're not doing it. We Gordo, send us out, brother. Send us out.
So we're not doing it either, baby. We'll see everybody for game number 3. We're gonna throw it to a quick break here. We'll see you all on the other side. Series is tied up 1-1 in the Tabe Bowl. Let's find out who can take it to match point in game number 3 after a quick break. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English, where, against all odds, JD Gaming have tied up the series at 1-1, and the top 8 bowl will go to at least 4 games, all as they find an ace at 30+ minutes in the game, and the game ends. It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah. It's like it just means that both of these teams have played an even game, an even series. That's exactly. If you're coming in for Game 3, you're like, oh, it must have been a close one, back and forth set already. There's no additional notes that you need for whatever happened.
Here's the thing: if you look back at games 2 and 3 against WE, JDG have banked 2 wins that they should have had already in this playoffs, and they can cash them out later. This is Top 8's grand strategy. They've now cashed out 1. They're good for 1 more of this series. So if they can win a game by their own merits, I think they can take the series. They can pull out a second one of these before we're done for the day.
They really wanted to play 5 games versus Top Esports. They needed the extra data to figure out what was going to go wrong against their future opponents.
It was Top Esports. But
there you go. Here is our...
That's what I got you here for, Elk.
Third draft here of the night. Again, 1-1. It does seem that JDG are going to be first pick again, and they're on blue side this time. Oh, no, sorry. It is AL who's going to be first pick. My bad. We're getting the Jarvan. We're not seeing Poppy banned, however, so could be a champion that we start to see rise here. And Azir also no longer banned by JDG.
Yeah, they banned the Ziggs instead here on AL's side. This is AL's first time having first pick in this series so far, so a little bit of a shift in the dynamic. And we'll find out where they want to take this ban. They do ban the Azir here, knowing that the Orianna's already taken off the board. So Poppy up for grabs. It's one of the big ones. I'm trying to think of what else they've left up that they've been taking away so far this series, because that Ziggs ban is new.
Yeah. Well, technically, we could see Jarvan, not Jarvan. We could potentially see Vi, because that was something that we saw in their first game, and JDG also did ban it in game number 2. There's that Poppy ban, so what is the first pick here for AL? You could go for support. I do think Mbessa does start to gain...
up, by the way.
Yeah, Vi is technically left up. We could also see Kiana early on. I'm trying to just think of mid pairings that you would want. And in my eyes, right now, Ahri is the champion that most mid laners are going to gravitate towards immediately. We're going to be seeing that Mbessa, which has been strictly in top lane for both of these teams. So not necessarily going to be expecting them to swap it into jungle, but it is a flex that is technically possible.
Yeah, so it's going to be that first pick Mbessa that is going to leave up the Vi for Junja. It's a favorite of his. I would not surprise me to see him snap this one up. It's his most played so far this season. At 6 picks so far, they will snap that one up. Doesn't have its classic duos like the Taliyah available. The Ahri could be an option. They're looking at a Kali. This would surprise me. Blind Akali would surprise me a little bit here. I would prefer...
I mean, but what else are you going to play, though, right? Like, you could maybe play a Nivea, but, like, a Nivea's not all that great. I think Blind Galio's worse.
I agree. It's a strange blind as well. What if you just didn't pick mid here? What if you just, you could just
pick AD carry. I know.
Yeah, just like
we were talking about this during the break, during the break here, Gordo. But you've been really on top of it tonight, and I love it. There's no rise, so you're not going to get immediately punished for taking a bit of a lackadaisical approach, but we wanted to see a mid-jungle from JDG that's going to be a little bit more snappy and something that's going to maybe increase the potential for synergy, and Vi Galio feels like it does exactly that. There's very little ways to misplay this one, at least in my mind, so we're going to be seeing that, and you get a bit of a free matchup into the Ahri. You'll lose push, but after the first couple of recalls, you should be fine as JDG.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some really good follow-up engage for the Wukong locked in here between the Mbessa and the Ahri. Should have a lot of good ability to solo out individual targets. Granted, the Galio not going to be perhaps the most preferred one in that context. You do reveal that it's going to be Mbessa top by locking in that Wukong, and Xiaoshu happy to take advantage of that opportunity and snap up this Jax.
I love Jax here. Does also dissuade champions like Misfortune, and a lot of the champions are going to be a little less mobile. In my mind, AL are a bit less incentivized to go for champions like Ezreal because there is a Galio on the opposite side, and Vi's always going to have lockdown. So what AD carry are they looking for? To me, Gordo, it almost feels like they want a Sivir. The spell shield's going to be amazing, and against this low-range comp from JDG, it would give them a couple of outs. But I'm also kind of wondering what the supports are going to look like in this game. They haven't had too much of a massive influence on this series so far, but I feel like in this game, it's kind of going to be the piece that ties AL's comp together.
Yeah, AL just banning away some of the aggressive supports. They banned the Renata to prevent close to Renata. I bet they banned Nami here just to get rid of some of those aggressive Nami duos. The Corki.
Sure.
Oh, no, it's going to be Kai'Sa, actually. So, I mean, maybe JDG just snaps a Nami here, and then you can get your choice of good Nami duo, either Corki or Lucian. Both of those available to them if they do want to try to play a more aggressive bottom lane. We'll find out. I mean, Hope probably set up for something a little bit more scaly. They've got pretty good dive already available to them. That's why it's almost surprising to me that they banned the Kai'Sa. Feels like this could have been a good Kai'Sa angle for Hope. There's that Nami.
I'm gonna give counter pick
See,
to Gala.
I am on point. I am on point.
I'm telling you, man. You didn't want to do a swap. You didn't want to do a role swap. It's okay. It happens. I've gotten a lot of practice on play-by-play this year. Against my will.
I've seen.
There's that Ezreal, maybe. We're going to maybe try to break up the Corki pairing that Gordo was getting excited about. It has been Hope's second most played champion this split so far,
Ezreal
with 6 tied with Varus. What happened?
I said Ezreal Karma is dope. That would be...
Ezreal Karma is nice, but I don't know. I've got to say, AL are going to be playing a kind of hit-and-run style to me, where they're going to just try to whittle away at their opponents, maybe try to find a charm here or there, but I think that JDG are going to be way too tanky this game. Like, Galio, Jax, how are we playing on side lanes to get ourselves an advantage? Because so far, this series has really come down to big fights in 3v3s and around objectives, and I think that JDG just have so many more tools to be able to play, especially early on.
Yeah, I completely agree with you here. It's so easy to execute, too. I mean, Vi Galio just kind of plays itself a little bit, and you know that Gala's going to be able to execute on some of these Corki angles. He's such an aggressive player, so good at being able to pick his angles. He and Vampire have really made it a lot of their identity to try to play out these laning phases a little bit more aggressively. I am curious as to how much Kyle can get done on this Karma, though. We've gotten to see some very, very impressive Karma games in the playoffs here. This champion just exerts so much pressure all on its own. It was last night that there were some really good Karma games to be had in the... why am I blanking on what the first series was last night? But it was in that
Weibo
first
versus IG. That was not a good series. That was a disgusting series. And
I'm not talking about the series. I'm talking about the Karma gameplay, baby. There was some good Karma gameplay to be had in that series. All right, in one particular game. I think it was game 1 or 2. Either way, that Karma was all over the map. That Karma was continuing to exert a whole bunch of pressure inside the enemy jungle, was just living inside of their walls, and I think Kyle could have an opportunity to do some similar plays here if he's able to actually get the opportunity to unlock himself and leave this Ezreal to be able to farm on up. Hope should be able to do that in this sort of matchup, should be able to play at range, should be able to farm up with Mystic shots, and see if he's going to be able to do that here and let this Karma free.
Whoosh.
I feel like the JDG fans are coming alive here. They're getting a little louder as they actually win a game.
They won a game. I was gonna say they won a game, so I'm sure they're like, oh, we're not getting 3-0'd at the very least.
Well,
so
you would have hoped they would have brought that energy to 0-0, but it was a quiet start to the night, brother.
They're just not there. I keep saying this every time we don't see super strong Jaios in game 1 or before game 1. It's just, hey, some of the fans are still waiting. Maybe they're falling a little bit behind in traffic. They're just like, hey, well, I'll catch game 2 onwards. You know, that's where the series really starts to cook up. But junglers are starting on opposite sides, which I don't think we're really going to be able to set up for an early objective here. And I'm a bit worried only because I do think that you really don't usually want to play for a Jax lane all that often. I'd rather just, you know, kind of explode this bottom lane, get my Nami and Corki ahead, and let them kind of terrorize the first 15 minutes here, but...
Well, we'll find out. Yeah, Nami and Corki getting pathed away from for now. I think it's also just, you don't want to run into Wukong at the scuttle. I think that's a little rough, and against Karma, you're gonna get pushed in, and not much beats a empowered Mantra Q
What
at
is
level
Tarzan
1.
doing?
That's interesting, actually. He's going for the invade, but he's just gonna get a ward down. I guess he now knows that June just started bottom side. Maybe was anticipating that he would be able to find him at red. So Junja next leveling Tarzan there a little bit by starting bottom side.
Gordo, I actually want to ask you to flip it there. I feel like we're saying, hey, Junja doesn't want to go and meet a Wukong early on and completely avoids the possibility of even fighting him. Gordo, are you sure you don't want to swap tonight?
That's what I said, is it not?
Yeah, you kind of, the way you posited, the way you spun it felt like, you know, like, Jinja, he's lucky, but he's like, you know, I avoided the Wukong early. I'm doing good. I'm already ahead on my camps, and he can take his recall.
Look, Jinja did it. He's good play, man. I don't know. I mean, Tarzan didn't have to do that, so maybe it's more bad play Tarzan, but yeah, Junja avoids it. Junja avoids the invade. He shows up topside now. He is playing towards the Jax, despite your requests here, and I mean, Flandra is pushing in. I don't know how long he's going to be willing to hang out here, but Flandra blows both Qs, still has the W to fall back as necessary. Does use it there. Flash!
Wow.
Nice dodge from Flandra. Last second possible.
How is that possible, though? How? Junja flash Q'd! You should never miss the knockup there, and that gave him the window, the very tight window in between getting counterstruck, and the stun goes through, and he lives. That should never happen here. So you trade Flash for Flash, but Flandra's going to have a slight experience lead because Junja just sapped so much experience from the lane. So a good play here for Flandra. Great outplay, but not a mistake that I think JDG were really hoping for on their side.
And whatever tempo advantage Junja gained over Tarzan by dodging that invade is gone now, because it was spent hanging out topside, wasting Flash. So it's going to get back to parity here in that department, and we are going to be in time for our scheduled level 6 Scuttler fight. See which side that spawns on and who that's going to end up favoring, but it's a pretty even start, all things considered. Each jungler attempts a play. Neither jungler finds the success they were hoping for. Flandra is without Flash, but punishing a flashless Ambessa, not the easiest thing in the world, is a flashless Vi.
At least for Tarzan, all he did was get information when he didn't get anything done there. He got, hey, I know that he's going to be there. There's not going to be much for me to do. I like this here from Tarzan. Instead of doing his camps, he's going to start up this dragon. Jinja's on the top side of the map, and this will give him not get him level 6 immediately, but with his camps here and the scuttle that's spawning on top side, imagine that AL will be in a really nice advantage state. So despite all of the worries that we had, I wanted to see this 2v2 in bot lane start to go off without a hitch. Hope and Kyle have done a really strong job of maintaining priority in this 2v2, and now have set themselves up with a decent objective early.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a nice little early boost to AL to be able to secure that one nice and early, and that's, I feel like the second game in a row where that's happened. We've just had these red side bot lanes taking so much control early that their junglers can just come in and take the early dragon for free. No problem there. Junja does know that Tarzan should be around the bottom side here, so we're going to take advantage of the opportunity to get a little vision as he waits for his scuttler to spawn, and he should be able to secure that one uncontested. Tarzan doesn't mind, though. He already got the dragon. He's got camps to clear. No problemo.
He also just now has the jungle timer. That's probably my least favorite change of this season, or last season, where if you get the spot of their jungle camps, oh, well, now you just have the timer for the game. So he knows. You can already see the ping starting to come on out. He's going to be on the bottom side of the map. He is spotted here by AL, thanks to their own vision coverage. And now we have level 6s starting to come online. And even in the mid lane, we're hitting level 7 at this point. I kind of want to see what we're going to get from this 2v2. So far, JDG have already started to temper us with some souring of the lanes, but I mean, you're playing Galio, right? Like, we don't even have our Merc Treads yet. We're, what I am assuming is picking, I mean, what are we building with? Are we going Leandries? Surely not.
Perhaps getting an early start on Riftmaker.
Possibly, true.
Yeah, but I mean, it'll
I would
be
accept
a
the rocket belt. I would accept the rocket belt
Ooh,
as
the
well.
rocket belt is, you know what, people are so into the rocket belt ever since Chovy started doing it on every champion, right? He does it like on Azir and stuff now, so it very well might be that.
Double cancel. Great job, Hope. They're just clearing out vision. AL still have a minor advantage. We do have Grub spawning in 30 seconds, so you can see that JDG are... That's why they're trying to go for the recalls. They're trying to sync up and play around topside. Because of that vision being taken away, though, AL are going to be a little bit late to this rotation. Seems like with Nami not moving over, they are more focused on this 2v2, like we had mentioned a little bit earlier on in the series. But how are we playing around? Are we even going to bother to play around this, right? Because you have a Jax, you have a Galio. I think playing on sides is honestly not bad as of a way to be able to play this game, but we also really haven't seen Xiaoshu have that big impact, even in the first 2 games of the series.
Agree. Tarzan paying a visit towards mid, does get just as punched. Hongq will flash on out and absorb the gank for now. No summoners blown by the AL crew though, so they're not going to feel too bad. Kael has been unlocked. He does move himself away from Hope. They've built up a solid little lead in the bottom lane. They've got themselves maybe about a wave and a half or so advantage from all of the pushing they've been doing, and it of course did secure their team the first dragon. And now it sets Ezreal up into a position where should be able to just farm out pretty safely. You know, Corki's not completely demolishing the lane by any means, so going to just try to pair Tarzan and Kael up together any opportunity they get. And they do get themselves another bottom scuttler here.
Gordo, how hateful am I allowed to be?
You've been pretty hateful so far tonight, so I don't know if we've found the limit yet.
Whoa! Alright, never mind. I'm gonna spread peace, love, and positivity. I love what Shanks has been able to do in this game. I think it is a mistake for Hongq to, and we're already gone, 5 seconds in. I think it's a mistake for Hongq to not go for Merc Treads early in this matchup. We can see that consistently, even with the magic shield that he gets on his W, this Galio just has zero way of standing up in the lane. And because Shanks, at least for now, is going to have the damage to be able to push him around, it's been a very tough, I think, for JDG to really do anything, whether that's directly in mid lane or even finding ganks on other side lanes, trying to go for invades. Hongq is almost always sitting at half HP or less, and he just teleported back to the lane, and now we're losing out on grubs. So we need to change something up in the mid lane, and we'll have time later in this series, but we need to help Hongq, whether that's getting a support in this lane or just getting bodies to force Shanks off of the lane. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see him, at least for the time being, get a small advantage over his opponent.
Absolutely. Tarzan doing a great job, though. Just finding positions to be able to take these objectives so far. Junja, been post level 6 for a while now, has not gotten the opportunity to use cease and desist on much of anything. And like we called out, it's not really a very gankable lane in mid. It's often what you're hoping to make happen with these Vi selections. We'll at least be able to lock down the Ezreal coming into the later game, but you'd like to see some early plays be made with this kind of comp that JDG have drafted for themselves. You'd like to be able to abuse this Corki Nami or try to play towards the Jax while Flandra Slash was still down. Didn't really get a chance to do that. Not that it was the easiest thing in the world to do. And it's just kind of AL eking themselves out a little bit of a lead. They've got CS advantages in bot. They've got themselves the first dragon. They've got themselves the grubs. And they've had a peaceful early game that favors them.
I'm pressing tab as JDG, and I'm saying we have to fight now. I have Sundered Sky completed on my Vi. There's no Trinity Force yet here for Tarzan. If they get a time to either win this fight, or if they win this before he finishes this item, I think it's a huge travesty for the game.
Well, what if AL starts the fight instead? Tarzan goes on in, gets stuck in the bounce house, and he's going to go down for first blood. Hongq walks away with that one, and AL heard your call and decided to give JDG a bone there. They walk on in, and Tarzan goes down.
Top A, of course. Controlling the strings. That's how we're going to posit this play. It was him.
He trained them wrong
all
on
along.
purpose as a joke. As here
Whoa!
goes Shanks, diving on towards Junja, not quite finding the return on the Orb of Deception. Now getting chased down. Vampire flashes, but shorts the bubble. Shanks is without any more dashes. Lands one more charm. Hope is finding his way onto Honkyu. Chaos breaking out around this bottom river now, as Hope will be able to run Honkyu down, tie things up at 1-1. Shanks was able to get back in the mid lane, and JDG kind of just give it right back.
Yep, they get the kill, they get first blood. Congratulations, you got 400 gold. We're going to give up a dragon, and we're also going to give up another turret plate here for Hope. And this was before their recall, by the way. So Tarzan comes back on the map with Trinity Force. We're going to see once Shanks and Hope take their recall, they're more than likely going to be finishing what is a Luden's Echo and a Trinity Force as well for this Ezreal. I mean, that is a massive swing in terms of the tempo of this game. 2 dragons now over to anyone's Legends. I am honestly just baffled yet again by not only the decision making, but just the layering afterwards. Junja is mechanically fumbling here in this series and in the playoffs as a whole.
This is why I described you as a hater, Ulk. I don't know what you... You wonder where
I don't know
got
why
this
I
impression?
tried, man. I tried, just like... it's so frustrating because I want to see good play from these teams.
I can't disagree. This is a rough couple of minutes to see. I'm a little upset at Tarzan, our MVP, for starting that fight too. That was not that's not the play to go for. Wow. All right. Bye-bye, Summoner Spells. There goes Xiaoshu.
That's what he gets for having, that's what Flandre gets for having one of the slowest abilities in the entire game. And Bessa ult, if you get hit by that thing and you're not crowd controlled, you probably earned it. So, flashes right out of that one. There's not much to play for though, right? Like, yes, we have Herald in a minute, but I'm still like really struggling to see how we're going to win a fight. I misspoke. It is not a Luden's Echo or a Ludus Tempest. I would have been really happy, but again, I have to just wallow in my pity and sorrow. So we're just going to have a Malignance come through and upgraded tier 3 boots. Please, Honkyu. We already have the Rocket Belt. Let's just, please just put the Merc Treads in the bag.
He did go Rocket Belt, though. Got that one right. And they do, in fact, take multiple plates up in this top side. Xiaoshu getting a little bit of additional gold here. Does keep himself scaling on the Jax. Triforce is done for both him and Forky. A decent power spike over for AL, of course. Or for JDG, rather. But, of course, they do have Triforces to match on the AL side. Swapping up mid laners and top laners are AL. Flandre moves into the bottom side to face off with Honkyu.
This is the one time we're not having the Merc Treads as good, because he's not immediately bought into the specific lane matchup here.
He gets stats.
I am a little surprised that it is not Dusk and Dawn for Xiaoshu. I know that this item did get... Wait, this is not actually the patch where Dusk and Dawn gets touched, if I remember correctly. But even if it was,
touched on like 0.2, but yeah, not again.
Yeah, it's still very, very strong. So surprised to not see it here. Maybe just in this game, he really wants the upfront burst, but just feel like stacking your passive versus an Mbessa is pretty good, but maybe you just don't have the time. I can understand that with how bursty this AL composition can be later on in the game. So we have Herald. Two top, both Honkyu and Flandre can join, but in different ways. Currently, Flandre, I think his goal right now is to just keep Honkyu locked in with... He's already at a 3rd HP on this Galio, so the longer he keeps him in this bottom lane and if you can get him to teleport back to this lane, I think it's a pretty big win coming on through for JDG, but they're going to send the Galio top to try to match.
Dread's completed. Honkyu is up in here. Boots in tow. Clear out this wave. That is going to leave Flandre alone for a little while, though. He's very close to the first turret. I think he might get it, even with Xiaoshu showing up. Yeah, there it goes. A little bit of bonus gold over to AL. They're about 2K in the lead now. And again, this is like just a walk through the park of an early game for AL here. They kind of get everything. They don't really need to make ganks happen. They don't need to make invades happen. They just play out their lanes, start winning on bottom side, absorb gank top, get every objective, and here we are. Happy campers.
All right. Let's see. Does Flandre's TPing top, so who's going to match Jax? It's going to be Ahri. was going to say that there was a moment here where Xiaoshu doesn't have teleport, so they could have gone for a 4v5 on this Herald, but a couple of recalls coming on through. I do want to note 2 items, really, really big breakpoint for both teams. Corki's going to have his Muramana, but Hope is really has at least a pretty big advantage when it comes to the tier stacking. So there might be a small window here where AL will have a much stronger 2-item core, especially on their carries. We still have yet to have really much go on here in this game. Gala stepping forward.
Tarzan and Junja fighting up against each other as well. Gala landing some of these nice rockets.
Okay.
Tarzan locked on down once again. Hongq arrives for the backup, and Tarzan going to fall on down. It's a replay of the fight over the last dragon. And AL loses their jungler nice and early. 10 seconds to go on this dragon. I do think JDG are going to be able to pick it up for themselves.
Good. All right. Punish the Wukong. He can't break through Vi. If Vi just locks him down, Nami as well. Good level of play. We're getting the dragon, we're stopping the stacking, and AL can do nothing in response, at least in being able to really generate much more revenue here this game. So, Berto, maybe they're just scaling in the series as a whole. You know, Game 1 wasn't even close at all. Game 2 was kind of not close, and then it wasn't.
And then it was.
They just won. Yeah. And now we're having a game where, despite some of their failures, JDG are still getting it done. This was a great layering of the crowd control from them. And still, again, there wasn't that big burst coming on through from anyone's Legend that we were expecting.
Oh, Shanks getting collapsed on here. Doesn't have Spirit Rush. Has to flash. Hongq's not done. Going to get his Justice Punch interrupted. Junja still on top of him. Vampire doesn't connect the bubble, though. And despite JDG's best efforts and despite 3 flashes, they don't get onto Shanks.
They're going to trade this mid-tier 1 for a bottom lane tier 1. Shanks is doing a lot of work this series in just being able to survive. We're sending multiple members top. We get 2 turrets for this play after JDG invested a lot to the bottom lane. That's not really what you want to see, and that's gold going into the right pockets. That's Hope getting that alongside Tarzan. That's Flandra and Shanks getting access to that top gold, and he doesn't even still get this bottom lane turret. He's gonna have to spend a lot of time down here before he finishes this one off.
Where's my Tabe cam, man? That guy's losing his mind right now that this happened. The fact that Shanks gets away from this is pretty nuts without ultimate. Just has to flash once. Great place charm. This is a little unacceptable. Junja flashes and shorts. Vampire flashes and does not connect to the bubble. You give Shanks some credit for that one, but also, I don't know. It's not... Even if you kill the Ahri there, I don't think that's worth everything you lost. But the fact that you didn't... Oh boy, oh boy.
That was another Vi Q flash that I really wish I didn't see. Or at least the audience. I shouldn't be
Well, that
as
one
selfish.
was a flash Q, if it makes you feel better. So it was...
No, it doesn't. No.
I'm trying to help you here, brother. I'm here for you.
I should just
to
be.
support you.
I should be less selfish. I should not ask the players to do it for me. I should ask them to do it for the audience and themselves. You know, let's look for a little something.
Another attempt.
Flandra.
How many summoners can we blow in the bottom lane, and can we get a kill for it? Flandra getting collapsed on. Hongq has arrived. TP. All right, this guy's not getting out of here. This guy is done for. Kill goes to Xiaoshu, who is increasingly looking like he is going to need to be the carry for JDG in this series. Can they keep up the side lane pressure? Can they get enough this time? There is some pressure on towards the inner turret from Shanks. He will get a little bit back, but this time I think it's a positive play for JDG.
Trinity Force, and this guy's just knocking away at this turret. Sure, Shanks gets himself a plate, but hopefully Xiaoshu can actually get some time here. He'll get 2 plates if he's lucky. Oh my god. 3 plates if he really, really wants it. So Tarzan's going to push him off this wave. I like the idea that JDG started to shadow towards this side of the map. They'll get the bottom side scuttle, and it's the evolved scuttle as well. So we'll give them a big vision cone to be able to clear out any of the available wards here. But you really think that they should be, after pushing this mid wave, walk into bot and allow for Xiaoshu to at least fade, to pretend like he's going into Fog of War and control this area of the map. You have a minute and a half before Dragon, and the gold is within touching distance of each other. Talked about spikes here. Gala's going to be finishing his Muramana soon, and that's going to kind of open up a large amount of play here coming in for JDG.
Really should. Baron the only objective up for now. We are about 90 seconds to go until Dragon number 4. AL could get themselves on a soul point if they want to play for it. They do have some push going for themselves in the bottom side. More mana completed on both marksmen. This could be the fight that really starts to break open this game if the teams do both opt into it. And everybody just going back to try to get their last couple items here. That's a Black Cleaver done for Junja. Tarzan keeping his options open by keeping some vision on the Baron, but I think this bottom side river about to be the site of a lot of focus.
Also just noticed that there is a ton of Merc Treads from AL here, at least for their top side. There's not a lot of magic damage, so maybe going against the grain when I was talking about the Dusk and Dawn edition for Jax. He's going to have full physical damage, and you also have to think denting blows, Black Cleaver. They have some shred available to them. There's not a ton of resistance he is, so kind of makes AL a bit squishier than maybe they themselves are expecting. I've already seen Tarzan get focused a ton for the last 2 deaths he's had, so I wonder if that's going to be a consistent theme here in this game. They continue to make picks.
Engage coming on through. They think they've got Shanks, but he is able to double dash out to safety. That does cost him his Spirit Rush. Important tool for the team fight down. No ultimates used by JDG for that one. Pretty non-committal. True Shot Barrage getting a little bit of a chunk on down. This is a TP coming on through. One being channeled by Flandra, the other being channeled by Shanks to get back in at full HP.
Spotted.
An ultimate back. Going to be a smite fight over this dragon. Over the wall comes Xiaoshu. Thinks that he's got the angle. They get into the Rift Herald. That's going to the opportunity to smite. Crashes it into the wall. Tarzan doesn't get much done there. Here comes Galio over the top. And AL have got to bail on this fight. They can get out with their lives. That is going to be the closest thing to a victory they're going to get here. But JDG snag themselves the dragon and get paid.
That's a massive mistake. I mean, you can see the pings right now. They have no control of the map. The Herald's on the bottom side and is going to continue to push. No one's going to match this. There's a potential Baron on the cards here, and Hex Tech portals mean that they can get back out wherever they want. JDG need to at least ascertain some vision. You can see they're playing in the Banana Brush. They want to see if they can make a pick. Shanks has his ultimate now. That was a pretty big mistake, though, from Tarzan on that last play. They're going to take all of this vision down. They're going to take away this blue buff. Xiaoshu's finally going to answer on bot, and he has TP for this very tentative spot that JDG find themselves in. Their heart rate definitely increased a little bit there when they saw all this fog of war.
Absolutely. I mean, there are still a lot of ultimates available on AL, too. They still have the public execution. The Spirit Rush is now back. Not going to be the case for the engaged combo of Junja and Hongyu. But they are not going to start up Baron, so there's nothing to actually force a fight over. At the end of the day, JDG did just secure themselves their dragon. They won out their smite fight, like you said. I don't know that Tarzan intended to get inside of that Rift Herald, but didn't have the team fight value and didn't have the ability to win the smite fight. So
he took the hope angle. He got into it and immediately crashed the Herald into a wall. He's like, oh, well, I'll get my knock up and I'll bounce.
He just said, I don't want to be in this Rift Herald anymore, and that's the only way to get out.
Maybe he could have drifted it to another lane. I feel like if we're not winning that fight, let's just take it down. Let's just move it. Just use it as a free taxi to the other side of the map or something. But oh well. AL will lose the Herald for very little. So again, I think at JDG's gain, and they get the second dragon. Or themselves a second dragon. 2 Hex Tech dragons is not all that bad when you think about the stats it's going to be giving you. And the problem I'm having now with AL is I don't think their lead is big enough that they can kind of push their way around the Summoner's Rift. Going to Hongyu now, but yeah, they just don't have the DPS. And the way that this team typically likes to function with the champions that they have is Ezreal and Ahri are going to chip away at frontline and some of the weaker members, try to find charms where they can, and then just let Ahri's ultimate and Flandra kind of be the people that finish off plays, that be the kind of the people who knock down the pins set up by AL's damage dealers.
Absolutely. I think they're in a good position to be able to play the fights that way if they can absorb this engaged combo so far. I mean, Junja and Hongyu have been all over Tarzan. That's kind of been the story of the closest things to team fights we've had so far. It's been Tarzan getting the fight started on Junja, Hongyu bailing him out with a heroic entrance, and Tarzan dropping. Happened a couple times in a row now, but as the game scales up, as Tarzan gets a little bit tankier, as Hope starts to dish out more damage, he's 3 items deep on this Ezreal. that might start to change. Shanks clearing waves out up here. A little bit of blows exchanged. So far, Flandra the only one on the bottom side. 5 members top for JDG.
I love this Ezreal build, man. This has, in my mind, kind of revitalized this champion and brought him back into the fold. Spear of Shojin was already extremely broken, but having Endless Hunger, you get bonus ability haste based on your attack damage, and it gives you Omnivamp, and it gives you Tenacity. It's honestly, like, insane how much this item gives you, and really, really good for Ezreal. So that, and I imagine he's going to go Spear of Shojin. He's going to be a rather tanky Ezreal. He's 2,300 HP already. Spear of Shojin's going to give him another 450. He's going to be very close to having 3,000 HP, which will keep him out of burst rate. What is this Hongq build? Rocket Belt, Void Staff. I mean, I get it. They have double Merc Treads topside, but Jesus, man.
I don't know. Man's looking to dish out the damage. Definitely passing on, you know, those sorts of rift makers. Definitely passing on the tankier Galio build too. I think indexing into doing a little bit more magic damage himself with this build. Just wants to.
I guess he doesn't have any AP damage on his team, so it makes sense. I just don't know if I would have gone Void Staff second.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting to not see like the Rift Maker and stuff. It's like the kind of more traditional AP item.
No.
So he's getting collapsed on here. He's going to be wishing he was a little bit tankier at this rate as Tarzan going to start off the fight onto him. Does go into the stasis. Xiaoshu able to TP in, and AL immediately on the back foot here. Nice charm though found by Shanks. Still going to be able to stay standing. Gets the taunt back on. It's Tidal Wave does a good job of being able to break up the fight. Tarzan going to be the first one to fall. Retreat from AL as once again they manage to set up their engage combo. Down goes the front line. It's a double kill to Gala. And AL are pushed back yet again. They try to attack the global, and it still doesn't pay off.
Gala pulled out so much DPS in that fight, and that was before he's going for the flash forward. That secures them their third dragon and sole point here in this game. And the early game composition from AL really didn't get much done. I mean, Hope had a 300 gold lead for portions of the game, but it didn't really matter, and that was not enough to really push this game. We talked about side lane being a strategy here for JDG. The Galio, despite our ministrations about the build with the Chain Crushers and his shield, he is more than tanky enough to deal with them. We'll look back at this fight, and Tarzan, there's so many small things that help out. Stopping Xiaoshu from getting in with a Counter-Strike is great. This Proto Belt here, or the Rocket Belt from Hongq, keeps him alive. The taunt as well is just amazing. And look at this big one from Gala, right into the back line. Just massive amounts of damage from this Corki right now. And all in all, AL just looking a little bit more disheveled because they don't have clear lines of engagements. You are so reliant on either Tarzan getting massive knockups or this charm from Shanks landing.
Yeah, you kind of called it out there. It's crazy how long Hongq survives as a Galio that is not built to survive. Great job avoiding the public execution and makes it so that Flandra is basically useless in that fight. It's just not the kind of fight that AL want to have for themselves. Be able to find the success. I like the conceptual idea of forcing out the Galio. Instead, they're just going to go for Junjo once again. It's been the previous strategy. Hasn't worked out for him before. They get Junjo incredibly low. Hongq up there in a 1 versus 4. Finally will drop on down. But it's in trade for Flandra. And Xiaoshu running amok in the back line is able to take down Shanks. Tarzan drops down to Junjo on the opposite side. Hope doing his best to keep the damage flowing, but it's just not enough. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of JDG.
They're going to start up the Baron as well. The damage is just not there. 2-item Ahri is not enough, and not even a GA completed here. Hope and Kael, the only 2 left from AL to maybe squeeze them off of this, but it's only on to Vampire. Xiaoshu's coming in on a flank right now. Hope is dashing forward.
That's crazy, Hope, as Junja connects with the Vault Breaker, and Kael left out to dry. No remaining teammates, has to head out, has to surrender the Baron. Vampire looking juicy in that Tri-Brush, just completely baits Hope into his death.
Man, this is a very strange game. We'll take a look right back at this fight. They have no control. They put so much into Tarzan, or into Junja here, but he not only gets the ultimate out onto Flandra, Flandra dashes away due to the reinforcements, and then Honkyu is also on the opposite side buying space. Xiaoshu with a massive counter strike gets a 2-man stun, pushes them off, and despite all of our complaints about Jinja in this game, his early games have been really weak, but the Sundered Sky healing and just the Conqueror and the shielding from him and his teammates is making it impossible for AL to find kills at the start of the... It's 9-2 here in this game, and despite everything else, they're at soul point. We're in a minute and a half before this spawns. JDG are in prime position to send us into game 4 with a 2-1 lead.
Such a great start here for JDG, but it's time to ask ourselves the question. We all watch JDG's previous series up against Top Esports. Is it throwable? They've had significant leads in 2 different losses against Top Esports. 3K in one, 6.5K in the other. They lost both of those games. Can they keep it up against AL and avoid returning to those habits?
They also did have soul point in one of those games, so this is getting very oddly familiar. I'm getting scared now that I forgot we had this lower third prepped, and I'm feeling a little worried for their chances all of a sudden. I don't like the feeling this is giving me. Oh my, big one from Gala. Takes out a huge chunk of Shanks. 45 seconds, let's just keep using this Baron. It's up for another minute here. Let's just keep on pushing, getting more of these waves. Honkyu sitting in mid lane. He's under absolutely zero threat at this time. I love this here for JDG.
Really good setup for them here, keeping the pressure in multiple lanes. They're also crashing a huge wave top that's getting completely dropped by AL. Very good position for them to be in at this stage, and they just want to hold this. They're TPing multiple members back here. I think they probably just got a couple more item spikes, so they're going to have their full strength back. Good true shot barrage from Hope, going to try to soften them up a little bit, but we're 10 seconds away from the Dragon.
Oh,
Xiaoshu! Right where they want to be, and they're going to start the fight early. Dive in onto the back line from Xiaoshu. Forces Shanks out right away. Flandra the next target. He dances back, but will drop on down. Shanks doing his best to return damage from the side. Not going to be able to accomplish too much. Guardian Angel pop for Tarzan, and he's going to be finished as soon as he comes out of it. 2-0 JDG. Dragon Soul next on the menu.
What an insane flank, and Xiaoshu is having the series that we wanted to see from this guy. Gala's going to walk forward. He'll get his Galio to ult to save him, but that's Soul almost entirely here for JDG.
Advance forward, JDG crushing him. I don't think it's throwable anymore. Hulk.
Wow. Wow.
Don't ask him, don't. In a weird way, they're similar, all right? JDG about to move up 2-1 in this series. What a showing. After tough early games, 3 games in a row, JDG are scaling into this one, Elk, and they find themselves up 2-1.
It's just in. Gordo thinks all color casters are the same. Yeah, it's fine. It's okay. Man, JDG, I'm happy, and man, that top lane. I love me some Xiaoshu. I was already pushing him last year in Split 3. I thought he was the best, if not second best in All-Pro. He wasn't able to win any awards, but damn it, man, this season it's looking good. He is really, I think, carrying this team. And look, they made a couple of mistakes in the early game, but come those mid games, AL, their composition just gave them 0 ways to be able to play it out from there.
Yeah, and I mean, some of the Zari team fights are ugly, man. We'll see them when we get back into the replays, but it's pretty inefficient usage of a lot of the abilities coming in through there from Shanks, and they end up short on damage in a lot of these team fights. They are doing a really good job of stopping the full Wukong Ambessa combo from coming through, either disrupting it with big heroic entrances or just being able to dodge out on the public execution entirely, and that deficit in damage cannot be made up for by the Ahri-Ezreal duo. Mostly because the Ahri's not doing any damage, but also because the Ezreal needs time to scale up.
Yeah, Ezreal just did not have the consistent damage. Also want to say that Flandra a bit more invisible on the Ambessa, but it's really hard to play when you're getting Galio taunted, into Nami ult, into Counter-Strike, and then you just lose all your HP. So it's really hard for him to play this champion in this instance, but he's also a little bit quieter. I kind of want to posit that I think a lot of this game came down to how JDG just shut Tarzan out of a lot of those fights. Some of the first early kills that we saw in this game was Tarzan walking up to Junja, and even though Junja might have had some individual misplays, the rest of the team just dogpiled on top of this Wukong, and he just couldn't move.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a damned if you do, damned if you don't as far as their targets go. They attacked the global once in going for Hongqiu, and he was able to play it out really, really effectively. Got some great backup from his teammates, got Mikhail's out of the combo, backed himself out to safety, and avoided going down. And then every other fight, it was attempting to engage onto the Vi, who in turn got bailed out by that same Galio. I mean, Vi Galio, we talked about it being an easy kind of duo to execute, and it kind of pays off in each and every engagement that we see for the duration of the game.
We'll come back to the idea that I had about like draft economy, especially in a fearless world. And Jax is not a champion that Flandre has played. It's a champion that he kind of has moved away from and has tried to stick to some of his more unique counters, but a lot of the really strong junglers on this in pro play right now are gone. You also got rid of some very strong champions for Hope in the Corki. So we're starting to move down the list. I'm also thinking about all the enchanters. This is where the engages start to come on through. This is around the time where we see something like Thresh for Vampire. So I'm really, really keyed in and wondering what we're going to get, because there's not a ton of them still up. Even Rakan, I think, has kind of been missing so far.
Yeah, Zyrakan played by Gala and Vampire in the previous series. I wonder if we'll get to see it from them again. Here's, that one team fight where they attempt to get onto Hongqiu. He's nice stasis here. I think Vampire able to bail him out, stop him from getting publicly executed after this charm.
Ooh.
Really good stuff there. And yeah, if they can't get that combo on through, if they can't blow anybody up, if they're still fighting 5v5 after all those combos come on out, it's bad news for AL.
This is a very strange series because, I mean, the first two games, it could have been an AL 2-0. If JDG had not already gotten themselves that last-minute victory in the last game, we would already be on series point, and I think our talking points would maybe feel a little bit different, but JDG are now on match point, which feels like a really big accomplishment, not just from the regular season perspective, but AR, or at least were, the best team here in playoffs. They're the most consistent. That, with their regular season results, they are supposed to be the absolute threat. It's them versus everybody else, but in this series, I think that there are some drafts that have been a little bit more risky for them to take, and finally they're getting punished. At least here in this one, it was a pretty big punish in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really just kind of clean, easy to execute draft for JDG, fresh off a pretty tilting loss for AL as well in that game number 2, and I think they're just able to keep their calm and execute appropriately. Well, AL stumble right out the gate, right? It's 2 fights in a row where Tarzan's just seemingly ignoring the fact that Galio exists while he starts off these fights, and he is routinely and severely punished for them. JDG get to play out a pretty simple game here. AL, despite the fact that they were able to secure all those early objectives, that they were able to get some nice early leads, it just doesn't end up mattering because the fights they choose are not the right ones.
Give me a Xiaoshu MVP for this one, please. I need it. I'm 100% expecting Gala, though, to get it, because big boom boom damage on the Corki, so please.
I wouldn't even hate Hongqiu. I think he played some good fights there. He pressed R with the best of them, and sometimes that's what it takes, but Junja. I mean, he certainly got ulted by Tarzan to start some losing fights. That definitely happened.
I'm going to
never let anyone tell you you need to hit Flash Q to win MVP on Vi.
I'm going to say, if I have nothing nice to say, I'm not going to say it. So I'm just going to merely ask our producer to send us to the 2-cam. Waiting for the stinger. Waiting for the stinger. All right, he hates me. It's fine.
We're
gonna see the votes.
See
3 out of 8 votes.
It was a tight vote.
Scam.
It was a tight vote.
Scam
right.
Pog vote.
It was a tight vote. Well, we'll give him a break there. Well, that's a 2-1 lead for JD Gaming. Somehow, despite all the criticisms levied at them through about a game and a half, JDG find themselves on match point here. AL pushed up against the wall, find themselves in the same position JDG were just a couple days ago. Let's see if they can produce a similar result for themselves. We're going to throw it to a quick break here, but we will be back for game number 4 before you know it. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL here on LPL English, and I can't believe it, Alk, but JDG find themselves up 2-1 over Anyone's Legend. It's a little bit of a shocker given how a lot of these early games have played out, but the big comeback in game number 2 parlayed into a clean game number 3, and now JDG find themselves 1 win away from a spot in the Winterside Finals and guaranteed top 3.
And, I mean, this is the 4th seed beating up on the 1st seed. That is a pretty big disparate in terms of actual standings going into this match. But if we're kind of keeping it consistent with regular season results as we keep bringing it up, AL only lost to 2 teams in best of 3s. It was BLG and JDG going 1-1 in their double round robin. I think it's impressive that we're seeing them, and especially for what I like to apply as like the stick-to-itiveness of JDG, they are really kind of finding their only angles, and they're just saying, look, we have to keep ourselves in this game. Game 2 was one that they kind of came across by all means. They were like, hey, you know what, we just have to go on this last push, one final push to get us through this game, despite the early games. Game 3, they look poised and calm even through the mistakes. So whoever is keeping them in line, whatever is happening in their comms, I want them to keep that momentum for themselves, because they're one game away from waiting for whoever on the opposite side of Weibo and BLG in the winners finals.
Yeah, you do have to keep in mind, though, remember, even though, you know, AL did lose so few series to so few teams, they did drop a lot of individual games along the way,
Sure.
Right? Their game score at the end of the day, 18-9, despite only losing 2 series. That means there's 5 more series where they did go the full distance. They did drop games in the majority of their series, only 3 2-0s in the regular season. So this might be another one of those cases where they just go the full distance. You know, they play to the edge, they drop games along the way, but when the series is on the line, more often than not, they have been able to pull it out. See if they are going to be able to take this Tabe Bowl to the full 5 games up against their former coach, who so far has been getting the better of them, even though it hasn't maybe felt like it the whole way through.
Some fairly cohesive drafts, I would say, from Tabe so far. We kind of were joking about it before, but some of these series, JDG gets really good drafts, and then they just completely throw the game, and they have a game loss there, which is, again, shouldn't be reflected on the coach, at least initially. We're going to talk about what review and the effect this coach has on their team, but looks like we're getting into draft here for game number 4. It is going to be with JDG having counter pick here in this game, so I wonder what they're going to be looking for. Twisted Fate is banned, so we might have volatile side lanes in this one.
Yeah, this is the first appearance of Twisted Fate all series long, and it's on the ban list. Feeling as the mid lane pool gets pinched further and as less effective counter picks are available, that they do want to take that one off the board. Trying to take away some of the deeper Hongq champion pool selections, as he did bust that one out back during the regular season. He's played quite the variety of champs over the course of the season, has a long list of one-offs that he has played out, including stuff like the Zoe, stuff like the Twisted Fate, stuff like the Swain. You got to keep in mind that he could bust out some similarly spicy selections as we do get deeper and deeper into this Fearless series.
I think AL have them pinched here, because they either had to ban Poppy or Azir. AL should just kind of snap this up immediately. JDG don't really play a ton of Poppy, but like, it might even just be worth it to take it if Anyone's Legends give it up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Junja plays it. If not, we know Vampire does. Tarzan snaps up the Kiana. I mean, this is the Poppy angle. Now you see the Kiana on the other side.
Yeah.
It's probably the best chance you're going to get, but the Bard! The Bard is up!
Bard has been banned for some of the games here, especially in the second phase, but we came into the series saying whoever gets Bard should be able to rise to the occasion, because Kyle's the #1 Bard in the league, Vampire is a very close second here, and he's going to get this champion. Now, we don't know really what the other matchups are, so his value is going to essentially scale based on what immobile champions AL are going to grab. This, to me, kind of says that you're really not allowed to pick something like Cassiopeia, but if you need to, you need to. Anivia as well is going to be under a bit of threat if that comes on through.
Jinja looking at this Lee Sin, looking at this Nocturne. This is one of the few picks that Jinja has played that Tarzan hasn't. He's going to grab that one for himself to go along with the Bard. Going to be their counter pick of choice into that Kiana jungle. Going to try to make sure that that Paranoia going to be able to have some impact in the side lanes. AL, do they want to grab a response here at support? Looking at that Kai'Sa, classic for Hope. Could still pair it up with a couple of champions. It feels like a lot of the traditional Kai'Sa duos are a little bit gone.
Yeah.
What would you pick with it alongside up against the Bard?
Against the Bard, honestly, I kind of just want to take Rakan. It's the champion that's going to be the most flexible. Your lane's not going to be as strong, but you're playing Kai'Sa. You're almost never exclusively trying to play for early 2v2s in this lane. So they're going to go ahead and just wait for a few more options, see what they're picking. If JDG go for something low range, I fully expect Rakan to be either picked or banned away by JDG. And for AL, they just want solid enough front line. We've cashed in our ticket. We're saying, okay, Flandra, you had a bit of fun. You got to play your Rek'Sai. You got to play your Mbessa. Lock in the Scion, brother. We got to send ourselves to Game 5 here.
Yeah, all right. Flandra does get his Scion. They're going to save that support. They will suffer probably 2 support bans for their troubles. Gala going to snap up the Misfortune. Wants to make sure that he gets a good combo alongside the Bard, that they're still going to be able to play a lane-dominant style, the way that JDG have carved out for themselves the bottom lane, all series and all tournament long. Going to get themselves Misfortune Bard here, start that off, and now, I mean, I assume bans towards the bottom lane, right? You're going to, like, expect to see things like the Rakan, perhaps the Leona, the Rel, if you do think that those are at risk.
Rel's good. There's no Alistar anymore, so definitely really, really impactful. Honestly, this kind of, for me, makes me question, why did we first pick Bard if we're going to take Misfortune? Your lane is going to be really strong as a 2v2 with these 2 champions, but I'm merely just worried of bullet time, Paranoia, and then Bard ultimate completely ruins all of the play, right? So that's going to be my initial concern, and how are we setting up Misfortune to do any damage? Because if you are not able to stop this front line, or this back line, I should say, from AL, Kiana, Kai'Sa get right onto this Misfortune, and Nocturne Bard just stand there and like, well, I can't really do anything about that. So I'm a bit worried here for JDG. The composition isn't really super cohesive from what we have in our draft so far. And AL, the consistency of a front-to-back team fight, I think is fine. And honestly, I'm just more interested as to what the mid laners are going to be picking here, because versus Bard, we already talked about, you can't pick too many immobiles, and the pool is starting to get really pinched here. I wonder if this is a Ziggs angle ever here for JDG.
Ziggs is banned.
Oh, well, I'm sad then.
It is. It's a tough one here, but there's plenty of other artillery mages in the pool, and we do know that Hongq's willing to play them. Stuff like the Zoe, even maybe getting a little spicier if you want to look at some champions that get a little bit less love for now. They're going to look for Xiaoshu in his matchup up against Flandra in the top lane. Knows that it's going to be the Scion. Looking at that Aatrox. I think that is a fine choice, and does keep your counter pick for the Swiss Army knife that is Hongq in the mid lane. You know how many champions this guy plays. The Akali getting looked at. Not the worst comp to play Akali into. Can access the Misfortune. They're going to snap it up for Shanks. That's the blind pick in mid.
Good side lane right now. I like this. When you are always playing against Nocturne, you have to pick, in my opinion, you have to pick really strong lanes that are going to be able to operate on the outsides so that he can just use his ultimate to cover for them. No way.
There's one of those other artillery mages. And
it's also really good
Akali.
into Akali.
Yeah. We're just flicking through them. I'm not gonna, I refuse to give these respect until one of them is locked in. It's the Zoe again. So we do go to another long-range mage looking to burst from afar. Definitely gonna be the longest range player in the game by a pretty solid margin.
I hate this draft, man. This is terrible from JDG. What did we do here? We have Bard Misfortune. We have no setup for MF. We have no setup for Nocturne. Zoe has 0 frontline in this game, and eventually there's going to be a Rel and there's a Scion.
This is Trouble Bubble plus Bullet Time works like Lilting Lullaby Bullet Time, doesn't it? That's something.
Yeah, but like that's one target.
It's not real. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. I know. I'm just trying to tilt you. Yeah, I mean, hope we win lanes.
and then what happens in team fights is Kiana, Kaisa, and Akali run straight into your backline, and we go to game 5. What are we doing?
We're gonna find out. Maybe some individual performances here could push JDG over the edge. Maybe Tabe wants to play game 5 against his former boys.
Why?
We'll find out. But
why do we want to play game 5? Just take your 3-1.
I like AL's draft. Maybe we're just FFing this game because Sion's been locked in and we don't have answers anymore. Maybe we're getting out of ourselves. Maybe JDG just slams 3 lanes.
If they win this game, it'll be against God. God does not want this to happen. Please, just get us the Jayos, please.
Again, JDG have one in the bank. We talked about this in getting game number 3. They lost 2-1 games in the quarterfinals, so now they can win 2 lost games. They cashed one out in game number 2. They could cash one out here.
Gordo, I'm going to pretend like I just didn't hear any of that, okay? We're going for some counter jungling. Now, Junja hasn't been spotted, or Junja did get spotted. So did Tarzan. Yes. Are they going to continue to opt for the full-on just vertical clear? No, Junja's racing over. I don't care that Shank saw me. You are not taking my red buff. I am level 2 Nocturne. I should be able to beat up on Kiana early enough. Is he just going to run into his bot side jungle? I mean, hell yeah, my bot lane's winning too. The 2v2 looks good.
Yeah, Tarzan.
Oh, he doesn't know?
Oh, no. Oh, nice spell shield from Junja. Figures out what's going on in pretty short order. I don't think it's enough to win the 1v2 with Kyle there at his back, but turns what could have been a rough trade into a fine trade.
I like this. Just keep being super obnoxious. Stop Tarzan from finishing his clear.
Going on through. Tarzan trying to get these wolves. Gets it. And is willing to leave some of the little wolves on behind. Counter jungling isn't what it used to be, my friend. So it will respawn nonetheless. Just gonna get this blue buff though. Says thank you very much, Vampire, for hitting level 2.
I don't think he's going to have time or the resources to get Gromp. Also because Kiana is a notoriously very fast jungle clear. Yeah, he's just going to go to his bottom side and then hope that he can try to contest on his top side. It does mean that Kiana now loses out a lot of resources. She's a champion that can farm very fast, and as long as she gets through her first 2 clears uninterrupted, she can be really powerful. But as is right now, unless he decides to cross the river and try to maybe leverage a Flandra roam into top side, he doesn't have priority from mid, and Nocturne is very, very scary, even before level 6 in melee duels.
Definitely is. So we'll have to keep our eyes on whether those early duels take place. There's going to be a cleanse out from Shanks. Interesting selection on the Ahri there, but showing respect towards the power that the Sleepy Trouble Bubble does present. Honku is completely taking control over this mid lane in the first 2 levels, as expected. Tough to play against ranged, harass-heavy champions. Against level 6 Akali.
Gordo, am I still allowed to be mean?
Yeah, man, I never told you couldn't be.
Okay, alright. You did say Ahri. That's not Ahri. She was in the last game, though.
Did I say it instead of Akali?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's late at night here, man. It's 6 a.m. My bad.
I'll allow it. Alright. Jinja didn't do all of his top side camps for some reason. He took a detour. Oh, they want to play for Respawn Raptors. Alright, that makes sense. I'll take that. And you still have Ignite from Honku.
Comes a potential contest from Junja. Not going to be able to get onto it here. But will be able to get the Scuttle. Gets himself one of the 2, at the very least. Tarzan, not too frustrated with how this early game went, especially given the amount of pressure Junja put onto him. Didn't get the blue buff, of course, but apart from that, he's been able to keep his clear going. We'll be able to get onto his respawn camp. Not too dissuaded in the early game planning on this Kiana.
Just taking a look at the lanes, I feel like AL have actually done not a terrible job. The one that's the most problematic right now is mid lane, but that's how this matchup goes. Like, before Kali has level 6, and especially before she has any of her first items, Zoe is a really disgusting lane bully. So not all that surprised. What I'm looking at right now is a 20 CS lead in bottom lane, and you're only up 200 gold because there is a cull taken.
Oh, wait! He gets the full combo. Hongq forced to flash away. Avoiding that kunai was incredibly crucial. Will be an flash blown there from Hongq. Well done by Shanks. Gets a nice combo through as he ticks level 6. We'll be able to get Zoe on the back of Summoner's Fly. Kyle gets a flash out of Gala for his own flash. I think that's worth. Oh, Sleepy Trouble Bubble landed onto Tarzan. He wants to chase for more. He wants this kill. He's got the flash. He goes for it. And Tarzan finds first blood.
What are we doing on bottom side here, guys? The Scuttle spawn on the top. There's going to be no immediate play. Kyle has no flash, and Kiana is on the way. So if somehow this fight is still available in 10 seconds, AL could win huge.
AL's got the scoop. They have the heal as well. They're at about half HP. Duskbringer lands onto 2, but Hope able to clear out this wave. They surrender. They back off. Vampire takes a turret shot. That was getting a little dicey. Tarzan's here for the backup. JDG's plans crumble in their fingers. And AL, nice start here. Tarzan with the gold. Tarzan with the brutalizer.
Oh, he has no stun.
Solid trade here. Hongq getting hit by shurikens. Although Junja here for the backup. Can he get away? Shank's going to try to flash. The fear is going to connect. There's the Battle Star not connecting, though, and Tarzan now here for the backup. Junja takes a big chunk of damage. Shanks is out of energy.
Oh!
Flash forward from Hongq, and he will find the kill.
That was a very big play. Another respawn Raptor invade, and Kyle is nowhere near this. Junja just gets to play it thanks to Hongq and them winning that 2v2. This is getting very strange right now because Hongq already had a pretty big lead individually, but with him getting that kill and being able to equalize this, it almost goes to 1,000 here. This is very problematic, I think, for AL. The fact that Tarzan has been interrupted so early on, it hasn't turned into very much, but I think just keeping tabs on the MVP of the regular season is doing a lot for JDG. You're giving free information over, and you're, more importantly, stopping him from maybe impacting any of your other lanes, which are still winning right now, especially, again, this bottom lane with a 30 CS lead here for Gala.
Tarzan going to look to get onto his Scuttle. Doesn't get there in time. Kyle looking for the fight to get started. Wow. Big Supreme display of talent. Connects on a 3. But there is the magical journey. Look into the back line. Hope launches himself in with a killer instinct. Double stun comes through from Vampire and might be enough to get him out with his life. Still, quick kill picked up onto Junja. And first kill of the game onto Hope.
Yeah, Hope used both his flash and his ultimate in that one, so they're going to be able to at least get one turret plate if they're lucky. See that Vampire is just moving over. It's an okay kill going over, but I don't think it changes much of the temperature of this game. I'll have to be a little bit careful here.
Up. I mean, I think Hope and Kyle have to be careful. Gala, the raw double up, just takes out Hope. Cast targeted onto him. No bounce needed.
Gala has potions. He had the so Gala had the adaptive force potion that you get from Inspiration Tree, and that's just a hell of a lot of damage, especially with PTA here. So pretty big mistake coming in from AL's bottom lane. That's that +1 that we were talking about in game number 2. We already made the play happen. We already got yourself the kill. Just get the recall in, but they couldn't get the wave underneath the turret. Gala gets himself a kill. He'll recall. And because of that overextension, JDG now to get 3 grubs uncontested here. I think a pretty decent win considering that their side laning is almost entirely based around this Aatrox, and it'll help them take down turrets. This is the first time in this series that we've been able to see them actually get 3 grubs.
Indeed. We'll see what they're going to be able to do to make use of it. Kyle and Tarzan pairing on up once again. Try to take some control into this bottom side jungle. Tarzan moderately strong here. About a 500 individual gold lead as that brutalizer for the early game power. Not going to go for that dragon though. I feel like it is a safe take from the current state. Flandre and Xiaoshu duking it out. I don't think kills in the cards for either of these members here, but there's the World Ender popped by Xiaoshu. He seems to think he can take Flandre, at least be able to force him out of the lane. He does have access to the TP, though I think he'd prefer to hold it for now if he can.
That right there is what the professional top laners in the business call farming champion damage for the post game. So,
true.
Like you said, just going to be there to help him at least gain priority. It does mean that the next set of World Enders or just Darkened Blades from Xiaoshu is going to be potentially matchup breaking for him. They have a big stacked wave on bottom side. You see that AL are pinging out that they have vision of Jinja. So under no threat of potentially being dove on this bottom lane wave. When's the dragon going to be started? We're at 10.5 minutes here. No dragons here for either.
Tarzan set up a little trap here on the Xiaoshu. He gets hit by the unstoppable onslaught, and it's just easy pickings now. Flandre going to be the one who walks away with that kill. Maybe would have liked to get Tarzan up to 2-0, but they will take a free kill onto Xiaoshu when they can get one.
Just buys Flandre recall. Feels good. Sometimes that's all you need to do. Sometimes you just got to get bailed out by your jungler so you can go back to base, maybe even finish an item or two. Seeing some damage here from Gala. Is going to finally get that barrier from Hope. I expect that we are going to be fighting around this dragon, though. You can see that Flandre is starting to move over, but he has no ultimate after that last play. And more importantly, what I'm looking at is Jinja starting to clear down. All of his camps are going to start to come up in a few moments here, and finally you have priority. I have yet to really see Vampire get out of the map. Kyle has been really big about linking up with Tarzan, making things happen in other sides, even if it hasn't really worked out for them so far. But this Bard is supposed to be like a big mover and shaker here, and it's been a little bit more quiet so far in Game 4.
Yeah, a lot of 2v2 laning for Vampire and Gala, but there's going to be a fear connecting on towards Tarzan. Doesn't have too big of a lasting impact. Tarzan going to be able to slip out of there, still with full HP. Vampire has had success fending off incoming gank, stopping Hope from getting more than one kill in that big play down towards the bottom lane earlier on. But other than that, yeah, been pretty quiet. Kyle and Tarzan spot them on out. Looks like they're interested in a little something here. Vampire forced the flash. Crash down comes through. Sleeping Trouble Bubble connects on towards Shanks. They know where he is. And the Duskbringer will connect. Those little sparkles, even within the Shroud, will give away the position of the Akali. And AL are forced to back away. They've just lost too much health.
Yeah. Akali has no TP, so you're just never stepping up for this dragon anymore. If you're AL, you're saying, thank God, first dragon of the game is taken at 12:30. This is going to be a much longer game than either of these two were expecting. And we've very rarely actually hit the soul. Because I just remember Game 2, there was a dragon soul up, and then the game just ended before we took it. We got one finally in that last game, but it almost felt like a mere formality in what was the grand scheme of game number 3. Shanks, I really need to see him finish this Gunblade. That'll be a really big spike, not only in just completing an item, but having some kind of threat onto Hongq. Once we get into these side lanes and we start to put these two mid lanes on either one of the rifts, I really want to see whether or not he can actually perform, because it's one of the few like melee assassins that I would associate with Shanks that he's had some pretty good success on historically.
Level 11 will be great for him too, just getting that extra perfect execution, cooldown, and damage to be able to better threaten the Zoe. Hopefully going to be able to navigate his way over there and have those sorts of performances that we do hope to see from him on the Akali.
Look at the quest completion. Oh, Gala!
Wow, they're going to be able to lock down Gala in no time at all. Tempered Fate, too little, too late. Just bails Hope out, taking any turret damage. There's an ultimate in the river from Tarzan. And they find Jinja as well. Shanks getting a big injection of gold for a little bit of a help towards getting to that Gunblade. AL snap 2 plays at once and win them both.
And on opposite sides of the map, by the way, that is huge. You got the flash and the barrier from Gala. That is a massive win by itself. But then you get the kill. You get a reset. We're going to make a movement over here to set ourselves up for Herald in 50 seconds. This is a very big win for AL and much needed at this point in the game after what was a rougher early game. I was just about to touch on the fact that JDG had actually finished all of their lane quests going into that fight, but then as soon as they get that pick on Nagala, Hope finishes his. Tarzan has now finished his with his final camp, so all of that lead that we were starting to see build up for JDG, gone into the snap of a finger here around the top side.
Yeah, AL having themselves kind of performance that we have expected from them in these early games. Really, really good job to be able to make that play on towards an isolated Gala, punish Vampire for roaming too much on the Bard. Junja's caught in River. Tarzan feeling strong this game. 80% KP. Oh, that's a Sleepy Trouble level landed on a Hope. Hope walks into it, and he might just be done for. He flashes too. Oh, no! Hope goes down. Hongq with a solo bolo.
Well, now Gala and him are equal. No flash, no barrier, but Hope's is going to be on a slightly more extended cooldown here. Aatrox will TP. They'll have Zoe in a side lane. Sure. I don't think it really puts a dent in the lead that we see from anyone's Legend right now. And with Herald going over to JDG, I tentatively really do like the setup here for Jindong Gaming. They're going to have like decent amount of push for the time being. How did this land? Boom. Half his HP. He walks into it. It auto-arms.
Oh. I don't like that. I hate everything I just saw.
Why? Why are you hating? I thought you were supposed to be the yin to my yang on this one.
I just watched the dude absorb every Zoe ability, waste all his thunder spells, and die, man. I can't spin that.
That's a good job from Zoe.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know how else to throw it.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. I guess that is a good job from Zoe. Good job, Hongq.
None of those are targeted abilities.
League, brother.
All right.
Anyway.
So we're just going to keep moving ourselves across the lanes. Because Kai'Sa no longer has her flash or barrier, I think it is going to make this next dragon fight a little difficult for AL to swing. Also the fact that, oh wait, here we go. There's a play on top side. Observers, kill the Zoe!
Yeah, there we go. Shank's going to be able to find a solo kill. Junja going to be able to collapse onto him with the Paranoia. That's going to make it into a 1-for-1. Does eat the Nocturne ultimate while they're at it. All in all, no harm, no foul. Let's see what Tarzan can do around this bottom side. He's lurking behind Xiaoshu's turret. At the very least, going to take away some jungle camps. Will they go for the dive, though? They're looking like they're interested. Flandra up here in the front line. They do still have the minions. They are going to get the Scream display.
Oh my!
Huge regen from Xiaoshu. Sundered Sky keeps Xiaoshu standing. And there is going to be the lockdown on towards Hope, but it's only the Tempered Fate. No follow-up available. Gala going to get exhausted. Kyle has to back away. His cooldowns are done for. And both parties will back on away from each other. But, wow, first start of Sundered Sky paying off big time for Mr. Xiaoshu.
Dude, this Aatrox champion, like, World Ender plus his passive and then Sundered Sky. Like, he absolutely just gained 600 HP for no reason. And then now with them finding a little bit of purchase in mid, you saw that ultimate onto Hope kind of forced him away. There's no Magnet Storm. JDG should just have all access pass to this dragon. AL, you have no tools to play with. And now Tarzan, yes, he uses Flash. We are no longer playing for this, guys. They're going to just force the issue.
Yes, we are. Here's Flandra and Kyle. Flash in from Kyle. They get some lockdown onto Hongq. They get the decimating smash as well. Hongq loses a ton of HP. Paranoia comes through. Kyle's dead to the bullet time. Junja throws himself in towards Tarzan.
There we go.
Back, gets the insect fear by flashing behind Tarzan, but he will die for it. Shanks now throwing himself towards Gala in the back line. Gets some good damage on a Vampire, forces them back through Magical Journey. Now looking to cut off Xiaoshu on the opposite side, who will flash away from a decimating smash of his own. And somehow ALs have stopped the dragon from going down by trading jungler for jungler.
Yeah, but they lose so much for this play because this ends up being a 2-for-1. Kyle dies very early on, and it's another wave in bot side. It's as good as it's going to get with getting both of the flashes from Xiaoshu and from Tarzan. He doesn't know that Vampire is here gaining vision. Great job from the support of JDG. You now have the flash, and there's just no damage. Look at where the damage dealers are right now. Akali's in mid, and Kaisa is just now coming out of base. This is not a good situation from them, and a big overcommitment of resources to try to kill Hongq. If we just didn't have bad timers from the trade before, maybe this looks better, but I mean, you're losing out big time, and you're giving over gold to this JDG team you don't want to see.
Oh, great Tempered Fate here, going to save Xiaoshu's life as he gets Supreme's Blade of Talent into the wall. They are still going to be able to melt through the support on the backside, and Xiaoshu taking more damage than he can handle. AL grind JDG to dust as they get 3 kills. Dragon on the menu, easy to secure. AL, despite the misgivings of the last fight, they take the lead right back.
Imagine if JDG's draft just wasn't awful, right? Like, imagine how easy this game would have been if we had some setup. If Rel was on this team for JDG, this game would be free. If we didn't have some of the worst lane matchups on sides possible, this would be incredible. They would probably win this game and end the series, but we have no cohesive synergy, and we are only making like slightly gold positive plays because AL are in mispositions or their opponents are making mistakes.
Hard to disagree with that. Not able to put the fight together. Yeah, we came out of replay right into this, so it's tough to see how exactly they're set up. Kyle gets interrupted on a crash down. The Supreme Display Talent combo gets interrupted. This feels like it's not very good for AL, and yet, I mean, Vampire dies so fast, Akali does Akali things, and Hope is able to fire away uncontested.
We have no bullet time. Like, that was a great way to get Xiaoshu out of what was a horrendous engage, right? Sure, I'll take that. But we have no setup for this. I disagree. This AI bot needs to stop giving out hallucinatory information. JDG are not winning this later in the game unless something incredible happens. And I guess we have had a rather spectacular series so far, even with just 4 games here. Looking to maybe go to 5 with how AL are looking. A 3,000 gold lead in their back pocket, and hell of a great amount of team fighting. Again, just cohesive. It feels cohesive what they've gotten for themselves.
It's a solid position for AL here, finding themselves the team fights that they needed. The Dragons, obviously, as you called out earlier, were just so slow to come. JDG were not able to take advantage of whatever power points they had earlier on. You know, they had solid matchups in bot and top. They had early leads in mid too. They were able to build those up through the laning phase, but it just wasn't enough to be able to carry through into some of these skirmishes. And now some good skirmishes are all it's really taken for AL to catapult themselves into the lead. And now you have to somehow fit these misshapen puzzle pieces together on the JDG side to be able to get yourself kind of team fights you're going to need to turn this game back around. Currently posturing in and around the Baron. Can they find some kind of crazy Zoe pick?
Ooh, Shanks is on a flank. As long as they can keep them in this choke, this could be a very big fight right now. Also getting priority over the mid wave. I think dangerous that AL gets so much space like this. MF is supposed to be rather stalwart, a champion that really wants to duel. Let's go out.
Oh, wow, lights go out, and in goes Kyle.
Oh, no!
Storm onto 2, launching themselves into towards Hope. Hongq getting soloed out by Shanks, will fall down over the wall. Shanks finds a second one. Flandra fending off the remaining members, and over there, in a 1 versus 3, it's Xiaoshu doing his best with the World Ender rolling, but it's not enough. Hope will finish him off. 5K gold lead to AL as they take the fight 3-0.
Masterful engage from Kyle essentially ends this game and sends us to game 5, functionally speaking. And now they're going to grab the Baron as well. 750 gold for this, the Baron, and this timer's going to roll right into the Dragon in 1.5 minutes while they finish off a mid lane turret. Big gold swing coming in for anyone's legend. The first seed, I mean, so many things just go right for them. This ultimate and this engage from Kyle is amazing. And then this bullet time from Gala. He tries to let it rip, but the ultimate from Kiana stops him mid-ult. And there's just nothing they can do at this point. There's no damage. We had questions as to what this Zoe is supposed to do with no front line, and they just get eaten alive by this Akali. Xiaoshu's in the backline versus 3. If he had a little bit more help, maybe he could turn. But this series really has been Xiaoshu versus everybody. And he's getting no help here in game 4.
Oh, Jinx! We don't need to land Shuriken Flip. We're too far ahead. Solo kill found by him once again. In comes the Paranoia. This time he's got the stasis to be able to withstand it. And Tarzan is in there. Supreme display of talent. It displays Junja to the ground. And it'll be 2 more in the pockets of AL as they are able to keep this push going with the Baron buff at their backs. My
JDG cope for this game is that this is a draft where we said, hey, we're getting rid of Bard from Kyle. We won't have to worry about Game 5 Bard. That's kind of it in my mind. Vampire's going to barely escape. He's just going to get chased out of his own jungle at this point. Another turret falls. 9,000 gold lead here for AL as they are going to wrap up this one in surefire fashion. We're at 25 minutes and we're already at a 10,000 gold diff.
AL looking to take us the full distance. The Tabe Bowl will go to Silver Scrapes. If AL have any say in the matter, it would need to be a massive throw from this position. And we don't have a lower third about that for AL. That was for JDG. And we were originally concerned about AL tend to not lose these games from 10K gold leads, although game 2 maybe gives you a little bit of pause.
I think it would be hard-pressed. We're looking for a little bit of something.
Well, Tarzan just got 1 shot, but it is a good re-engage for Hope. He jumps in, executes 2. Xiaoshu flashes in, thinks he can finish Hope, can't do it. Double kill to Shanks, and that should be it. 4 kills down. Vampire needs to hold off 1 versus 4. I think there's going to be a T-King Scion here before too long. 3,000 total assists for Kyle. Congratulations to him.
In 2 years,
fast pace.
Yeah. 3,002, and yeah, that's it. They've got a wave, they've got Baron. We're going to game number 5. I guess JDG just want more experience. They just want to play more game 5s here in the playoffs.
10 playoff games for JDG. Playing a whole other season out here. See if they will be able to take it home. They have a chance to be able to move even further in this winner's bracket. It is not over yet. Silver Scrapes upcoming. AL win out game number 4, making it look like game number 1. And they will take us the full distance. 1 more draft will settle who is moving on to our winners finals, who will be our first team in the top 3.
That's an incredible reward for you. I mean, not only that, but then, again, you're 1 step closer to making the finals potentially, making first stand, because there are 2 representatives from the LPL this year. So look forward to what we can get there. But, I mean, this is kind of business as usual for AL. I was taking a look. Their win rate when ahead at 15 is 95%. From all of Split 1.
5% game 2, or was this before tonight?
This was before tonight. This is before tonight. So coming into the day, 95% when ahead at 15 is a rather pretty good stat. That's a stat you really want to have on your side when you are a team. And I'm just like looking at this now, and JDG, it feels like the wins that they have gotten in this series have not at all been convincing. Like game 3 there was one where it's fine, but it was mostly, I think, off the back of AL just not doing enough in the early game. That's probably the best like JDG win I will give them, but we could have already been done with this series if game 2 had not happened in the fashion that it did.
That's a good point. This could have been a 3-1 for AL, but quarterfinals could have been a 3-0 for JDG. It's
sure.
Game ends when you destroy the Nexus, and until you do that, nothing matters. So we will find out who's going to be able to pull that off in game number 5 here before too long. AL, I mean, a clean play out here. I think this is probably going to be another Tarzan MVP, a really nice game of Kiana for him there. Starting off early, answering the Nocturne well, dealing with a lot of shenanigans thrown his way, right? Getting invaded, losing his blue buff, having Junja in his face. He responds well. He handles the pressure. He navigates the plays well, and looks a little bit more like the Tarzan we know and love after, I think, some messy gameplay on the Wukong in game number 3.
And especially the mid matchup. Like, imagine how easy it is to play after your mid laner stops getting 1v1'd in mid as Zoe versus Akali. After that point, none of the early priority from Honky mattered, and they just became super unstoppable. Like, we did not have a big enough of a lead to do anything. Again, this bottom lane duo of Misfortune Bard is useless. I don't understand why we are going for this pairing. You have 0 setup. Rel was up. We first picked the Bard, and I think that's the thing that I'm most critical of. We first picked the Bard. We have no idea what AL are going to choose. There's very little from the draft that AL got that actually get punished by this champ.
Yeah, it's not able to make the most out of a champion that's been permabanned the whole series. Don't show me this again, dude. This was rough.
They didn't even win the game.
They did.
What is this?
I mean, you only get
this?
one of those. You only get one of those in a lifetime. So you would have needed more than one of those to be able to close it out this time. This is a 1-for-1 trade. This is not the kind of play that defines the game. But I think, you know, eventually a solid Akali performance from Shanks, all things considered, right? Had a tough early laning phase against the Zoe as expected, but had some really clean team fights later on, and was able to consistently keep pressure on Agala and stop him from being able to potentially save some of these team fights.
I think this is the broadcast way of telling us Shanks will be receiving an MVP for this game. I have a feeling. So,
perhaps.
If not him, Kyle. Kyle had a disgusting Rel game. I'm glad to see it, and it's a reason why he has been the best support in the league, with On and BLG having some of their struggles all of last year. Kyle has looked by and far away the best support, and possibly even, I'd be willing to posit, top 5 in the league in general. He has looked good, and it comes off of a bevy of champions. It's not like he's only incredible on engages. He was playing Enchanters last year before very many other people. And again, his Bard was the best in the league and still is. So I'm glad to see that this guy continues to find success. I'm going to be very sad when he decides to go back home to the LCK.
Don't say when. Say if.
I will say if, but no, I mean, considering there was already rumors this year that Gen G were going to take him over Duro, I was already preemptively getting ready to cry.
It was a tough reverse exodus this last offseason, but it's not manifest anymore, at least not yet.
I think we won the exodus. Where is Kanavi? Where is Scout? Where is Taeyun? Them brothers are already in Cancun.
That's true. That's true. I don't know though. I look at some of our teams that are eliminated, and I'm like, well, I don't know if I would have minded a Scout Kanavi team in there. Maybe they would be in here, maybe they wouldn't be, but either way, great game from Anyone's Legend. Played out according to plan. We felt like it was called in draft, and JDG did not cash out their other free win here, so it does come on out as a 2-2 score line at the end of the day. We will have Silver Scrapes here. We will have one final Fearless draft. What's left in the pool that we're keeping a close eye on here for this final game?
I mean, most importantly, Jarvan probably still going to be permabanned. Azir has been banned all series
Azir,
long.
Orianna going to stay permabanned, yeah.
Yeah. Shanks, clearly MVP in this game. Very well earned for himself. I think Rakan is probably the biggest. It's not usually a champion that gets focused in the first 3, and I think he is the most versatile support left and up. But that means you can get counters. We can see a Blitzcrank. We could even see a Thrush,
Leona.
right?
Leona too.
Leona, true.
Up and available. Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, there's still some tank picks left for Xiaoshu. Hen's still in the pool. Kasante's still in the pool. Top lane's still got plenty to go. Nar's still in the pool. We'll find out exactly what these drafts are going to look like. See if those bans start to change up. We'll see what JDG wants to select with their first selection. We are going to throw it to one final break in the night. We will see you guys on the other side as we get into our 5th and final game. Cue the Silver Scrapes. We'll see everybody for JDG AL in the final decider game. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English, where we are going to game number 5. The sun's coming up throughout a lot of North America. Day's getting later over in Europe. Wherever you're watching from, time is passing. And it is time to get into game number 5. It's a late night for me. It's an early morning for some.
It's 5
It's going the full distance, baby. It's almost 7 a.m. here. I don't know where I am anymore.
This just means that this game 5 is going to be the game where I hope everybody at home, you don't mute this one. Because you are going to get insane nuggets of just unfiltered knowledge from my man Gord over here. So be ready.
You're just taking yourself out of the equation, huh? That's just...
With what you've been putting down on the show today, I've got nothing. I've got nothing in comparison. So I am going to hopefully be a vessel for chat here, and we're hopefully just going to be sponges and absorb all of the knowledge that you're going to give us.
I'll do my best, as always. We'll be
There we
getting
go.
into draft for game number 5 before too long. AL pulling the series back. I hadn't won a game in a couple of games there. Was starting to get a little dicey, but looking back on form, recovering from the trauma that was game number 2, I still can't believe they lost that game. It turned on an absolute dime. And
I can't believe we had to watch game 4. So
we all walk away with surprises at the end of the day, as we get on in to our potential. Not even potential. This is definitely our last game, actually. There's nowhere left to go.
Are you hoping for game 6? Are you hoping for game 6?
It would not be the craziest thing that's happened tonight. I'll tell you that much. Is remake into game number 6. It's happened before.
Please don't do that. See, if you ask for that, I'm gonna have the union come for you, okay?
I didn't ask for it. I just said it's on the table.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Why is it on the... Take it off the damn table.
I don't control the rules, man. There's irrecoverable game states out there.
Oh,
They
okay.
happen.
So suddenly, when it's thrown back at us, I don't have any power. But when it's not, we're just gonna... No.
What do you mean?
No,
When did we ever have any power here? We're at the mercy of both the Who Ya Feed and the LPL League officials, neither of which we have control over. When was it ever in? The ball was never in our court.
If you ask chat, it's our fault. Anything that happens is our fault. If we have a technical issue with Huya, it's suddenly, why is this stream so incredibly terrible? And it's like, guys, volunteer broadcast. Anyway, we're getting ourselves ready here. JDG are gonna have first pick. They're going to end up on the red side, however, and we're still going to have Poppy and Azir banned. Still Orianna. So what exactly are we first picking? In my mind, we're looking at AD carries. I'm looking at Aphelios. We have Jinx still up. A lot of things are still... I mean, even Sivir, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, the big hyper carry marksmen are left. I do wonder if we're going to see another Zyra Khan out of JDG. Like you said, the Rakan really high up in prio. Mel makes an initial appearance. By the way, Twisted Fate came and went. I don't understand. It was banned first round in game number 4. That's the one appearance he's had all series. I don't know what they're cooking over there, but he's... Oh, well, there he is. He's back. All right. I don't know.
Maybe that was the matchup they were looking for. They're like, okay, we don't want to play Twisted Fate into Akali, and we don't want to play it into Mel now, so... All the options. We need to see volatile side lanes. Thankfully, we will not get a Seraphine bottom lane.
Ooh. All right. I like the Cassiopeia for Shanks. Blind Trundle for Tarzan. Perhaps calling out.
We need to see some flips. I want to see some flips here. We need to get some bot lane. We need to get a
Oh,
bot
is it
lane
the
that's going to try to
Vampire
flip the game.
Thresh? There it is.
There we go.
The Vampire Thresh was so good a couple days ago. It was dope. I loved to see it. Some really, really great plays with the Dark Passage especially. The whole team played around it really, really well. Yeah, they were able to wreak some havoc on that one. So I'm excited to see Vampire back on that pick here. Had a lot of individual impact. I would be getting excited for Jace jungle right now if we hadn't blinded Trundle, but now I think it's going to Flandra blind. He will get a chance to ban to defend it. It's going to be the Cassante instead. That's better.
I think you should not be allowed to pick Jace when you see Twisted Fate on your screen on enemy team. That just means as soon as he hits level 6, well, guys, I'm getting gold carded, and there's not much for us to do. So what lane are we going to be looking to flip? Because AL saved their bottom lane for second phase, so probably means we're going to be seeing a Sivir banned here by JDG. And what other matchups are you even going to be looking for? I mean, if you take Gnar as JDG, you have a really good early game setup, but team fights become a little bit tricky. I think it's the only remaining top lane that I would feel really comfortable with us trying to be a little bit more spicy. You could also go for Gwen, and I think Gwen gets a lot of value versus Cassiopeia and Trundle later on. So there are a few options here. I think Xiaoshu is really going to have to dig deep for a champion that is going to be able to perform, and he has been, I think, the best player on this team for all 4 of these previous games.
I do also think, I mean, this Trundle is somewhat a call out to Junja and what champion pool he has going for himself too, right? Because you take away all of the champions Fearless away, all the champions banned. The champions that Junja have played this season remaining are Malphite, Mundo, and Sejuani. You don't want to play any of those into the Trundle if you could avoid it. So what else does he have in the tank? What else can he show us a brand new champion here that he hasn't played yet this season, or is he going to feel forced onto one of those picks?
It might be a Lilia. This could be a Lilia game for Junja. Would be one of the best answers into Trundle. If he doesn't want that and he wants an AD, you could play Kindred. Those are kind of the two champions that I'm thinking, but they're very much out there. Shun is the only person we've seen play Kindred, at least here. It makes sense considering he's an old school Kindred player. We're getting Lucian. Does this mean we're getting Braum? Could also be Melio. Melio's disgusting, but I feel like Melio has completely dropped out of competitive meta. Like, no one wants to play
Could be good
this
against
champion.
Thresh Twisted Fate, though. I mean, Breath of Life feels kind of good in that context. If we see Aphelios, Kindred, Twisted Fate all on the same team, I'm trying to shoehorn like a Shen into that comp if I can. I gotta get some auto attack dodging on my comp if I'm seeing that team comp come through. Instead, it very well might be the Gwen here. Xiaoshu likes this matchup into the Cassante. Feels like he can be the biggest menace in the side lane here. But now there's no front line left. Now maybe Junja is going to be forced to pick a tank into this Trundle, man. I mean, or maybe not.
We're getting another Kha'Zix game. Hey, considering what time it is,
where's
maybe
Quax
is alive. Maybe
yeah,
Quax is
somebody
actually,
ping Quax. He might be awake. It's possible. Here's the Melio. It's a Melio or a Braum angle here. I like the Melio into the Thresh Twisted Fate. I'm about it.
It's been a long time since we've gotten Melio, especially here in the LPL. So, good 2v2. I think that AL have a very sturdy front line to be able to play. Almost feels like JDG are going to be a bit more of this pick composition. They can really chase you for a very long time thanks to having gold cards and Gwen, but looking on side lanes, I really like what JDG have. It's just whether or not they can actually use this. We saw in the Galio game, Hongq wasn't really moving to the other side. It was mostly about protecting Junja. Now you have this Kha'Zix, which we haven't seen been played in a very long time for him. So what else? He is 0-2 in competitive all time. And the last time he played it was MSI 2023. He lost to Golden Guardians.
I'm blown away here. How squishy is this JDG comp, my man? Like, this is... I feel like it's going to be tough to not just get melted en route to trying to arrive at anybody. You need to be able to, like... You just need to be able to find the big flank angles and the assassinations here with your Kha'Zix and your Gwen. Or just play through side lanes all day long, because...
Yeah.
I mean, actually setting up for this, you can't play... Aphelios feels like a way out of place here, no? Like, it's going to be so difficult to set up successful scenarios for him.
Yeah, Thresh is going to hopefully have to be his only way out, but Trundle Pillar is OP as hell, man. Like, you just throw Trundle Pillar, you can stop the Dark Passage, so that's one. And then if ever Aphelios steps a little too far up, whether that's in mid lane or around an objective, Trundle Pillar, boom, he's done for. He's on the other side of the wall. He has to lose its flash almost every single time. This is going to be a very, very explosive draft here for JDG. If they can't win this one, obviously that's just the end of the series. I need to see Hongq getting early and active.
Oh, some Gyos, but also Hongq exchanging blows. We're good.
Okay.
All right.
Want to see those side lanes? This is going to be Unsealed Spellbook. We're also going for Jack of Trades, Twisted Fate, so a ton of ability haste. Means potentially more ultimates, but we need to see one of these lanes. Once he hits level 6, I want to see him jump into one of these, whether it's top lane or we're looking towards bottom lane. Braum can only do so much, and he is someone that they can maybe even look to punish.
Absolutely. All right, AI. All about the AL comp this time around. So, level 1. Bot lanes duking it out. The Braum stuns are coming on through. We will get some nice early damage found on towards Vampire. The Thresh, pretty squishy in the early game. Squishier than he used to be in pretty much all stages of the game. Not really the frontliner that he once was.
They're on the same side of the map. They're probably just gonna have to recall after their first clears here. I guess Trundle can go through bottom side, but he is spotted on that ward. Very early aggressive invade. You saw that punishment onto Hongq was just them looking for something. Yeah, level 3, here we go.
Ooh, hook connects on towards Kyle. He will take a turret shot for that, and that's a big one. He falls down to below 300 HP. Tarzan, though,
doing it again?
in the area. Both jugglers are here. Are we going for this? Is this happening right now? Tarzan stepping up forward, already has lost half of his HP. Hook connects onto Kyle. Here comes Junja. I think they assumed he had given up and gone up towards the top side. 2 kills to JDG at 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Tabe. This was a draft masterclass from you, brother. No way we could have known this was going to happen. They went for an early invade. Tarzan overstays on this, and now, I mean, Kha'Zix gets his entire top side. Not only that, but getting the local experience from one of those kills as well. This is a huge start for them, and now we need to see them continue to snowball this. We're going to look back. They had no vision. This is such tight timing here. Holds the wall, doesn't get spotted, and now Tarzan, yeah, he spends way too much time. I mean, Kyle, if he had flash for this, he could have flash queued, put all of these stacks on the Gala, but the concussive blows never comes out. They just get so many free kills over to them. And now it's like, we're going to hit level 5 soon on Hongq. Level 6 will come after that, and you could potentially revisit this bottom lane and kill Kyle again.
It's in the cards. Junja gets a first kill onto Kha'Zix, by the way. That feels awesome.
Yep.
Once he's going to actually be able to spend some of that first blood gold. I didn't see if he got the first blood or Gala did, but I mean, that's 100 gold difference at the end of the day. Who cares? You're rocking quite the advantage one way or the other. Question is, will he be able to get the Brutalizer? Probably not at this early of a stage, but it's a great start for him either way, and it's going to be serrated Dirk.
Dirk feels good. Probably just going for the Umbral Glaive, which did get buffed. So a little bit more damage when you are invisible, and your first attack has a bit more armor crush. So feels pretty good on that one. Saul is very close there for Flandra, who finally gets his Cassante. With how low range this comp can be, Cassante can be a decent frontliner. Just whether or not the damage is kind of behind him. And with how things are going, it is, to me at least, kind of coming down to whether or not Shanks can have another carry performance. He has been not quiet through the regular season, but maybe not having a super standout split. But Cassiopeia is in a really good spot here, I think, this game, of all games, to be a menace. I mean, she's going to have Rod of Ages, she's going to have her Seraphs, and that means that the threat of an assassination or getting blown up by things like Kha'Zix is very, very low, at least the longer this game does go on.
Yeah, Cassiopeia definitely in a really good spot here. Going to be able to melt through these health bars pretty fast. Not really the most reliable engage here for JDG, so they kind of have to walk at you. Cassiopeia loves that, loves to be walked at, and will certainly, along with this Cassante Trundle frontline, be, and Braum, be in a really good position to be able to counter that out. I do still really like the AL draft despite the comedy of errors that we've just witnessed in the bottom lane. If they can keep those to a minimum, you can really see how these later game teamfight scenarios are going to pay off for them, and it's going to be a lot more about Xiaoshu in the side lane. Here's Tarzan trying to get a flash out of Hongq if they can. Doesn't look like they will be able to successfully do so. Good footwork for Hongq, avoiding the Noxious Blast there.
Tanks one more just for the road. Do you have any opinions on Cassio getting boots back? I think it's probably the most meaningful change because she kind of got screwed for all of 2025 by not having access to tier 3 boots.
Yeah, I mean they gave her a stat thing on her passive.
That was kind of cringe though.
It wasn't enough. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean the not buying boots thing was kind of goofy anyway. It's just so I'm pretty neutral on it.
All right,
Anivia buys boots. The snake can buy boots.
I just didn't understand why Cassio wasn't allowed to buy boots, but Nami was. Like Nami's entire
Vel'Koz.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, there's
a
big list.
At least put the boot on her head, you know? Like, at least make it a little bit funny if we're gonna do some stupid lore stuff, or give her a nothing burger passive of free MS. That was extremely useless. Now, Kha'Zix's trying to go for an early invade. I mean, Twisted Fate has ultimate, so you can always kind of do this for free. Gal's gonna come over and check this, but Jinja can just walk over, jump over the wall if he's ever under any real threat here. Oh, Gala steps forward, uses his flash.
All right,
And
his
his ghost. Jesus.
Yep. There goes the summoners from Gala. So going to be potentially under a little bit of threat here if Tarzan does make a trip towards the bottom lane again. Junja does have the level 6 advantage here, so we'll be able to get one of his evolutions on off as necessary. It should be in a good position to be able to potentially take this dragon. The only question is that Hongq is recalling at the moment, yet the fight is starting anyway. Junja going to have his leap interrupted, go into the Dark Passage, going to get stunned up before he can get there, finally pulled back out to safety. Hongq's gone, though, so Shanks has time to regroup with the rest of the team while that guy is walking his way back. Will have access to the Destiny Gate, though.
You're always going to be worried. As soon as Hongq drops into Fog of War, you're saying, okay, Twisted Fate can be here, guys. I pushed in my wave, but I'm taking a recall, and I don't have teleport. You can see that both Hope and Shanks opted for a cleanse here in this game. They know there's only 2 pieces of CC in this game that are going to matter. It's a gold card, and it's a death sentence. So let's make sure we don't get hit by those, and that basically cuts out a lot of the threat that JDG might have in later game skirmishes when we're having those 5-on-5 standoffs around objectives. There's going to be meaningful summoner spells to watch here in this game. Joshu's trying to get that one last play. He'll finally grab it. There is a play towards these grubs, and I mean, Game 5, obviously small objective wins like this are always going to feel nice, but one team has a Gwen, and I really don't want to see them grab 5 grubs, or 3 grubs. That sounds like a miserable take to have.
Yeah, it does look like Tarzan going to be able to secure the majority of the grubs here. Junja does not appear to have any interest in arriving, and again, Hongq's been forced back. Having a bit of a tough lane against Shanks here, who has, despite the loaded dice gold that Twisted Fate generates, that's going to give him the gold lead, he's down a lot of CS. He's down about 20 here. And it's going to be good for Shanks and going to mean that he's going to be able to continue to exert pressure there. Rod of Ages, though, done for the Twisted Fate. Hongq finally going to be able to start scaling into the game here.
And it's done before Cassiopeia, which I think is a pretty meaningful change. He is almost level 9, and we still haven't seen him go to a side lane. Like, no attempt on the Flandra. Fine, it's Cassante, but I would really like to see them at least prep a wave or prep a dive. We have Dragon on the map at 9.5 minutes and no play on bottom side. We never punished Hope and Kael for not having summoner spells again. So, another instance where Hongq just, whether it's his choice or the opponent's locking him in the lane, has not found any real angles here in this game so far. And I think that's harming JDG's potential.
Yeah. JDG, note that Gala is still down both summoners here if this dragon fight is to come to pass. Shanks still pushing up in mid lane. Tarzan still farming bottom side camps. The the dragon rather under full vision. And likely going to be the target here for AL as they try to step up towards it. They're calling mid lane over as well. Xiaoshu getting a great chunk onto Flandre here, going to be able to push him back. Won't be able to finish off the kill, but with no TP, Flandre now in a rough position. Hook connects onto Tarzan. Huge damage here, but Kael's there to back him up. In comes the port from Hongq.
No!
Kael able to stop him, though, with the Unbreakable. Hope needs to find these shots on a Hongq, though, too slowed up by the box. And Hongq will stay alive, flashes forward, doesn't get the auto. Oh, man, this is all getting chaotic real fast here. Shanks flashing forward, going to be able to get the lockdown onto Junja. Miasma holds him still, and the kill will be picked up for AL. Dragon soon to follow.
And a huge play here for AL, grabbing this Dragon on top of it, man. Like, that's super dangerous. And Junja, who had a huge lead, he has 1,000 gold over Tarzan. They're not able to burst him out. Kael uses the stand beside me. Completely cuts away at the isolation damage. Somehow, JDG still have a 1,700 gold lead, but, I mean, we'll take a look back at this play. They had no vision of this. This should have been their kill. Why is Twisted Fate not already here? You popped the Destiny Gate so early, we didn't even flash to try to kill Tarzan here, and then we do this gold card. We're going to get a slow-mo from the observers, and I think that's the sad part about this.
And we say you're mean. Oh, that's tough.
God. Just, no. Good flash from Shanks. He has absolutely been the better mid laner in this series, and showing it here. Just the experience, and yeah, he did a fantastic job here in this fight.
Yeah, that's another moment where I don't know if I'm happy or sad that we don't get a top 8 shot for that, because that's tough to watch. That feels real bad if you're hoping for a JDG win here today. That Dragon stacking going to get started for AL. It's still pretty late. This has not really been a Dragon-centric series, especially given the year that it currently is. But that time, both teams prioritizing it heavily. The fact that they don't get that kill down onto Tarzan going to disrupt what was looking like it could have been JDG continuing to snowball the game in their favor.
I do want to correct you. It is the year of the horse, not of the dragon. The next one is going to be 2036.
Good point.
So we have at least 10 years before it's the year of the dragon. But
yeah, take it up with Riot Games, buddy. All right, I've seen a lot of games played through dragons for a couple years in a row now.
Yeah, that's been the case for like 6 years now.
Yeah, that's again, take it up with Riot, buddy. I don't.
Last year was actually year of the.
I'll balance the game.
So.
Anyway.
No notes. No notes.
AL. Moving on up in the world, get themselves their first dragon, finishing up their quests. Got themselves the grubbies as well. And now, just a couple minutes away from this Rift Herald. We'll see if they want to continue to play for. Hasn't been the most impactful objective in this series. We've seen some goofy ones for certain. Oh, that dash forward from Flandre.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it matters.
He got spotted, though, on the Tri-Brush ward. You saw the pings immediately. And, I mean, Shanks is so powerful right now that it's really tough. You can see that Hongq sitting behind his turret right now. And the fact that Cassiopeia, not only in a lane versus Twisted Fate, but gets to stay this far up in the lane with a Kha'Zix on JDG, that should be heresy. This guy should be dead. He has no flash, and there's no attempt from them. So JDG are just kind of sitting around, cycling camps. This is giving AL time to scale in this game. I mean, again, like we're 4 minutes behind of Rod of Ages, and I don't think it really even matters for AL. They're going to always be more relevant in this game. They have better frontline, better engagement as the game goes on. So when are we going to see this Twisted Fate do anything? That's kind of my worry right now.
Yeah, we have not seen an impactful Destiny Gate yet. The one that has occurred was that botched fight earlier. I mean, Hongq doesn't have flashback yet, but yeah, not getting the chance to really do very much with this pick. That was clearly a big priority for JDG. I mean, him pairing up with Junja to get this Kha'Zix rolling feels like it's got to be a big priority here. It's also kind of a question of where do you go, right? Braum does a good job of hosing you, as does Cassante. There's not really great targets to gank with this Twisted Fate. Instead, he's going to be getting ganked. Junja here to bail him out as he pops the Ghost.
He steals the respawn Raptors. They're going to see if they can make another play. Some more plates on the bottom side. AL instead are going to go for a trade. They're just going to say, look, you've decided to put all your members on bot side. They don't know that the Kha'Zix is here, but should just be the Herald as well. And remember, AL, they have 3 grubs here. This is really, really dangerous to be giving over, I think, from JDG's perspective. It's gold into Gala's pocket, and maybe he'll be the big one to kind of basically carry this team across the finish line. I want to take a moment to talk about the through lines of these last 2 Game 5s from JDG. All series long, both versus AL now and Top Esports. Junja has had much tougher series, but in Game 5s, he really comes alive. I don't know what it is about the drafts now. Xiaoshu
getting a little dove here. Will be able to absorb it without too much trouble. And the popping of Destiny is going to cause AL to back away. But, I mean, that's your second cast of Destiny, brother. And it's to spook people away from diving Xiaoshu. Now Flandra here for the Dragon, going to stop them from soloing it, or duoing it, I suppose. And here comes the rest of AL, ready to respond in turn. They know there's no Destiny. There's no Unseen Predator as well. That's Kha'Zix's passive. I don't remember what the ulti is called. But either way, not going to be able to get on in with that one. And the Dragon now going to be AL's to take.
So many small mistakes here from JDG, and somehow they have a 3,500 gold lead. It doesn't feel like that, I'll be honest. With where the game state is right now, I feel like AL are really, really comfy with the spot they're in. Junja taking a disgusting flank to try to steal this, but Tarzan and Shanks are on their way. They're just coming back to their jungle camps. Cool, you jumped away. You're going to run into Kyle. Maybe they just pick out the bomb.
Oh, there's a cleanse from Kyle. He's going to try to walk his way out of this one, and looks like it's going to work. Junja grabs the Dark Passage, says, I'm not chasing this Braum any further. I don't know what's waiting for me in those bushes.
All right, so I'll give you the Kha'Zix's passive is actually Unseen Threat, and Void Assault is
Void Assault. All right, yeah, I don't know. That's...
And it is the, well, I guess they are different names. Never mind. I was going to say the Kha'Zix's abilities are usually just evolved and then whatever, but they all do change their names, so...
I know it's Evolve Active Camouflage. I know that name.
Nope, you're actually still wrong. It's Adaptive Cloaking. Just fries in the back, brother. Just put the fries in the back. You called Victor Ultimate Chaos Stormer. That's how I know you're old.
Well, I could have told you I'm old, but Active Camouflage must also me being old, because it was definitely called Active Camouflage at some point.
Whatever you say. We actually, I could just gaslight you and say that was never the case.
You could. It wouldn't work though. Even if you could demonstrate to me that it was never the case, I'm gonna convince myself here. I'm locked in on this one. But Shanks coming on up from the bottom lane. Keep Junja out of this river. Operation prevent Scuttles from going to JDG is a go. Despite the 3.5K gold lead, not able to push into this team comp. The Braum, the Cassiopeia, the whole AL comp is so effective at stopping this JDG comp from being able to push into them.
Got Herald, they've got 3 grubs. I mean, this is going to be a big injection of gold with these plates going over. Fate's pushing on side. I mean, like, when are we ever going to get value here? It almost feels like JDG, they know that if they make a mistake, they're going to lose the game. But from my point of view, it feels like if they don't do anything, they're also going to lose this game. So at some point, you kind of have to just call your shot, look for something, even if it's just killing Cassante or taking him out of the lane so that Gwen can take this top tier 1. I am really, really worried for them. And as AL, sure, you'll take the Game 5 victory, but it kind of comes at from your inactivity of your opponent. And that's... a win's a win at the end of the day. I won't complain too much.
Certainly, I mean, AL are going to be willing to let this game play on out. So, like you said, it's going to have to be a trigger pull from JDG. It's going to have to be a moment chosen. Here's a moment chosen right here, but it's onto the Braum. Kyle absorbs the gold card. Says, Hope, you are perfectly safe, my friend. Tarzan is here for the backup, and that's a 3rd Destiny used, Ulk, and still no kills to show for it.
Ooh. Dark Passage absolutely saving his life. And we did this, by the way, for Cassio to now grab all of this turret in bot lane. I hope the Observer showed thank you. He just gets this entire turret, and he does. I don't even care that he doesn't have the teleport for this, right? There is under no threat that this Baron's going over to JDG. Jinja's trying to get damage. Here's a subjugate.
Tarzan's gonna fight him. Tarzan takes this 1v1, says, come at me, bro. Hope shows up. Hope looking for one more auto, will find it. He's gonna die over to Honkyu though, and it will be his support picked off as well. Quick little 2-for-1. AL maybe get a little big for their britches there, feel too confident watching Tarzan do well in the 1v1 and give up a little more than they had to.
That's really big. I mean, this is a 2-item Kha'Zix. If there's ever a game for Junja to really have the game, this is going to be it. Gala is also picking up a fair amount of gold here in this play, not just from those 2 kills, but just in general has been doing really, really well. On Vision is Tarzan. I mean, his Casio is farming up. Sure. You can see how much damage this Kha'Zix is able to do if he can get onto the right targets. But it's also a very expensive trade. Flash from Hope, that is something that JDG can look to punish. And he also doesn't have Cleanse, so maybe they might try to use this to get themselves even more within the next 3 minutes.
That's got to be the goal. Oh, Xiaoshu finds himself an angle up against Flandra. He wants this kill. Tarzan up in his face, going to try to slow him down. The needles graze Flandra, but they don't take him down. And a 1k gold lead to Xiaoshu feels pretty good, as does 2 items, but this turret going to add to that lead. That's going to need to be their focus. JDG in the side lane. This Gwen, huge strength for them.
Oh, Junja took the portal. They know he's on this side of the map, and it's completely warded out. Remember, no ultimate for this Gwen if she comes. Oh, no.
They're just going to pull the trigger onto Honkyu. He's about to get stunned. Dark Passage bails him out yet again. Here comes Flandra off the TP. It is a 5-on-5 for Dragon number 3. Vampire going to get stunned up first here. Does connect a hook. It's on to Kael. Kael going to be able to back on away in time. Triple knockback found by Flandra into the miasma. Moonlight Vigil comes out. Smite is successful for Tarzan. Soul point secured. And AL can back away now if they want to, but they might see an opportunity to get a little bit more. Flandra up in the front line. Noxious Blast connecting. Honkyu getting ticked down lower and lower by these Twin Fangs. And JDG will back away. AL get what they came for.
Yeah, guess what, JDG? You still have a 3,000 gold lead, but what do you have to show for it? You are down 3 dragons in this game, and very little gained from this standoff around the objective. Sure, you got a teleport out from Cassante, but I love to be in AL's shoes right now. I have a 2-item Casio. We're going to have 3 items and an Infinity Edge coming on through for Hope soon. There's that AI graph, and I'll agree with you on this one. 61% chance. I'd give them another 5 or 8% on that one, honestly. It is looking way better for them here in this game number 5. An important one. Again, winning this gains you at least top 3 in the season, and potentially even one step closer to just making the finals outright. This is AL trying to straight up dominate this playoffs. 3-0 start versus WE, 5 games versus JDG, but that won't really matter, right? History is written by the victors.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that game number 2 ever again if AL is able to close out this series. Maybe a little bit in the next pre-show. We'll see. But beyond that, we'll be willing to put that one to bed if AL are able to walk away with it at the end of the day. I do want to reclaim my Mr. Positive title here a little bit and say something good about JDG. Vampire's Thresh remains quite good. I've been impressed with it yet again. I think he has bailed Honkyu out and Junja out of so many dicey situations here. It feels like JDG could have been out of it already had he not always been in position, always had the W ready for him.
So I did some digging because there's nothing going on and we're not getting Honkyu ult anyway. You were right about the ultimate. Active camouflage, or evolved active camouflage.
Oh my god, we're going back to this?
Would
okay,
you
it
be
used to be
able
called...
Would you be able to guess when that was changed?
I'm going to say 2020.
No. Season 6, 2016.
Ooh!
Yeah, 6/22 is when they changed it. So,
well, stop changing stuff, Riot. I don't, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's never going to leave my memory, so maybe just stick with it. I still call him Ninja Tabby, too. I think that was probably around the same time.
That's fair. That's fair. You know, I will cut Honkyu some slack. Remember, we talked about that the cleanse is always going to be super valuable. And now I look at Mikhail's being done for Kael. This Twisted Fate is just losing value, and You're going to be level 16 soon, but it's just not even like a real, like, there's no real side pressure. It is all Xiaoshu and it's all Junja. It kind of comes down to them, and Gala has been good, but he needs the setup in the fights. It is near impossible for him to do very much in these. So if we can burst out a target, that's kind of my goal. And if we have a massive Aphelios ultimate, maybe it is just there. The flat lethality he has from his kit. He has Collector. He's going for LDR. Also, we're in 26-3. Where are my Hex Optics, guys?
It's a good question. But it's, I mean, you're talking about the frontline setup for Gala. It's what frontline setup for Gala? Like, it's hard to even imagine what a good scenario looks like. There's just nobody on JDG's team comp that can tank like 4 or 5 Cassiopeia E's. It's the champion's just not there. There's nobody that's capable of doing such a thing.
Well, now they're under threat if you're JDG. There is a Hex Tech Soul in a minute. You've completed some pretty big items. RFC just completed for Honkyu. This looks like it's going to be LDR. It's going to instead be Immortal Reminder. Makes sense with having a Cassio and more specifically a Trundle in the game. Trying to see if there's any big... You look on the opposite side though. Hope finishes in Infinity Edge. It's not really what you want if you're JDG right now.
No, it is not. Honkyu stepping up, finds a gold card, but it's too little too late. Rylai's working overtime for Shanks. Love that selection for this game in particular. Tarzan gets a nice kill around it too. Junja can't
walk
get through.
out.
He's stuck. Door's stuck. Door's stuck as Junja flashes back over the wall to try to keep himself alive. Will be able to stay standing. Nobody falls from JDG, but what about the follow-up? Still going to be exchanging some blows back and forth here, Ulk.
This is good. I like this, though. You got the ultimate out from Braum and from Lucian. This is as good as it's going to get for them. They'll have push in mid, but right now it's all about the Dragon. Flandra is so damn tanky. The only people who can kill him right now is this Gwen and Aphelios. Dragon's being started, and AL, it seems like instead they're going to play around the mid wave and see if they can maybe get a little bit more. Maybe find someone out. Yeah, maybe even this Twisted Fate.
Now, one gold card did take Hope for about half of what he was worth there. Another one connects onto Kael. That's some big damage here. In goes the engage onto Flandra. Moonlight Vigil takes down one. Flandra's basically out of health. Gala running amok. Destiny onto the back line. This time it finds a kill. Double kill. Triple kill to Gala. And he comes alive. JDG get their first Dragon of the game, and they get 3 kills while they're at it. They're making a beeline right for the Baron.
That play around the choke where the ultimate, the culling from Hope, didn't get anybody, that might have just cost them the entire game here. JDG not only stopped the Dragon Soul from going over, but also grabbed themselves a Baron and multiple kills. Maybe finally stepping into this game comfortably with 3 items. I mean, we were worried about this early game. AL had looked so good for so long here in this game, but this pick never ends up materializing. Hope, on the other side, why are we playing with our Braum here? I feel bad because Shanks is so damn powerful, but the Hollowed Mist is getting a ton of value in this fight, and even with Braum trying to stop this ultimate from Gala, he has too much damage. You don't have enough HP in this instance.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I guess you can get away with frontline not at top A is in another world, brother. I can't believe that. But
the Lion does not concern himself with his assistant coaches.
All right, we're back. Is it throwable? Yeah, just pull it up. Here's the question, especially given that we do not like the team comp here for JDG. They were able to pull away that last one, though. They just got so many rotations of gold cards into harassment. Flash over the wall from Tarzan, right on top of Gala. Flandra coming in for the backside. Tarzan's going to die for this, but they get the isolated all out onto Gala. Now Xiaoshu launching himself into a 1 versus 3. Mist not going to keep him alive. Petrifying Gaze onto 2. Pull back in on to Vampire, and 3 kills go the way of AL.
Wow, what an insanely close fight. I mean, Tarzan, don't get this away. I want to look at the items. Oh my god, that was an expensive fight. Nothing gained for this Baron, by the way, from JDG, who still have it on a few members. Very risky. You can see how Vampire, I love the positioning from him in this one. Trying to stay over the wall, whether it's to protect Gala, but invested the death sentence. He's trying to kill Tarzan. I love what the solo laners of AL do here. Flandra immediately books it right onto Gala. We see the flash from this Cassiopeia. They know their objective is to get rid of this Aphelios. And Xiaoshu, while he's in the back line, hell, we'll take that shutdown too. Really, really good fight. And this is all about the carries here. The solo laners, I think, stepping up massively for anyone's legend.
There we go. There's a room where all the coaches are letting the emotions take hold of them in this game number 5.
I think that was
an
their team
AL
manager. I'm pretty sure that was Ahue. Is their videographer. There we go. We got to meet him at
Let's
MSI,
go.
actually. It's very cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, this game is tense, man. Now the game 5 is actually kind of kicking.
It is. It's kind of hitting now. One dragon away from the Soul here. 5K gold lead to JDG. Still, the question is always going to remain. Xiaoshu, very strong in the side lane. Can't really be effectively matched by anybody on AL. In the 5-on-5, if AL are able to pull the trigger, they can win out on these. And if nothing else proves that, the fact that Flandra just raw flashed over red buff wall to start queuing Gala won them a team fight. I don't know what will prove it. As any engage will do, you just have to start the 5-on-5 before you get harassed down to nothing.
By any means necessary. Look,
because it's still called spike racks, isn't it? Those are doing a lot of damage.
Yes, it is. It is in fact evolve spike rack. So I'm
see, they didn't change all of them.
No. Control of mid lane. Xiaoshu's gonna have to join in after. That is the edge of night gone. See, maybe if they look for something. I mean, 30 seconds before this dragon again, super tense and no eyes on Gwen right now.
Now there's eyes on Gwen, spotting her coming on in from the top side. Junja, though, deep behind enemy lines. I think Hope might have seen him. It's hard to tell. Yeah.
Such weird battle lines here. Oh, Hong Q, no!
There's another dark passage to pull him out to safety. Once again, Vampire's clutch with it. Gets his boy out of danger, but that's a huge chunk. Hongq trying to channel a recall, uses the Empower from that mid lane quest 2026 here to try to help get Hongq out of this one as he TPs back on in and the dragon gets started. Junja stealth up in the front line with not active camouflage. One more pillar going to slow up Gala. Flandra coming in into the dragon pit, trying to push out the opposing jungler. Goes to the all-out, pulls Junja out to the other side, but the dragon's not losing any health. Instead, it's Tarzan taking damage from Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu's still going to be able to stay standing inside of the dragon pit. Junja's right back in there. The all-out didn't accomplish anything, and the dragon is falling lower and lower. It goes the way of JDG. No soul this time for AL as they try to back away from the rest of the fight. Cassante was able to get a recall. He's trying to TP back in. Now they want to be able to cut off the escape route and find the fight on the back end. More poke coming on through from Gala, though these health bars are getting whittled lower and lower. This is the recipe for failure that AL have shown before. JDG, get another dragon, get out without having to take a bad team fight. It's another win for them.
I look back to something you said where Cassiopeia loves when folks are walking into her, but if you're already on the objective, as Cassiopeia, what do you do in this situation? You don't have something like a Thresh to try to fish for engages with this hook. You don't have a Hongq gold card with RFC. So if AL are not immediately on an objective, that becomes even more difficult for them to even look for fights there. Very little in terms of engagements. Flandra tries to take Junja out of the pit, but Tarzan can never walk in. He doesn't have enough resistances in this instance to do anything in these fights, so very, very disciplined engage there. And JDG, all of their misgivings, terrible early in the series, but maybe they are just 5-game merchants. Maybe they just do better when they have more time in a series.
Oh, Vampire! Can't Dark Passage himself, but does manage to step himself out of danger for now. Miasma's down. No team fight to be had here yet. Tarzan wants it, though. Trying to get a pillar onto somebody. Junja able to leap himself out to safety. And there is no fight to be had. Flash over from Kyle. I may have spoken too soon. Stun connects onto Xiaoshu. Hope trying to dash forward, but Xiaoshu's able to get himself out of there as well. And AL trying their best, cannot find a route in. Great stasis from Shanks. Avoids a big Moonlight Vigil, but that is not a team fight.
Kyle trying to force it. I think that AL recognize that this game is very much out of their control. Dark Passage again,
Flash
Shanks!
Sword, Petrifying Gaze gets the stun and the slow onto one apiece, but not enough to be able to take the team fight. TP in from Xiaoshu, 5 members strong once again. Destiny into the back line. Hong Q finds a stun. It's on towards Tarzan. Kael able to fend away the spikes. And no engage found by JDG. The dance will continue.
All Fog of War here. Flandra tries to step up, but there's no TP for this Cassiopeia, thanks to them going for the cleanse. No flash either. And no cleanse now for this Lucian. Mikhails is on cooldown for the next 30 seconds. There might be a window here where JDG look to start up this Baron. You can see it's red-white for Felios. He's going to move into white and green, and that just means complete zone coverage. AL are again going to have to walk into this objective.
It's too late. They can't get out of this Baron in time. It's already fallen on down. Junja's over the wall, starting to get some chunk damage out of Tarzan. Vampire will fall, the only casualty of the fight so far. And JDG are able to retreat. 4 members wearing purple.
Such a tense game here. I mean, I was so excited to have Shanks as this Cassiopeia mega threat here in this game with a soul on their backs, but multiple fights in a row, we have seen that now JDG have a unbreakable line. They don't have a traditional like tank in their game, but with the Dark Passage and with the threat of potentially getting gold carded, AL have no ways of actually properly stepping forward. This is such a magnificent turn, and while a dangerous draft, I think, for JDG to operate through the early game, they have navigated this mid and late game beautifully. I will give them their flowers in this instance for doing such a great job, and you can see that AL don't have very many tools, even despite all of the cleanses and the abilities to get rid of these CCs.
Yeah, and they just haven't been able to be the first ones onto these objectives. JDG have been able to maintain map control for enough of the game and for long enough and consistently enough that they do not have to walk into AL. They don't have to start these fights, and it's not because they aren't playing the objectives. It's not because they're exclusively side laning. It's because they're making collapses onto Shanks on the side lane. Down goes Cassiopeia, TP in from Flandra. He needs to try to get out of here with his life. They're at risk of losing the game here. The base going to likely be broken open during this death timer. Flandra still able to keep himself out. That's a wasted Mikhails.
Yep.
Xiaoshu into the back line, trying to get onto Hope. Maybe reaching a little bit too far here. They will be able to back away. Opened up with the culling. Damage found onto Xiaoshu. Damage found on towards
That's
Junja
it
as well. And they're going to try to end the game here. 30 seconds to go. There's no Cassiopeia. They're going to have to take this fight. 4 versus 5. Dash in from Flandra. Double knockup. In with the all-out. Xiaoshu chops him down. Onto Hope. And everybody on AL just cannot stand and fight without Shanks. JDG, against all odds, come up in game number 5.
18 kill game. That was a relatively bloodless game, but small objective skirmishes. And while it was a quieter early game, yet again, Hong Q, I mean, he just realized how much value this Twisted Fate gets in these standoffs in the 5-on-5s. Really, really good stuff from JDG. Again, one of the few teams that could take best of 3s off of AL, and now have taken a full best of 5 versus our best team from the regular season.
Itabe wins the Tabe Bowl, baby. He comes on out on top. And you've got to be kicking yourself for that game number 2 if you're anybody in the Anyone's Legend organization at this point. A series where a lot of early games went their way. A lot of drafts we felt like went their way, especially in these back 2 games, but JDG pull out some very, very clutch team fighting in games 2 and 5. And playing on the very edge as well in that game number 5. Difficult to execute team comp that they show up with. And just a clean game number 4 as well. Or clean game number 3, rather.
We try not to think about game number 4.
We don't talk about game number 4. That's one of those ones that history is going to forget, like we were talking about earlier.
Maybe, I think the strategy now to beat JDG is just to do it in 3-0 fashion. You cannot let these guys warm up in series, because we saw them absolutely turn it around, and I don't really want to sugarcoat it all that much. This series was in AL's hands. They could have won game 2, but a small error.
Easily.
And again, hope in these big series falls flat. This Lucian, after a while, we're throwing Cullens to the wind. We're shooting ghosts.
Yeah, struggling to find their fights here. I mean, the fact that they could not get these fights started, the fact that they have such a compositional advantage, and their win con is basically just to be able to show up to these objectives and set up. The fact that they aren't able to find ways to do that, just a huge black mark on this series for anyone's legend. The fact that this wasn't able to be executed by them, they find themselves forced into a position where they're just fishing with glacial fissures, no pun intended, trying to get these fights started, trying to find these knockups, and that's the only option they had. That and flash pillars from Tarzan. Not being able to find these engages cost them massively, and despite some goofy Hong Q stuff that shall not go named, AL cannot close it out, and JDG are able to get their Aphelios scaled into the game. They're able to play a weird pseudo frontline with this Kha'Zix Gwen absorbing poke and dishing back out more than they take, and they come out with the win.
Yeah, I'm down for a Vampire MVP, honestly. This guy was absolutely smurfing it in this game, and while the damage may not be there, while maybe the part of the intangibles, this champion had so much value this game. Early McHales from him, great use of the Dark Passage as well, and he didn't have to really fish for hooks, but gave his team the options for it, and I think that's what makes a good champion in a good draft, right? So I'll take egg on my face. I was not excited about this. I had my worries, especially from what we had seen from Hong Q for most of, what was this, 5-game series tonight, but, you know, I was wrong, and that was a really well executed five-man from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Really just good team comp for them. You know, some mistakes here and there, but Vampire's able to cover those holes very well, and at times bait AL into unfavorable positions thanks to that, right? And they have enough mobility around the map, enough TPs, Destiny, whatever else you may need, to be able to get yourself back in a position once those engage tools are absorbed. And there's enough of them around that if you're able to cancel out one of the few efforts that you get with a Thresh Dark Passage, that's it. It's cooked for AL.
I'm going back to that Mel ban. I think if they had Mel, maybe this is a completely different game. Just having the ability to throw back spells at your opponents.
Yeah,
Again,
a way to win the poke war.
Exactly. Death Sentence, throwing back gold cards, and even Aphelios ultimates, that could have been a big game changer here. Crazy to think that this could have been done a lot. This series could have been done a lot earlier. Congratulations to JDG. We do have our updated bracket here coming on through. We take a look at what the rest of the playoffs look like now. Tomorrow is going to be Weibo versus BLG, a very fun match. Elk versus his former team. And now it's AL versus the winners of IG NIP. I feel like that's a bit of a layup for them. I'm looking at who their opponents might be once we get past some of those lower bracket semifinals or quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that AL is down there now, I mean, they will play against the winner of IG NIP based on how the bracket is going to be structured. That'll be an interesting series to check out. I mean, they'll be certainly favored in that matchup regardless, but LPL looking wide open after that AL loss. I mean, they were first place by a decent margin in the regular season, and JDG were looking, I would say, the shakiest of the top 4 teams coming out of quarterfinals with how they looked up against Top Esports. Top Esports now kind of getting themselves in the conversation in retrospect for how well they were able to do against JDG. All right, maybe you don't think so, but
remember, most of those games were throws. Okay,
this is true, but
very similarly to some parts of this series.
Are we gonna stop throwing? Who's gonna stop throwing, Alec? When are they gonna do it? Because AL did it this series.
The spirit of Otacon still lies in the room with us. We might need a seance for the Suzhou stage. We need to just get rid of the Otacon throws, guys. He's not in the game anymore. We're not gonna do this. But wow, what an incredible series. Obviously from both teams. I'm sad to see AL, but this just means that we get more best of 5s from them. And JDG ending top 3, I think, is kind of within the goal of what they wanted. The overall kind of target for this team and this organization is to redeem themselves from last year and go to internationals and represent the LPL. It may not happen at first stand, but I'm rooting for them either way. I mean, now they really want to at least make a splash, go to an MSI, go to a World Championship later on in the year, and hopefully go back to the international stage. It's been a little bit of time since we got to see them, especially after what was a really disappointing 2024 end, with Ruler and the boys over there.
Yeah, definitely. And now, trying to get back to first stand in a way that very, very few players in the world are going to be able to do, very much in play for the likes of Junja and Honkyu, right? They might be the only ones to do it. The way things are currently going. So, huge stuff for them, huge win for them. Add that Kha'Zix to Junja's champion list. He does
there
play
you go.
non-tank.
He finally won. He got his first competitive win.
True. Congratulations to Kha'Zix. Congratulations to Quacks. He'll get to tweet about this, I'm sure. You know, it's a win across the board today for everybody but AL.
They got some wins. They just didn't win the series, you know. Small victories. But we are waiting for, I guess we don't really have to wait unless, who do we think player of the series is going to be? Because there's going to be a player of the game and a player of the series. Player of the game for this Game 5, I think it should be Vampire. Vampire definitely earned his stripes in this one, and starting to turn some heads, I think. Because this guy is very quickly running the ladder in terms of who he's beating. While he didn't win the Bard game, I'm still really excited about him potentially having a rematch versus Kyle at some point. Maybe not here in Split 1, but later on in the year. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I also think, for series, I think Xiaoshu very much in the running here. I think his Gwen game at the end here is real solid. He has his Jax game was good. He's had some great performances throughout, and against Flandra too, who was getting a lot of praise from us coming into this series. I think it was a great performance. That'd be my pick personally. Agree with Vampire for game number 5. I just don't know that you can give it to him for the whole series.
Yeah, I think Game 1 and Game 4s are probably pretty big indictments. The Nautilus was something. That was surely something to behold.
Yeah. I guess you got to give him the credit for the Aurora game too, because he's the only one who did anything. So, with that said, I mean, they're interviewing Tabe in the background right here. I'm sure he's thrilled coming up with that win up against his former team. JDG will be top 3 in this winter split. They will be moving on to the winter side finals to be played in the upcoming days. But that's going to do it for our time on the broadcast here today. Only one series a day from here on out. We'll be back tomorrow with the other semifinal, of course, which is going to be between Weibo and BLG. Yeah, so that's also going to be a spicy one. I mean, everything's on the table here. These teams all neck and neck in the regular season standings. We'll find out who plays up against JDG. Off of that best of 5, and then we'll be getting into the lower bracket, start eliminating some teams. It's sure to be a bunch of fun, so we hope to see you there. But that is going to do it for tonight's broadcast. I want to say thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung, for their pledged financial support. It helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product each and every day. We love to do it. Appreciate the support. Hope for everybody to be back with us tomorrow and in future days. But until then, thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you next time.